HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Now the base. It delays a base hit to center. In comes Pena. Here comes Paredes. He will be safe. Astros lead 5-3. Victor Caratini comes through again. Got him. 18 strikeouts for the Astros, and they win 4 in a row for the first time this year. 5-3 final. Hader has saved 15 consecutive games. Astros winning for the 17th time in the last 22 home games.
I suppose we could start with the good news if we want. Payne and Pendergast here. Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast with Seth Payne. The good news is the Astros did win the game. There were a lot of positives to take away from the game. We can start there, Seth Payne, that this was overall, I think, a net positive day for the Astros. You got Lance McCullers out there dealing 12 strikeouts. Astros win 5-3. You heard it there. That was Todd Callis on the call for Space City Home Network. We can start with the good news, right, Seth?
Oh, yeah. It was Lance McCullers being the big story and going 6 innings. I'm assuming you're saying the good news is Lance McCullers. Yeah. Going 6 innings, 12 strikeouts. He had 2 strikeouts in every inning that he pitched. And he went back out there. He was already at 91 pitches when he went out for the 6th and final inning, and he just mowed 3 dudes down. That was – I don't want to say it was vintage Lance McCullers because, as he himself says, he's going to be a different guy wherever he lands and however he ends, whatever his style ends up being. But the movement on his pitches, that looked like classic. It looked like, man, that thing's coming from 3 feet outside the plate to right across it at the last moment, and that was really cool to see.
Yeah, and really the cool thing for me, Seth, is the timing of it all, because we don't have to bury the lead. We don't have to act like bad things didn't happen before this game. We got the news that Ronel Blanco is going to miss the rest of the season with Tommy John surgery. And it feels like an all-too-familiar type of storyline that we're getting here with Astros pitchers. We've talked about it, what feels like ad nauseum, but that's only because, damn it keeps happening, right? And so Ronel Blanco is out for the season. This is after we get the news about Hayden Wesneski a couple of weeks ago. And, of course, Spencer Arrighetti's been out with the hand injury for a while now. And so to get that kind of news, and for me, like the big thing, Seth, is, and especially when we're talking about Lance McCullers, is – okay, yeah, it's cool with the 12 strikeouts to watch him jump into the time machine. But the timing of it all, right? Like, if I had told you going into the season, Seth, that Lance McCullers is going to have toward the end of May, he's going to have an outing where he throws 12 strikeouts and you win the game, you're going to say, well, I'll take that as a bonus, because that must mean that's in addition to what we're getting from Ronel Blanco and Spencer Arrighetti, and, of course, Hunter Brown's taking that next step, and, of course, you got Fromber. But, no, it's Fromber Valdez, Hunter Brown, and Lance McCullers. You absolutely need him to be, if not the old Lance McCullers, some to what you got from him yesterday at Dyke.
Right, and especially in the next 3 games, you've got Ryan Gusto starting today. Then you've got Colton Gordon starting in Game 3 of this series against the Rays, that giving the relievers a little bit of a break and getting them loaded up for potentially and probably short starts by both those guys. They're in such a dicey and precarious situation now because Blanco had started looking like the serviceable version of Blanco at the very least and had reined a lot of things in. But now the timing of it all is what really stinks in terms of, okay, what do we need to do at the trade deadline? Well, right now it looks like Spencer Arrighetti optimistically might be back in early July. Trade deadline is July 31st. So maybe you have a good idea about what he is and where he is when he comes back, if everything's on track. But then Luis Garcia, and Christian Javier, if those guys were going to be options at all this year, it's not going to be until after the trade deadline. So you might end up having to make a bold move at pitcher without, and I don't want to say it's all for naught. Obviously, you can never have too many good pitchers. I wish everything was like 1 month earlier. Yeah. I wish Lance had started pitching this way a month ago. I certainly wish there weren't. Let's see, how many current? There's six starting pitchers currently on some form of an IL right now.
Well, it's what sucks, Seth, is like you feel like you're supposed to have like this gluttonous amount of starting pitching, right? Like you feel like you have and you actually do in terms of talent and actual bodies and names who are on the roster or who should, in theory, be available to you. It's just the fact that those guys are not kind of similar to the way that Lance McCullers has been over the last couple of years. Those guys are not actually available to you. You mentioned Spencer Arrighetti's not going to be available until it looks like July, right before the trade deadline. It's hard to know exactly what he's going to look like after missing so much time. These other guys that are supposed to be reinforcements. Luis Garcia, multiple setbacks in his rehab. Christian Javier, you don't know exactly when you're going to get these guys back. And again, what they're going to look like. So that's what makes it really cool that not only is Lance McCullers available to you in some kind of capacity, but to know that he's got that in him, like that's still in there. He actually talked about this after the game when asked if he feels closer to his old self.
It's hard to say, I think. I don't. After my first surgery, I was a different pitcher, and I had success. And I think after this surgery, I'm going to be a different pitcher, and I'm hoping to continue to find success. Obviously the velo and things of that nature. I don't know if I'll ever be throwing 97, 98 again, but you never know. I think some things just take time. I think, like today, it was a big emphasis on executing early. Stop putting myself in such a big hole in that first inning, pitch count wise, things of that nature, and I was able to execute that today.
Man, hey, yeah. Seth, we've come a long way from the death threats from a little while ago, man.
About the death threats, dude. Those are so far in the rearview mirror. I'm guessing Lance remembers them better than we do.
Hey, as ridiculous as that was, like if you are anywhere close to the Astros fan that was either participating in the death threats or making fun of it, if you're a real Astros fan, you're far, far, far removed from that moment right now.
Yeah. Do the decent thing and at least retract your death threat. Yeah, put that paper trail out there. Please, just write it in a handwritten cursive letter so he knows you mean it, and send it with your home address so he can acknowledge your apology.
But it's the truth, man. The dude is so important now. I thought the night guys did a pretty good job on Area 45, Patrick Creighton and Sean Bijani, just pointing out how, and Lance is talking about it there, and I think they were reacting to these very comments that he was making after the game. But he's just done a really good job of having to reinvent himself with each turn of catastrophic injury, if catastrophic is not too drastic of a word to use. And I don't think it is, given the amount of time that he's missed with each of these injuries. But he had to reinvent himself, several years back when, coming back before this most recent injury. And, of course, he's missed 2+ years of time. And for him, it's really been about maturing and becoming an actual. And it feels like it almost feels like a backhanded compliment to say that he's becoming a pitcher, because he's always had an arsenal and always known how to pitch. But in this case, he's having to reinvent himself and understand what works for this stage of where he is in his current, like in this stage of his career, and with his rehab and with his comeback and all of that. All of that is really cool to me, watching him sort of just develop in that way.
And they always talk about how it's making the adjustments to the adjustments. When you're a young pitcher or a young hitter, teams are going to adjust against you. How do you adjust to those adjustments? And so it's not like Lance has never been through that before, but every time he comes back, it's almost like Tiger Woods with his new swing. Every time he changed his swing, he had to relearn exactly how to play golf and what his style was going to be. And I think with Lance, it's, all right, the velocity might never come back. but he still does some things really, really well. In his slider and his curveball has always been good. Most of the whiffs he got yesterday were generated against his curveball. And it's just, he'll probably have to be a bit of a, for lack of a better word, a junkier pitcher and just continue to lean into all that ball movement and everything else. Because it does, I mean, his curveball used to be ridiculous anyway. He was throwing fastball speeds on his curveball. So if he doesn't get that back, it's not like it knocks him down below the average major league pitcher or anything. It's just a matter of just him figuring out exactly what works for him. As teams are going to start making adjustments. Okay, we've seen the best version of Lance now, or at least the much better version of Lance. What adjustments are teams going to make to it, and can Lance make the adjustments?
Well, he still got the slider, and last night or yesterday afternoon, still having the command. So, like, he's still got that movement and that command of the movement, and that's what allows him to navigate and to continue to reinvent himself, and that's really what makes him such a talented guy. Like it's funny to even think about how, like, there were guys in this A's lineup who were doing a lot better with Hunter Brown's, like, just, you know, like, just straight at you, you know, so sort of power, as opposed to some of the finesse and really more so movement that Lance, we talk about the 12 strikeouts, but we're 18 swings and misses, like 18 whiffs out there, you know, throughout the day. And it's really just a highlight of how in control he was. Like, you know, he gives up the home run, doesn't actually get the win because he gave up the lead, but for the most part, he's, I don't want to say dominant, but definitely you would describe his outing out there as in control, like in control throughout. Like, he hangs that slider, gives up the home run, but for the most part, we're talking 12 strikeouts, 18 whiffs, swings and misses, and I want to say like 5 ground balls, like totally in control from Lance McCullers out there yesterday.
Yeah, and it's almost like the extra base hits don't concern you as much because they're outliers compared to everything else. And it feels like a guy coming back and just, if you can continue to hammer everything down and be as consistent as possible, that you can iron that out. I mean, the huge wild card in it is just like that. Every single Astros fan, I think, could watch this entire season. If Lance goes out there and pitches 7 innings of shutout after shutout after shutout, there's always going to be that voice in the back of your head, like, all right, let's stay healthy.
Yeah, well, one thing we know from this, like, if Lance is now, like, not a luxury guy, not your 6th starter, but now your 3rd best guy, your 3rd guy, and you're relying on him to be that guy for a significant stretch or a significant amount of time, they're definitely going to be in the market for a starting pitcher come trade deadline. Like that's 100% the case. Chandler Rome wrote about that in The Athletic, and we can talk about that a little bit later, but that's 100% a space that the Astros are going to have to be in because they just don't have enough guys anymore.
Yeah, that and a lefty hitter would be nice. Jacob Melton, coming up from the minors, might end up being the best option there. But again, those names, those 6 guys, those 6 pitchers from this season that are starting pitchers around the IL. It is some of it. Look, it's also Wisniewski. You know, it's not necessarily guys that you are 100% going to lean into, but they're going to be valuable to you in some regard. And it just you have to hold your breath with Lance. You just can't count on and predict it. Oh yeah, Lance will be there, number 3, all the way through. We just don't know.
Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast this morning, rolling along with Seth Payne. I was at OTAs yesterday for the Texans, and there's something that we probably shouldn't overreact to that I'm definitely going to overreact to here with Seth Payne. That's next on Sports Radio 610.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast, rolling along with Seth Payne. And let's dig in to Texans OTAs. We had the first day, the first practice at Texans voluntary OTAs yesterday, and I got to be there for the bulk of it, I would say. I ended up having to leave, Seth, after we got the Ronell Blanco news. Like, if you can take yourself back to yesterday, the Ronell Blanco news happens right as we're watching the Texans practice. And so, you know, my primary duties to Sports Radio 610 and for Odyssey and digital, I had to kind of just like uproot my schedule there and leave. But I got to be there for the most part and for most of it. And I saw a few things. I saw a few of the observations that were out there. I feel like the big thing, we can get to a couple of things here, but the big piece of news was the first look offensive line of the newly made offensive line, if you will, for the Texans. And it did surprise some people. If you didn't follow, if you haven't seen this already, okay? Can I interest you in an offensive line made of Cam Robinson from left to right, okay? Cam Robinson, Laken Tomlinson, Jake Andrews, Howard, and Blake Fisher. This is the first offensive line that the public got a chance to see at Texans OTAs. Tell me that I shouldn't overreact to this set.
I'm bubbling over with enthusiasm over this potential offensive line. I just can't tell you how excited I am about it.
Don't stand up. Whatever you do, Seth, don't stand up.
You know, the biggest, and they'll all tell you, don't read too much into this. We're going to be working with a lot of different guys, and I 100% believe that. And still, it was a surprise to me that Jake Andrews was out there with the ones at center, with all of his 72 snaps in the NFL, being new to the team. It felt very much like, oh yeah, this is Cole Popovich's pet for sure, because Jake Andrews was coached by Cole Popovich at Troy State. Then he was in New England for a couple of years. So for whatever reason, maybe just because he knows the terminology and he knows the way that Cole Popovich and Nick Kaler are going to be operating more, maybe they felt more comfortable with them out there. So that was a little bit of surprise. And then Juice Scruggs, if you ask, okay, well, who are the other centers? Jarrett Patterson and Eli Cox, the undrafted rookie free agent, were the other centers. And Juice Scruggs played guard for most of the day, at least from everything I saw.
He didn't get from what I understand, he didn't get any reps at center. Not yesterday. That's not to say that he won't and that he's not going to, but that is also noteworthy that their former second-round picked center is not taking reps at center anymore.
I think that like with Ariante Ursary playing both left and right tackle yesterday as well, it looked like what I hoped it would be, which is that this is a genuine wide open competition on the offensive line, and there's nobody really, including Titus Howard playing guard. There's just it's not set in stone that when Nick Caserio says they want to get their 5 best players on the field, that he ends up thinking, okay, well, Titus Howard at guard is our best option at guard. So if Juice Scruggs comes along as he's playing guard, or if any of these other guys do, I think it's a wide open competition, and I like that. Because of the names you just rattled off, I don't feel awesome about it. It's very much just a wait and see. Let's see if this unit can be better as a whole, just by having a new coaching staff and a new methodology.
Yeah, the reality of it, Seth, is based off of the names that we knew. Like it's not like they put people out there that we didn't know were on the team, right? We knew what the different combinations could possibly be, and part of the big conversation of the offseason has been that most of us are largely underwhelmed by that collection of names that they have. So there's not a combination that they could have put out there that would have impressed us, so to speak. And you could maybe even argue that any combination would have surprised us, because it is just such a surprisingly underwhelming cast of characters, if that's a way that I could put it. But even with that, I would say that, like, if you just take that and it's okay with what I saw or the idea of what I saw, like I could justify and make sense of every single spot for what I saw out there. Obviously, Cam Robinson at left tackle makes plenty of sense for what they paid him and what they have now, especially, given that they have traded Laramie Tunsil. They don't have a left tackle. Cam Robinson's the closest thing that they got to it. But from Laken Tomlinson on down, I feel like I can make a lot of sense of that, right? Like Laken Tomlinson, for better or worse, and for better and worse, has played a lot of left guard. It makes sense that he would be your left guard. The teacher's pet angle of this with Jake Andrews is interesting, but also not surprising. If you're implementing a new offense, you've got a new offensive coordinator, a new offensive line coach, and this guy has history with the offensive line coach who has history with the offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
That tie just seems to make sense for me. And then maybe Titus Howard is the most surprising of them all. But even that you can make sense of because he's a tackle who they've moved to guard, but now playing on the side where he's played most tackle. So him making the switch from right tackle to right guard seems like I won't say natural, but kind of a normal and sensible progression.
Yeah, you can transfer some of that muscle memory a little bit more easily. There's a lot more that you're not doing the direct opposite while also playing a different body. It's a really good point, Brandon.
Yeah,
for him, the slide from right tackle to right guard might make a lot more sense. And he's only played 4 game it was, but I remember a game where he had to come in emergency relief because there were 2 guys banged up. And so it's not like he has a bunch of reps there. But then if you look at Laken Tomlinson at left guard, he's played his entire career at left guard. So any kind of position change at all for a guy his age, it's probably going to be a lot harder than anything Titus Howard can do. And I think that's the real X factor in all of it is just at some point do they feel really good about going out there with Blake Fisher or Ariante Ursary at right tackle. And it seems like the more realistic option for Ariante Ursary to end up playing this year, if he were to start, would probably be at right tackle more so than at left tackle. I don't think he's not trying to beat out Trent Brown at left tackle or anything. But Cam Robinson has been a steady pro. He really only had the one blip when he got traded midseason last year to Minnesota, and it just didn't seem to be a good fit for him. But by and large, he's been a productive NFL offensive tackle. Whereas at right tackle, if it's him versus Blake Fisher, even though it's a little bit, it's a position change for Ariante Ursary, that's probably the more realistic guy that he can beat.
The thing that I'm worried about, Seth, and you can help me out with this, I'm trying to figure out if the Texans have a right tackle problem. Like, I know that we've talked a lot about the interior offensive line. I think we know that they've got at least questions. Certainly they had a problem over the last couple of years. And now they've got just as many questions as they got answers on the interior. But now I'm starting to wonder, like, if we're seeing Blake Fisher out there, like at least they've got enough confidence that he's, being shown out there with the first group. But they draft Ariante Ursary. You still got Titus Howard there. They've brought in Trent Brown, whose health is kind of uncertain. I don't know. Like, we didn't see him out there, and we don't exactly know what his status is. But that's probably the thing that I'm putting a pin in is whether the Texans are as confident at right tackle as it seems they are stable at right tackle. And I don't know what the answer is to that.
I wonder if they're really confident in any of those offensive line positions right now. It's by far the biggest gamble they've taken this offseason was not taking gambles or spending money in free agency on bona fide guys who are in their prime. And I think that it's a wide open competition, and they just got to hopefully be confident that one of those things is going to work out. Blake Fisher did some good things last year, but if I put last year's version of Blake Fisher out on the field today, I don't feel good about your chance of handling George Karlaftis in pass protection. I don't feel good about their ability to be at a team like the Ravens or a team like the Chiefs necessarily if Blake Fisher hasn't actually improved this year. Now Ariante Ursary, obviously. Between those two guys, Blake Fisher or Ariante Ursary, the odds would be that at least one of them is going to be a viable NFL offensive tackle. For Ursary, it's a question of how quickly can he do it. With Blake Fisher, part of it is just he was a guy that was looked at as probably going to be a huge surprise that he looked a little overmatched at times his rookie year. But if he is a 2-year project, this is year 2. He looked. Did you think he looked a little bit thicker in a good way yesterday?
I was just about to ask you, or just going to point out that the thing that I'm guarding against is the body transformation storyline of off-season workouts and training camps. Like the body, I don't want to get full. And to answer your question succinctly, yes, he did. But I don't want to get fooled by the body transformation storyline this go round, Seth. We did this last year with Kenyon Green. And I feel like we do it with somebody every year where normally it's a young player, and it's usually a lineman, but they've transformed their body. Their body looks different. They're in the best shape of their life, and now suddenly that means that they're going to be a different player than what you've known them to be. Now, Blake Fisher's only played 1 year, and I'm still giving him a chance to be really good. And I don't want to sound like I'm down on him, but I don't want to – like he's got the body transformation thing going on. Kamari Lassiter's got the body transformation thing going on, and he didn't need a body transformation to improve his play. He was good enough as a rookie, but I just don't want to fall for it. It feels like it's got a banana in the tailpipe kind of element to it.
I counter you with this. Additional body transformation stories from last year. Henry To'oTo'o, and it showed an improved play on the field. Will Anderson, who also came back out in OTAs looking like he'd discovered the weight room for the first. He worked out real hard in college, but it's just different when you've got time on your hands in an NFL offseason and the money and access and knowledge to eat properly. So Will Anderson made a body transformation last year. I thought his play improved as well. So it's always, you just can't lean on it as a one. It's like taking a 40 time and making that the one and only thing you analyze. All right, a really good 40 time can be part of a really good prospect, but just because you have a good 40 time doesn't mean you're going to be all pro. Likewise with the body transformation. It's never bad news if a guy genuinely improves his body, but it's just not the only thing. Yeah. It's not we're not in a bodybuilding competition, but it is notable, and it is potentially a good thing.
And to be fair, Blake Fisher, a young player, and I think that's been one of your consistent critiques of him as we watched him throughout the season and as we evaluate the offensive line throughout the offseason is Blake Fisher needing that year with an NFL program, an NFL offseason to kind of just mature into his body and actually get an NFL offensive lineman body. DeMeco Ryans was asked about the offensive line, and we got some of the usual rhetoric about finding the best five. This is what DeMeco Ryans had to say.
Yeah, this is our first day of OTAs, so when it comes to finding our best group, it'll be a lot of mixing and matching guys, putting guys in different spots and seeing, which 5 guys work well together. So one thing about the O-line is a lot of smart guys in that room, and they can move around, they can play multiple spots, and so that helps them. But it's just a matter of get in training camp, put pads on. Nobody's making the team right now in shorts and helmets.
Yeah,
you know what he sounds like?
Mixing and matching sounds a lot like what you were talking about, Seth, with competition. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah. Well, and it also sounds like a crew coach, which I would know absolutely nothing about other than I read the book, The Boys in the Boat, which is about the University of Oregon Olympic crew team back in the 1940s Olympics or whatever it might be. But there is something about when you try to figure out which guys actually work best together. There's a little bit of art to it, and you can't quite always pin it down. But some guys, you'd think, okay, there's a bunch of dudes rowing in a boat. What does it matter? Just take the guys who are the strongest in the tank there and put them all together, and you'll be incredible. But it's not. It's way more nuanced than that. So I guess the difference between rowing a boat and playing football is that you can only do so many reps of playing football to figure it out before guys start getting injured, and the time she's a wasting. I'd like them to have this figured out by sometime maybe midway through training.
Yeah, but synchronization does feel like it's the strategy. Like that is the path forward here. Like this is a time, Seth, like in the offseason, this is a time for optimism and for glass half full type of perspective. But if we're just being real about it, man, it is unsettling to know what they have done or the lack of what they've done in the offseason and addressing the offensive line. And then to hear the head coach talking to 5 guys as opposed to You know what I'd like to have, Seth? I'd like to have the 5 guys. Like, and I can't get everything I want, but I'd like to know who those 5 guys are, as opposed to like it being a bit of an adventure as to like, hey, who are our best 5? No, you know what? It'd be nice, even in late May, even on the first day of OTAs, of knowing who those 5 guys are.
Right. Oh, that's even knowing. Okay, I don't know what configuration they're going to be in, but who are your 5 best offensive linemen?
Yes.
Yeah. Whereas, right now it feels a little bit like, how can we arrange these 10 lumps of coal into 5 diamonds on the offensive line? I don't know. I really, really don't know.
I haven't a clue who their top 5 or best 5 offensive linemen are. But we are going to find that out as the offseason rolls along, as OTAs rolls along, as Payne and Pendergast rolls along right here. Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast. And up next, we're going to get to headlines. Of course, the Astros won last night, but we got a little bit of bad news. We'll get back to OTA, some more headlines that came out of that. And we have an NBA finalist. All that next on Payne and Pendergast.
The Drive with Stoerner. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
Now the base is full for Victor Caratini, who delivers a base hit to center. In comes Pena. Here comes Paredes. He will be safe. Astros lead 5-3. Victor Caratini comes through again. Got him. 18 strikeouts for the Astros, and they win 4 in a row for the first time this year. 5-3 final. Hader has saved 15 consecutive games. Astros winning for the 17th time in the last 22 home games.
That's Todd Callis on the call for Space City Home Network. Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast here with Seth Payne. And Seth, we talked about how good Lance McCullers was yesterday, but not as much really about the game. How about them Astros yesterday, man? I mean, 4 straight. This is the most that they've won, the most consecutive wins that they've had. Swing the A's, really kind of just in command, and really a topsy-turvy type of game, up and down, where they don't lead there until you get that Caratini hit. They're constantly working from behind, having to tie the game twice before they take the lead there. Really a gutsy win in addition to what you got from Lance McCullers, between what you heard there from DiVincenzo and, of course, Caratini coming through for you there at the end.
The thing about this team, where Sean and I would complain for a lot, we would spend a lot of time complaining in the first part of the season how boring they were.
Yeah.
And in some respects, they're still boring because of just the lack of power. Despite the improvements they've made in the offense over the course of the last month, still not quite the fireworks that you would hope for. But at the same time, the fact that the bullpen has been so good does make it really interesting in the late innings. You very much feel like, okay, you're in this. You've got if you can just squeak out a run or two, then you should be able to hold that lead. And Caratini coming along over the last few weeks has been a huge part of the Astros being able to get this far on a top of 500 than they've been.
It feels like, to me, the longer it takes us to get used to, or once we finally get used to them being just this different type of team, like we're used to the Astros mashing. We're used to having a certain level of power, seeing a certain level of power throughout the Astros lineup, throughout this run that they've had over the last decade or so. And that's just not what this team is. It feels like because I've been right there. Every time you call this team boring, I'm right there with my pom-poms, just co-signing the whole thing. It's been a boring baseball team, of a rough watch at times throughout the season so far. But I feel like the more desperate of a team that they become, and the more we accept their scrappiness, it's not going to be a team that's going to overwhelm you with power, especially with Yordan Alvarez either out, or even when he's out there, not necessarily looking like himself. Like, this just is not that kind of team. Once we sort of accept that it's a scrappy team, and once we sort of understand and recognize that they're working on a certain level of desperation with their rotation being what it is, being as depleted as it is, and the bullpen, like you mentioned, being the strength of the team the way it is, it becomes a little bit more of an exciting watch, or a little bit more of a compelling watch, because you know what you're getting, you know what you're expecting, and you know where the strength of the team is, and more importantly, perhaps where it's not.
Right, and the level of panic or fear that I would have, even though you're just facing the Rays and what have you, about having Gusto starting today and then Colton Gordon starting in a couple of days, it's just not nearly as high as it otherwise should or would be. Because you just, like, okay, can we get 4 innings out of those guys? Can we just get 4 innings out of those guys? And you're playing at home, where the Astros, mercifully, we're in one of those years where the Astros are actually good at home. And, that's what this bullpen does for you. It just gives you that level of confidence, and it gives them time to work these things out offensively. Slump he did without the team drastically falling below 500 or something, and Yordan going through whatever he's been going through. You would have none of this without the bullpen being what it is.
Yeah, and then, like, at the plate, of course, you get that Zach DeCenzo, home run that's obviously huge. And I think maybe it was Blum who was mentioning on the broadcast, every one of his has felt like a no-doubter, has felt like a legit home run. So you get that from him. And then I point out Caratini. Last night or yesterday was kind of a Caratini day. Like, obviously he gets the hit there that puts you ahead, but also the work that he did behind the plate with Lance McCullers, and he's caught every one of McCullers' starts so far. But it feels like we're getting to a place where I'll speak for myself, where I'm a little bit more comfortable, I'll say a lot more comfortable with Caratini out there as a left-handed bat option, but also somebody that works as well with a pitcher as he does with Lance McCullers. Like Caratini was, I won't even say an unsung hero because obviously he gets the hit that helps you win the game, but it was a big Caratini day I think on multiple levels yesterday. Yeah,
and I mean Caratini's been a better catcher than Yainer Diaz this year, and I think Yainer can still very much be the guy of the future. But as long as Caratini's swinging like the bat like this, especially, it doesn't have to be. It does. Whether Caratini gets more appearances than Yainer or what have you, that shouldn't have been. I don't think you need to. You don't have to keep trying to force it with Yainer. I'm a little bit torn with Yainer though too, because he's been so much better at the plate this last month than he was previously. Yeah. And in the month of May, him and DeZenzo are about the same in a lot of respects. It's just that Yainer really showed some awesome stuff 2 years ago, and we haven't seen that version of him since.
I do worry a little bit about him keeping his head in it. And this is not to say that I got any insight on whether he would or wouldn't keep his head in it, but if I'm going to put myself in his shoes, he kind of feels like an oddball right now. And you just look at yesterday as a perfect example between DeZenzo and Caratini both being in spots where he would perfectly make sense. DeZenzo as the DH yesterday, that ended up being the right move, the right button to press by Joe Espada. And, of course, Caratini, as I mentioned and as Lance McCullers talked about after the game, was really good behind the plate. And look, Yainer, not great. Diaz, not a great defensive catcher. Like, I think we all know that he's there for the bat. But, man, it hadn't been great defensively when he's out there. Teams are able to run on him almost at will, it seemed like. And they can pretty much run on anybody regardless of who's behind the plate for the Astros. But you got that, and then on top of it, you're not getting it at the plate. Like, he's not getting those opportunities that it seemed like he would be perfect for. Like, no Jordan and Caratini is catching. It seems like that should be a perfect Diaz DH spot in that spot in Zach. So like that's a to me a difficult place for Yainer to be in, and I just worry a little bit about him sort of keeping his head in the game.
Well, I think part of it with Yainer though too is keeping the long term in view. It's that his ceiling and his upside as a batter is potentially higher than Caratini's. You know, Caratini has had a best couple of years he's had offensively since he's been with Houston. But he's a career 700, 690 OPS type of guy, where it feels like Yainer has the potential to be more than that. And you have to balance that out. I mean, while Caratini is swinging such a hot bat, it doesn't have to be that much decision-making put into it. But I don't think you can abandon the development of Yainer Diaz along the way.
Seth, we got confirmation that the Texans, I think we already knew this, but we actually got to hear D'Amico Ryans speak to it yesterday after practice at OTAs. The Texans are going to visit the Lions for a joint practice, and they're going to host the Panthers here. We knew about the Panthers. I think we had heard about the Lions, but we got official confirmation that they're going to do joint practices with two teams going into this season. Here was D'Amico Ryans talking about that yesterday.
Yeah, we'll be doing joint practices with the Panthers and with the Lions this training camp. So we'll do one day with both teams. Excited to work against those teams. You get different defensive looks from both teams, different offensive looks. You get to do it in a competitive environment where you're not live on the quarterbacks. So it's a safe, really good work for our starters against other teams. And so I'm excited to go against the Panthers, excited to go against the Lions. Two head coaches who I respect a lot. Dave has done a great job there. So I'm excited to see him. I think they're on the rise. They've done a really good job with what he's had so far. So I'm excited to see that team come in. And we know what the Lions are about. Coach Campbell and his energy, his spirit as a head coach is just second to none. So I'm excited to work with both guys. I think we can gain a lot out of both practices.
Seth, I'm assuming we're both here for joint practices, Seth.
Yeah, I love joint practices. I wish the Detroit one was in Houston just because Aleem McNeil, the defensive tackle for the Lions, is very, very good, and he's going to test that interior offensive line. Then obviously Aiden Hutchinson, who knows how much we'll actually see of him in the preseason. But if he is out there, Aiden Hutchinson versus Blake Fisher and Ariante Ursary, that'd be a fun one to watch.
Yeah,
but I don't think we're going to see that one.
Yeah, 100%. I would like to get them here as well, but just the fact that they're getting that kind of work in against that quality of an opponent, of course, there's still and this is not going to be an effect here in the joint practices, but still a sour taste in the mouth of losing to them last year, but definitely some good work for them to get in. Also in headlines, the Oklahoma City Thunder advanced to the NBA Finals. It was a boat racing in Oklahoma City last night, 124-94 over the Minnesota Timberwolves. Should be an interesting finals. We'll see what kind of draw it is because it's likely going to be Oklahoma City and the Indiana Pacers. But we'll see. We got that game tonight. We'll see how that actually shakes out for the NBA Finals. But coming up next, Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast here on Payne and Pendergast, and we're rolling along. C.J. Stroud didn't throw at OTAs yesterday. We'll tell you why, and that's next on Sports Radio 610.
How does Coach D'Amico play? KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All eyes were on the Texans' offensive line. All eyes were on the Texans' offensive line yesterday at OTAs at the first practice. But a few of us had eyes on the quarterback, Seth, and Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast, by the way. And I should mention that you can get a hold of us at 713-572-4610. That is the way to text the show. And, of course, the Mo Karam Injury Law YouTube and Twitch stream. You can watch us there as well, in addition to the Odyssey app. But yesterday, all eyes were on the offensive line. I could not help but notice, and most of us did notice, that C.J. Stroud did not throw as part of team activities. He did throw a little bit onto the side and did some of his side workouts, but didn't have a helmet on. Davis Mills and others did a lot of the fishing today, and honestly said these are not like heavy, intense workouts or anything like that. But C.J. Stroud still, albeit on some kind of pitch count and being managed very specifically yesterday. I know a lot of people online are at least a little bit worried about this. I wouldn't be worried about this in late May, the first day of OTAs, but it was noteworthy that C.J. Stroud did not throw at the first day of OTAs yesterday.
It was noteworthy for a lot of reasons. One, I mean, he cited injuries at least as a partial explanation for some of the issues that he had at the end of last year. And the vast majority of times that veterans miss time in OTAs, it ends up being no big deal. But sometimes it does end up being a big deal. And like CJ not being out there was a bit of a letdown for me. Hey, great, Davis Mills got to go with the ones and the twos. Hey, Keaton Slovis was out there getting reps. Graham Mertz didn't practice because he's still recovering from his surgery, apparently. But this is a brand new offense. You want as much time with the receivers as possible. You've got 2 draft pick wide receivers. You've got Christian Kirk, who's new to the team. And every opportunity that they have for CJ to get out there and actually run this new offense, it matters. It's not going to be the specific thing that loses you a game in September or October or whatever necessarily, but it is one of those things that you just you just want to get on this process and install the offense as many times as possible. So I was let down, but it's a huge deal. But on the inside, I'm freaking out a little bit.
Yeah, well, the part that I can't ignore, Seth, is just that if he was 100%, and look, 100% means nothing at this time of year, right? It's not like he's got to go play a football game on Sunday. But you can't help but think that if he was 100%, he would have been out there fully participating, right? Like if he was in a position to do so, and that if it was – because I'm not criticizing for how they're managing him. Like if he needs to be managed specifically, then by all means go right ahead and do it. Make sure that you manage the franchise quarterback properly and don't rush him out there, have him out there just for the sake of it. But at the same time, you feel like, hey, if he was 100%, he would be doing 100% of the things.
Okay, so there's something that's perfect logic. That's perfect logic. There's no pads. It's not a competitive drill. The quarterback's in no danger whatsoever. If he were 100% healthy, he 100% would have been out there. I think that's a fair assumption to make. So at what point, when do I need to be really starting to panic a little bit about, hey, why are they going all Astros on this and not telling us a single thing about what's wrong with C.J. Stroud? Would we say if he doesn't practice by the end of next week's OTAs, all right, this is clearly more than just he felt a little twinge or something.
Yeah, see, and I don't know I don't know when, and I don't know if we can put a timeline on it again. Like, if they're not playing football yet, it's really no need to be overly concerned. But at the same time, like, it really just the issue at hand for me, Seth, more than anything. Like, even if this is not something to be overly concerned about, even if C.J. Stroud is going to be fine week 1, you don't necessarily have to overreact, but you can't lose sight of the importance of the moment and what this actually represents, right? Like, all eyes, and I opened the segment by mentioning, all eyes were on the offensive line for good reason. It's because the offensive line was bad last year. It's because they're remaking the offensive line, and it needs to be better this year. It's what kept the offense from being a legitimately good one this past season. And it's not just a performance thing. It's not just a, hey, we're not good because of this thing, but it's also a, hey, if this isn't good, this is what it can do to our young quarterback, right? Like if we don't have an offensive line that we can rely on, if we don't have an offensive line that can perform, specifically one that can protect, C.J. Stroud's going to be running for his life. We're going to be picking C.J. Stroud up off of his ass routinely the way that they were last year. And this is the ramification of that. A banged-up C.J. Stroud, an injured C.J. Stroud. Now I have to tell you, Seth, that somebody that played in the league, that injuries are a part of the game. That's just something that's going to be a part of it. We're not going to be like running away from the idea of injury because that comes with it. But the reasons why the injuries might happen and what you expose your quarterback to, the risk analysis that you take in building your offensive line and what your offensive line looks like and how seriously you take it, all of those things on our part by talking about the offensive line, it matters because the quarterback is over there in a light workout with his helmet off, not throwing at the first practice of the offseason.
Yeah, all of that, it's all cumulative. And the memories of David Carr just getting beaten and battered in his first couple of years and permanently damaging the clock in his head, potentially, theoretically. Everybody remembers that. This is what I always try to remember. If I try to just blow off a casual report about a quarterback in the offseason, it was Matt Stafford in 2022, I think, when he was coming off of elbow surgery, and they kept insisting it was no big deal, no big deal, no big deal, all during training camp, even though he didn't look quite right, and ended up really not being classic Matt Stafford that year. You can't. It's like a pitcher having elbow discomfort. You're like, okay, well, all right, sometimes this ends up being really bad. That CJ, whatever his issues are right now, are, yes, a clear and direct result of all the punishment he was taking last year. They need to be careful with him, but I don't like this. I blew it off yesterday. I kind of put my finger in the air and read the room, and I was like, nobody else seems to be freaking out about this. I'm freaking out a tiny little bit on the inside about it until I actually see him out there with a brand new offensive coordinator, with a bunch of brand new offensive linemen, with 3 brand new wide receivers. Three, all of whom Texans fans are, and I'd like to see him get some time with those guys. I like that CJ's laying off social media and everything this year compared to last year, and yet I'm kind of jonesing for some video of off-season CJ Stroud to all the other receivers, those types of workouts that we saw all the time last year. Oh, look at that. Diggs is at UCLA working out with CJ Stroud already. That's awesome. I don't mind a little bit of that in my life. You don't have to go completely dark unless CJ just hasn't been able to throw the football for any of these private sessions.
Man, I hate to even state the obvious of how much a banged up or less than 100% CJ Stroud, especially just going into the season, not to mention whatever happens during the season, right? How much that could derail whatever hopes and dreams and aspirations that the Texans and Texans fans might have for them this season. Like, they got a lot of question marks. I don't feel like they've done enough this offseason to put them in a conversation with the Chiefs and the Ravens and the Bills and the true halves of the AFC. Not that they're a have-not, but they're still, it feels like a tier below until they prove it. There is none of that if C.J. Stroud is not the C.J. Stroud that you're accustomed to or the one that we thought we were growing accustomed to after his rookie year. Like, it is not necessarily a big thing yet, but it's not a small thing either. Let me ask you this. Let's see if we can hear from D'Amico Ryans on how players are being managed differently and how they're on their own pitch count. Well, any of our concerns at all.
For all the guys you see here, guys, there'll be guys on different schedules, different routines. So you'll see some guys out, some guys won't be out there, some guys will be, some guys will be on different snap count, different pitch count. So there's nothing going on right now within our guys. Everybody's just on their own schedule.
I'm not
look,
buying it with the quarterback.
Come on, man.
Joe Flacco's out there taking reps in OTAs. He's 87 years old. I'm not buying it.
No.
D'Amico has really grown into the role of head coach and given the coach speak. And
he's a politician now, man. D'Amico is a politician now.
He used to hesitate a little bit before he'd say, like, there's nothing going on with any of these guys. Like, clearly, all right, there's always something going on with one. Some of the guys that weren't out there at practice yesterday were definitively not out there because of injuries or surgeries that they're recovering from. So there's a little something going on with that. There's everybody. Every OTA absence has a story, Brendan. And sometimes it's the guys just don't want to be there. The veteran players just decide not to go because they're voluntary. But the guys who are out there on the field watching practice, paying attention and everything, but not practicing, when you're a quarterback and that's the one position on the team where you have almost no danger whatsoever of being out there in OTAs. I feel like there's a little something to it. And now maybe it is as simple as whatever his shoulder issue was, that they just want to be really careful easing him back into full-time action. That would be the best. His shoulder recovered, felt better. It's felt better for a couple of months now. But just like a pitcher has to ease his way in to and stretch himself out to being, capable of 90 pitches, they're just going to really ease him into it. Same approach they took with Ronel Blanco this year, Brandon. And look at how well that worked out. Hey, Blanco, we think you work out too much in the offseason, okay? We're gonna go ahead and tell you not to work out, not to play Winter League. Take it easy all offseason, and then you can suck for the first 2 months, finally get it together, and then get injured. Yeah.
One of my favorite parts of when coaches, and even players sometimes, but like a coach or a GM, some executive gets up there and sounds like a politician is when they make something sound really good, even in the midst of contradicting themselves in that very statement. Like they'll say a contradictory sort of thing, but they'll say it with such conviction or in such a way where you're like, oh, all right, okay, well, I'll go with that. But in this case, where D'Amico is saying, hey, there's nothing going on with our guys. Everyone is just being managed differently or specifically. Well, every guy is managed in a specific and different way because of what is going on with them, like to the point that you're making right now. Like that, like that's the reason why he's on his own plan and is not on like just some kind of like regular boilerplate team plan. It's because he's on his own plan because he's got his own thing going on. So something is in fact going on with him. Otherwise, your own plan. Right.
That answer was a question to a question specifically about C.J. Stroud. The question basically was like, hey, C.J. Stroud wasn't out there. What's up with that? Well, he was out there, but he wasn't practicing with the group activities. I know rationally I shouldn't be twisted up about this at all, but I'm a worrywart. And then including now that D'Amico has mastered coach speak, we heard nothing but very optimistic assessments of Christian Harris last year at various times. Like, no, Christian will be fine. Yep, no big deal. No, well, yeah, sure. No, it turns out he's on IR or PUP, however he started the season. But yeah, he's moving along. That makes it harder. That's where I can see why I don't get as agitated about the Astros withholding information, almost because now that they've become so consistent in withholding information, it's almost like they're not withholding information at all. You can read into, elbow discomfort or elbow inflammation. I know that's a Tommy John. So with the Texans, I'm still trying to figure it out. Where they're very withholding of information, but I haven't quite figured out the way they've done it. So without any guide rails for me, I don't know what to think about C.J. Stroud.
Okay, so I'm not worried about C.J. Stroud yet. But it does make me go back to the offensive line and look at the whole makeup of it. And I just got to ask the question because this is going to be important. It's important now. It's going to be important when we get to the season. I want to get your thought on Laken Tomlinson at left guard and Titus Howard at right guard. Is that a good enough answer to the question? Is that a good enough answer to the Texans having some of the worst guard play in football? And we all watched it last year. This is objectively true. are those two guys at those positions, right? Like going from Kenyon Green and Shaq Mason to Laken Tomlinson and Titus Howard at guard at two of their weakest positions. Is that a good enough answer to having some of the worst guard play in football last year?
Yeah, it's good enough in terms of can you be a functional offensive line? Yes. And I would say the talent level of the guys they had playing on the offensive line last year wasn't as bad as the product on the field was. There really was so much about the fundamental errors they were making at times, which a lot of times when you see guys' technique regress, it's because they're either confused in the system or the right things aren't being emphasized. Because some of the flat-out basic O-line technique last year was really, really bad at points, like high school bad. And not just high school as in any average, like a bad high school player. And usually when guys who have previously been more technically sound in their career have issues with that, it's because they don't know what the hell's going on and what the hell the actual game plan is from week to week. So just by simply having better coaching and a better scheme, the entire offensive line can play better. So yeah, guard and Titus Howard at right guard, that could be part of a functional offensive line. It's not my dream scenario, but there's just so many offensive lines every year that overperform compared to their pay grade or their draft status or whatever else, just because they work cohesively as a unit. You know, the Lions have some super stud offensive linemen, but they've also had some journeyman type guys on that offensive line, but they play really well as a group and they get the most out of their players. So yeah, it's enough. It's not my dream scenario, but it's certainly enough as long as Nick Caley and Cole Popovich are actually good at their jobs.
One of the things that got a lot of buzz on social media, and I was there yesterday for the first practice of OTAs, posting some videos and what I could to the Sports Radio 610 social media, and it was the video that we posted of Texans wide receivers, the Texans wide receiver group, and of course the best player of that group was involved and is somebody that everybody feels, I think, really good about, and Nico Collins, and he talked after practice and all of that. But really the group overall, got to see them do some drills, and I feel like that's a group that we're largely, if not excited, at least optimistic about, even if we're unsure. And it's because, I think in large part because of the rookies that they drafted, the Iowa State guys that they drafted, but also Christian Kirk out there. So it was good to see not only the rookies, but them out there with Christian Kirk and sort of an idea of what it might look like with Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel, and as a complete unit. Now, again, we would like to see C.J. Stroud be a little bit more involved, and if he can't, then he can't. It is what it is. But at the same time, the wide receiver group was one that I feel like a lot of people were excited to watch get together yesterday.
The one thing I keep seeing people say about Jaden Higgins is that you don't appreciate just how big he is until you see him in person. And he's, that's, I suppose, a little bit like Nico was, it seemed like Nico was skinnier his rookie year. That I remember with Nico, even though he's a big framed guy, he still looked like a little, weirdly like a thick beanpole. Yeah. Like a beanpole plus or something.
He kind of looks like a basketball player. He's kind of built like a basketball player.
He's added some good adult weight, and body mass since then. With Jaden Higgins, I think you can see in his athleticism and kind of the crispness with which he moves for a big guy, that's really where the potential is. Because like every college kid, he's got to really refine his route running and understand all the different tricks of the trade that the NFL defensive backs have. But you can see just in his basic movements that, all right, it's not your average big dude. He's way crisper and can move with urgency, like in the short areas, better than I expected.
Yeah, I like what you said earlier this week, Seth, when the conversation came up about wide receiver 2. It might have been Ben Solak or somebody that had a piece out there about wide receiver 2 being a question mark for the Texans. It was
one of the biggest questions in the league, and 2 for the Texans.
Yeah, and look, that's fine if he wants to ask that question. I come from it like just at a different angle of I don't know who wide receiver 2 necessarily is supposed to be, but I do all of a sudden after between the signings that they made or the trades and signings that they made in the offseason, and then, of course, the picks that we just mentioned, I do like the depth. And when we talk about competition, that's legitimate in this wide receiver room. Like, I like the depth and competition at that position. I kind of just said flippantly that I just think that Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel will be guys that should be able to contribute to this offense right away. Like, whatever rookie learning curve that there is, you'll accept it with the idea that those are guys that can contribute right away just based on their physical attributes alone. But also Christian Kirk, and you mentioned this as well, kind of an unheralded, less talked about type of move that I think is going to be really critical for this offense. Like, as side-eye as I am given the Texans offensive line, I am really bullish on what this receiving core can look like as a whole if they can just piece everything else together between the coordinator, the play calling, the terminology, the offensive line, and all of that. Well, just that group by itself, isolated in a vacuum, I feel pretty good about.
Well, think about this is why I hate the concept of wide receiver too, because it's way more about fantasy sports than it is like how it actually works. Because in any given NFL week, you want your wide receiver to be whoever can attack the weaknesses of the defense. And when you go through the playoffs, that's not always going to be, you go up against a secondary that's a really good secondary in the playoffs, then your wide receiver 1 and wide receiver 2 are not necessarily going to have the best production. That's where you want your tight end to be your wide receiver 2. You look at the Lions, for instance, and when versus the Texans, Sam Laporta might have led the team in receiving that day. I can't remember. But look, sometimes your best wide receiver 2 is your tight end. Sometimes your best wide receiver 2 in any given game is your running back. And I would much rather have a team with a guy like Nico Collins, yes, but then multiple options, and then your wide receiver 2 is a game plan by game plan thing. And especially when you're talking about the slot dynamic, because if Jalen Noel comes along, then all of a sudden you've got two smaller, speedier dudes in Christian Kirk and Jalen Noel that might be your wide receiver 1 and wide receiver 2 if the teams decide to take Nico Collins out of it. I think that right now, you asked me earlier, all right, how do I feel about some of these offensive linemen being part of the final answer? I don't feel nearly as good about the offensive linemen as I do about the wide receivers. I feel about with between both of those rookies and Christian Kirk and whether he stays healthy or not, and then obviously Nico Collins, I feel pretty good that they're gonna settle into something they feel good about. I mean, the biggest X factor might be Dalton Schultz, and what does he look like this year?
Yeah, and to be clear, like even with the offensive line for me, Seth, like I don't want to pretend like I'm more optimistic. Clearly, we're all kind of looking at it like, what's going on around here? But I do want to point out, since we're talking about it, that I feel like it can work. Like, I don't feel like just because it's a bunch of, I don't want to call them but just kind of also-rans or jags, if you will, along the offensive line, that it doesn't mean it can work. And this is from, honestly, talking to you about this for a lot over the years. It's not like you don't need an all-pro offensive lineman. It's not like you need your offensive lineman to be as good or as talented as, say, Laramie Tunsil or Trent Williams, or just name whoever your favorite offensive lineman is. You just need them to play on a string, and they can't be bad. Like being terrible is out of the question. Being great is not necessarily a requirement. They all just have to be good enough and play well enough together for it to work. And so from that standpoint, I am giving it a chance. Like, this whole put the best 5 out there thing is something that can work, even if it's something that I don't feel great about, if that makes sense.
Right. No, I think the Bucs last year were a good example of an offensive line that played really well without necessarily having, obviously they have Tristan Wirfs, but without being loaded with a whole bunch of high-priced free agents or first-round picks. They played well as a group, and there's usually every year a couple of the better offensive lines don't necessarily have more than 1 or 2 super studs on them. They're just well-coached groups. I mean, the Ravens were performed the most compared to the guys they had. But that's almost a unicorn because you've got Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry making that offensive line look as good as possible. Just that two-headed monster in the backfield there makes things easier on an offensive line because the defense is already so uneasy about whether it's run, whether it's pass. Am I keying on the quarterback? Am I keying on the running back? And the Texans don't have that same running dynamic, obviously, with C.J. Stroud. But, it's the cohesiveness and the coaching matters so much more than any one of the individual named parts. You look at, Laramie Tunsil was one of the best offensive, at least pass protectors in the league last year, and it didn't do a whole bunch having that one stud there.
Yeah,
that doesn't mean that there's no place for really good pass protectors. There's way more to it than just one or two big names.
So Will Anderson talked after practice. Will Anderson Jr. talked after practice yesterday. Man, look, every time this dude talks, Seth, I want to run through a wall. And you guys can see if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, I'm not a lick over 175 pounds. I have no business running through nobody's wall. But this dude makes me want to do that. Like, just the energy, the passion. You can really see it with Will Anderson Jr. And he talked yesterday about some of the things that he wants to get better at, some of the things he wants to improve at. And this is where I'm at with Will Anderson. I want to hear your thoughts about this, Seth, after we play this audio. But Will Anderson was somebody going into his second year who I thought needed to develop a little bit arsenal. He needed a little bit more than just his bull rush and some of his, like the speed rush, bull rush. Like, he just needed more moves, more counters. I felt like he did that in year two, and year two became much more about just doing what he already does a lot better, becoming more refined, becoming more precise. And he talked about exactly that thing. You as somebody who played defensive line, Seth, I'd love to hear what you thought about hearing from Will Anderson yesterday. But here was Will Anderson Jr. talking about going into his third NFL season.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. He's coming out here. I was all fired up and everything like that. And, D'Amico pulled me to the side and was like, now it's just fine-tuning those little things in your game, like how precise can you be, how good can you be at taking the next step. And for me, it's just when I'm on a block, using my hands better, getting off blocks, my escape, when I'm rushing the passer, am I reaching with precision on the quarterback? Can I get some strip sacks, stuff like that? So, those are the things I want to work on this offseason, this time doing OTAs and really just getting precise at those things and taking my game to the next level.
Yeah, with Will, there's different types of pass rushers. And a guy like Will Anderson is kind of like a pitcher who has 6 pitches. He's just got a huge arsenal, and he can ghost move, he can Euro step, he can spin move, all these other things. With Will, and Will has said this himself, Will doesn't need to be the type of guy that has a huge arsenal of moves. He just needs to get really, really refined at what he's already doing. And sometimes transitioning from the first part of his rush into hitting his second move, using his hands, because he's not always automatic just yet. And with him, I would look at him as a pitcher who's got a fastball and a slider. It doesn't have to. It just has to be really, really good at what you do with your core and just keep getting better at it. J.J. Watt didn't have a huge arsenal of moves. He was just really, really slick, and those movements were so grooved in, and he was so powerful with it that was enough for him. With Will, some of the stuff with his hands. And when he was in college, when he would rush against guards, like when he'd be slanting inside, he was lethal with his hands, and he was really quick with them. He looked like a kung fu fighter. It's a big adjustment, or a bigger adjustment than it might seem, to do all that stuff as an outside edge pass rusher, which he never really did in college. And it's just really a matter of getting that same groove to where it's just automatic. Like a martial arts movie where just the guy is just a flurry of hands and he's not even thinking about it. He got a lot closer to it last year. He just has to keep working at it, and I don't think anybody doubts whether or not he's going to keep working at it.
Yeah, man, I just appreciated hearing from Will. Obviously, the passion, like I mentioned earlier, but also the specificity that he's willing to use in terms of, hey, what it is that I'm working on and what my goals are, and how it is that I plan to get better. And it is interesting when you're talking about pass rushing and to hear pass rushers talk about pass rushing, the things that they want to be better at, and something like just hand precision. Like, we talk a lot about using your hands, but with Will talk ice and how that will help them finish plays. Like, he talks a lot about leaving a lot of meat on the bone, to kind of paraphrase and for lack of a better term there, plays that weren't finished that could have been finished if they were more precise in ways like this. This was more Will Anderson talking about his goals going into year 3.
Yeah, doing this, like the phase 1, phase 2, Coach Rod, I think he's been doing an excellent job. Like, we do these things called pro grows, and that's when we go back and look at all the tape from last year. And he did a really good job of putting together a really good presentation for each and one of us. And for me, mine was just reaching with precision. So after practice or during practice when I'm not in, we're getting on the dummies, we're reaching, we're going through bags, bending the corner, reaching with precision, stuff like that, and just making sure it's just muscle memory. So when you get on Sunday, you're just doing it.
Yeah, those ones, when you talk about reaching in and having the precision with it, those are the ones that have got to be the most frustrating for edge rushers specifically, because it's such an easy sack when you call it, and it's a strip sack. That's the gold standard, man. You just increased your team's chances of winning by an extreme degree when you have one strip sack in a game, and that is one of the things that I like to work on it. It almost feels like there's sometimes with defensive linemen where you feel like, am I actually working hard enough? And like, yeah, this is you working on the precision of just poking the ball out where it just becomes automatic. That could end up being the difference with 3 extra sacks in a given year, and that which might also mean 3 extra wins because it's a strip sack. There's a good chance they run it a touchdown. You've got good field position because it's so deep in the backfield. The chance of recovery is really good. That those little finer things, it's a lot different than what they were talking about last year. Last year, a lot of it was the pure basics of rushing the passer, which again, Will Anderson was not. He was behind developmentally compared to a guy like, say, Nick Bosa. Nick Bosa had been training to be an edge-rushing defensive end since he was in high school. Will was an off-ball linebacker, but also played on the line of scrimmage, and when he played on the line of scrimmage, it was more of a read-and-react type of situation. It wasn't just lining up wide and hitting it as a pass rusher. So he's 4 or 5 years behind somebody like Nick Bosa when he came into the league. And he had to get some of the basics hemmed down in those first 2 years. And now it's cool because he's kind of getting into that refinement mode where you might see a really big leap from him this year in some of the finer aspects of it.
One more on Will Anderson Jr. This was Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans on what Anderson needs to do to reach the quote-unquote next level.
What Will has to do to continue to step his game up and take it to another level is just really, again, football is just about the fine, smaller details. So it's about, the get-off, the hand placement as a rusher, being able to convert on his – there's so many technical things that he can get better at as a rusher that would allow him to take his game to the next level.
Needless to say, I am excited about the defense, and I think this is going to be a big Will Anderson Jr. year.
I think it'll be a big Will Anderson Jr. year, and part of that it's going to be like because of Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, like they were last year. But that's the side. The thing that I feel most confident about with the defense is that they're going to make a lot of plays behind the line of scrimmage, and they're probably going to create a lot more turnovers again, or a lot of turnovers again, just because of their style of play and the types of athletes they have. The biggest thing by far is they just got to eliminate some of these big chunk plays that they let up. Where they, you look at the EPA per play, the expected points added per play, the Texans were top 5 defensively in that. But what doesn't really tell the whole story is that, the problem is the Texans on any given play defensively, on average they were playing really, really well. But then they'd have a bad play where they allow a 35-yard touchdown reception. They allow a bad play where there's 3 missed tackles and it's a 40-yard run. Like, their big play statistics were not nearly as good as almost every other defensive statistic. The upside of that and the promising part of it is that part of the reason for it last year was that they had 2 rookies playing in your backfield. 2 of your 4 starting defensive backs were rookies for much of the year, and that part it should improve. I trust that Kalen Bullock and Kamari Lassiter are going to continue to make improvements in their second year.
He is Seth Payne. I am Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast. And speaking of elite Texans pass rushers, what does J.J. Watt think about how the Texans are handling contract extensions? We'll have that for you next on Sports Radio 610.
It's that time of year. You're going to be outside. You're going to be
flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast, rolling along here with Seth Payne. And Seth, we got some insight, or at least J.J. Watt's opinion on how the Texans are currently dealing with contracts. And I'll just say this, it is really cool to be in a space with J.J. Watt and with, I was there yesterday with for the Texans practice, and there's all these, some of your former teammates, a lot of guys that have been around or had been around before, and to see how so many are like now in good standing, or I should say how the team is in such good standing with them. It's been that way for a couple of years now since D'Amico got back, but now that's just kind of the normal thing now. And, you think about how things ended with J.J. Watt and where they were then to where they are now. It's just a perfect kind of like circling of the wagons, if you will. But J.J. Watt was talking about, was this on with Pat McAfee?
Yeah, he was in studio with Pat McAfee yesterday.
Yeah, so in studio talking about how it's better for teams to take the approach that the Texans have clearly taken, and that's paying their guys that they're sure about anyway, paying their guys early. Here was J.J. Watt on that.
You're sending a message to the locker room. If you handle your business, if you do your job, we will take care of you. I look at the Texans with Nico Collins. His deal right now looks like one of the best deals in football because they took care of him early. He played well. They saw what he was doing. They took care of him early. Now they take care of Derek Stingley early. Next year they're going to have to worry about C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson. Yep. They'll take care of them. It's just one of those things where if you show the locker room, do things the right way, we'll pay you, all of a sudden your culture handles itself. Yep. Because nobody in the locker room's in a corner talking about, I wonder if they're going to pay him. Are they not going to pay him? Everybody's just like, oh, wow, this place treats us good. We should treat them good in return.
Yeah, I feel like, though, Seth, this is twofold. JJ's making a good point here but I don't feel like it's good business. You can just tell me if you think I'm wrong here, but I feel like it's good for both parties. Good for the locker room, good for the individual players to get the bird in hand, but also just good business to get ahead of what you can anticipate is going to be a contract situation at some point, whether you kick the can down the road or get it done early and not procrastinate with it.
Yeah, and I think as JJ was talking about that, and I was thinking about Nico Collins, and obviously the big X factor is his injuries, and he tends to miss time every season. Can you get that hemmed up? And then it's 100% the best deal, or a great deal. But I think that's not something the Texans aren't aware of. I think that when you look at the extensions that they've made, by and large, they're guys that you feel really good about, like continuing to improve or keep their same level of play if they can stay healthy. There's no giving Albert Haynesworth a boatload of money after one good year. There's no concern, if they give Will Anderson extension at the end of this year, there's no concern that Will Anderson all of a sudden is going to get complacent. There's zero concern that Derek Stingley is going to be complacent. Nico Collins not going to be complacent. That's the one big X factor in all of it. I could see the Texans get into a situation at some point in the future where maybe a guy is really performing, but he doesn't just quite fit the culture necessarily, and that at some point along the way, they would not extend that guy as a rookie after his third year. It might get a little contentious. It feels like with the, whoever that guy in the future might be. So this was all, they were discussing the Bengals and how they're handling Trey Hendrickson. And with Trey Hendrickson, that's a classic example of, the Bengals said they were going to take care of Trey Hendrickson. Then Trey Hendrickson goes way off, leads the league in sacks. And now their definitions of taking care of Trey Hendrickson don't jive necessarily. If you'd gotten ahead of that, you'd have Trey Hendrickson on a new deal already from last year, and everything would have been fine. That's one scenario. It's not going to work out like that all the time. But I think that Casario's doing it in a measured enough of a way and with shorter-term contracts that it's kind of like the Yordan Alvarez extension. You end up, injuries might be an issue, but man, when the guy produces, you're getting so much production for so much less money than other guys around the league who really waited and maximized their value.
Yeah, and part of this that I feel like goes without saying is like the front end of being well run. Like this part of being a well run organization is taking care of your players early, getting ahead of the contracts, getting ahead of the books and all of that sort of thing. The front end of that, though, is drafting well. Like, I don't want to overlook that part. Like, part of the reason why you pay guys is because you've done a good enough job of drafting, identifying, drafting, and developing guys. And that's something that I feel like the Texans deserve a lot of credit for. Not just, but also identifying on the front end guys that are hopefully in the long run going to be worth. Like, Kenyon Green is more of the exception than the rule, right? They've got more guys than they don't that you want to keep around, that they are developing. It's the reason why, you know, they're an exciting young team. A lot of the excitement with the Texans doesn't have as much to do about what they brought in the offseason as much as what they were bringing back and what they've been developing over the last 2 or 3 seasons or so.
Oh, you know what else JJ said, Brandon, yesterday that was kind of an unceremonial end to a regrettable period in our lives? He definitively said, "I'm retired." Oh. No chance whatsoever. He's not. There's not a single part of him that's hinting at or possibly suggesting that he might come back and play, which he had said before that last season. He said this will be the last year that I'm going to be in this kind of shape. So he's officially done. There will be no more conversation about whether J.J. Watt is coming back to the Texans or any other team.
Yeah, and we knew that. I mean, he said he was squatting 455 in a public gym the other day.
He either said 405 or 455. Whatever it was way more than a retired football player should be doing.
Hey, that is an insane amount. I do wonder if, like, he was just saying that, hey, I'm not going to be working out like this and training like this forever. If you need me, go ahead and call me now. I do wonder if he was just lying about that. Like, maybe he is just going to train maniacally whether he's coming back or not. And in that case, screw you, JJ, for dangling that in our faces last year and making
squatting 405 or 455 isn't actually that's not evidence of a maniacal workout. He said he just did a few reps of it just for maintenance. So that's not so much weight that it sounds like, oh, he's trying to stay in peak form. He would be, if you were trying to stay in peak form, he'd be pushing a lot harder than that.
But
he's in a public gym.
Yeah, I will say though, like, when I saw him so we're talking about a year ago almost to the date at his charity softball classic that he had last year, when he kind of gave that quote of, hey, I'm kind of still around and still thinking. I even thought at that time that JJ looked great, like obviously going to be in great shape, looked to be in outstanding shape, but he didn't necessarily look like football kind of big, like football JJ. I remember the first time I saw JJ Watt, and his shoulders looked like the width of almost this table that I'm sitting at. And he just kind of looked like a larger dude who was in shape, as opposed to like this menacing all-time pass rusher per se that he looked like in his heyday.
He doesn't have a Danielle Hunter type of physique.
No,
he's a big, wide dude.
That's a great comparison because Danielle Hunter was there, right? Like, and so I could compare them directly to each other. Danielle Hunter was going to burst through the softball jersey that they had him wearing. Like, there was no softball jersey that could contain what he had going on. And J.J. Watt clearly didn't seem like he was working out to that level. So maybe it's cool that we can kind of finally put that part to bed.
Because J.J., the last time I talked to him in the middle of I can't remember when I saw him in person, but he pointed out he was only 5 pounds lighter than his playing weight, even though he did look a lot slimmer. I think there's 2 things there. One is if you're not training your neck, you're going to look a lot younger. And that's the exercise. You know, JJ's still squatting heavy. He'll figure that out in a couple years. You go through this phase where you're like, because you can, you can squat 455 like it's no big deal. At one point, your knees start to object. But I think he was like 5 pounds less, so he wasn't working his neck. I'm guessing that's one of the reasons. And then just if you're not taking creatine, you lose a little bit of the puffiness too. So that 5 pounds that he lost might be simply a scoop of creatine per day. And it's like I always felt like he could get back into his playing weight very, very quickly just by training his neck and taking a scoop of creatine or 2.
I do reflect on it now and just wonder, like, how much of that, like, obviously it's not something that, it doesn't seem like something that they seriously consider. Maybe there were some conversations or some laughs had between former teammates or something to that effect about this possibly happening. But now I look back on it and just wonder how much of it was JJ just looking at the opportunity and wanting to get on a bandwagon that, to be fair, he would have had rights to. Like if J.J. Watt just wanted to hop on the Texans bandwagon, and we remember what it looked like this time last year when they're signing Danielle Hunter and they're trading for Stefon Diggs and they're trading for Joe Mixon and they're doubling up on this whole idea of what the rookie year was for C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson, and it's Super Bowl. We're going to have nearly that same level of excitement about the Texans this year or optimism about them this year as we did last year based on the previous year and the way that they were leveling up. I do wonder now, how much is that just J.J. Watt kind of just looking around and saying, hey, I still don't have that ring. I still haven't won that team accomplishment. This might be my best chance to do it. So let me just kind of throw this out there and get some feelers out, or maybe even just to talk about it, just the idea that I could, be a part of a team like that or a part of a team that could win, because that's the one thing that JJ didn't get to do.
Or he might have just also been like, you know what, I'm tired of this NetJets life. I want my own jet. I'm going to go in. If somebody offers me a Gulfstream, I'll play. Damn it. And that was the whole dynamic of it, where the Texans said, yeah, we'd love to have JJ back. And JJ saying, yeah, I might come back. The part that nobody ever wanted to talk about is like, okay, but for what price?
Yeah.
Because if JJ had just floated it out there that I'm going to play for the veteran minimum for a team that needs a defensive lineman going to the playoffs, he would have had multiple offers. So I do think there was some level of a price tag for him to come back. It wasn't going to be all about ring chasing, I don't think.
I think also J.J. Watt probably wise enough to realize that retired life, especially when you've done as well as J.J. Watt did, probably better than playing football life. Just being honest, post-football life is going to be much kinder to J.J. Watt than the actual career was. So I'm pretty sure he hasn't
he's hanging out with his we have one child or two now.
The second is either on its way or here. So
they're still at a cute age too. Ideally you have kids early in your NFL career or very, very late in your NFL career. If you have an early in your career, usually what will happen is, okay, by the time they're 5 or 6 years old, you're like, oh yeah, I got to get the hell out of the house. When they're in that cute and cuddly stage and you're recently retired, you're like, oh, this is the best. Oh, yeah, this is awesome.
Yeah.
Once they start acting like little sociopaths, that's where things go south.
Oh yeah.
Let's wait until his son is, hits the terrible, that real belligerent stage. Not the terrible twos, but like 4 years old when they start to feel like they're actual people.
Yeah,
that's the challenge.
Yeah, put a pin in that as J.J. Watt's kids age and how J.J. has to reinvent himself to work way around.
Got to get out of the house.
The annoyance of the household. He said, Payne, I am Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast. Let's circle back to the Astros, and with the news that we got yesterday about Ronel Blanco, is it already time to start scouting sellers at the trade deadline? That's next on Sports Radio 610.
Hey, Houston, it's coming up this weekend. The Showdown.
LTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast here with Seth Payne. And Seth, I got to tell you, man, it is way too early in the baseball season for me. Just for me personally, to be scouting around the league, to be scouting around Major League Baseball for who potential trade candidates and trade targets might be for the Astros. Like, I anticipate that they will be among the buyers at the trade deadline. I have no reason to believe that they wouldn't. They're in contention for their division and certainly playing like a team that is either the best team or certainly feels like they could be the best team in their division. So no reason why they wouldn't be buyers. But it's just so early in the season and at a point where I'm just not to even investigate that. Who's available? Who makes sense? Who is this year's version of Yusei Kikuchi for the Houston Astros? But make no mistake about it, man. This is something that we're going to have to be talking about, something that we're going to have to be thinking about, and something that we're going to have to look forward to, because the Astros, even though they won yesterday, and even though Lance McCullers looked really good for the most part in his start yesterday, the news of Ronel Blanco missing the rest of the season with Tommy John surgery, the second starting pitcher to go down with Tommy John this year, and back-to-back years where you've got two starters go down with Tommy John, and that's, oh, by the way, in addition to Spencer Arrigetti's injury, it is very clear now that the Astros, who, by the way, again, the strength of the team is the pitching. The strength of the team is what you've gotten so far from this rotation, and obviously the bullpen has been one of the better ones in baseball. They're going to have to go out there and address this issue at the deadline or ahead of the deadline because they can't afford not to at this point.
Yeah, there was a poll on MLB.com. They polled executives on the top deadline trade targets, and the one that might be a surprise to people is Sandy Alcantara, the pitcher from the Marlins, who currently rocks an 8.42 ERA, but won the Cy Young in 2022, had Tommy John last year. And one of the most harrowing and nerve-wracking ones, because I think people trust that he's going to get back to his old self, but when? And over the course of the next few weeks, maybe that becomes I would be surprised if the Astros shot that high. He makes $17 million a year. He's got a couple years of control left. But that's the guy that's most targeted. Framber Valdez's name came up. There was one vote for Framber Valdez. Out of the 19 votes, Framber got one as the guy to watch for being traded. I don't think unless the Astros fall off a cliff in the next month, I don't think the in-season trade of Framber is going to be a thing.
Yeah, that's the awkward part, is because the in-season trade of Framber actually makes total sense. It makes complete sense, except for the fact that you're trying to win now, right? Like, I don't think anyone believes that Framber's going to be here past free agency or that they're going to work out a deal with him. I'd be surprised if they did, so it would make sense for them to get as much for him as they can, but it also makes plenty of sense to utilize this window, whatever it is, while it's still open. You mentioned Alcantara. Like, I think that's an interesting name, because similar to Lance McCullers, like somebody who, the further away that he gets from injury and the further away that he gets from surgery, he's the guy who still has the swing and miss type of stuff that teams covet, and that is obviously dangerous for a pitcher or for an opposing hitter to face. I would definitely be interested in. It's just a matter of, man, how do the Astros keep doing this? How can they keep sort of pulling this thing off where they go out and not just get somebody that can help, but get a quality guy like that. Like they go and get Kikuchi last year, who's a back-of-the-end rotation guy who turned out to be much better than that for them last year, much better than I think they thought. This would be shooting even higher than that, and I just wonder how many times can they pull this off year to year where they've got, again, a gluttonous amount of pitching, seemingly, but not really, because everybody's injured, everybody's hurt. You know, it is a tough thing to balance and try to figure out.
Well, and it makes it tougher too when you're trying to balance out the roster and everything. Where Victor Caratini is your only lefty, Jordan's going to come back at some point. But if you wanna add a lefty, like it's dicier to bring Jacob Melton up from the minors because of all the various pitchers that you're using options up on, bringing them up and down. That part of it, like I feel like that is going to be addressed or needs to be addressed. There's one thing in the regular season when you face team after team that just decides not to even play their left-handed pitchers. And you can get away with it, and it doesn't necessarily hurt you as much. But when you get into the playoffs, some of those matchups become more extreme, and some of the disadvantages of not having enough lefties in the lineup. And maybe if Victor Caratini doesn't continue on this tear that he's on, right, Jake Elton might end up being the most likely remedy to that. But it also goes hand in hand with getting your pitchers figured out at some point.
Yeah, so let me ask you, how much confidence do you have in their current situation and at least getting them by until we reach the deadline? Like, I feel like it's Ryan Gusto and Colton Gordon, fellas, like this is not just some novelty or just some kind of cute story now. We need y'all, and it's like it's got to work, and it's got to work fast. Like, what's your level of confidence based off of the limited sample size of what you've seen from those guys so far that can kind of get them by and keep the pitching staff being the strength of this team as it has been? Because, again, I don't need to remind anybody, this is not your uncles or your big brothers Astros that used to mash the way that they have in the past. It's one that relies on pitching and really scrappy victories like they got yesterday.
Like, how much can I rely on them with those guys?
Well, I just mean the confidence level. Because Colton Gordon, for example, that's somebody who I feel pretty decent about, but I don't know how long can I thread that needle? You know, like how long can I rely on that to actually be something that is viable? That's what we just don't know. Is Colton Gordon going to end up being like Spencer Arrighetti, or is he going to be more like J.P. France? Yeah. If he ends up being like Spencer Arrighetti, the question would be, what's the likelihood that either Ryan Gusto or Colton Gordon, just one of them, can one of those guys be a guy that you feel really good about? Or just, if that's my fourth starter in the playoffs, we can get by with that. That's what I'm getting at. The Astros have a really good track record of this, but both of those guys are still. You're gonna get nervous when you enter the postseason because it's a whole different scenario. Maybe I'm too cocky on behalf of the Astros, but I just feel like at the very least one of those guys is going to turn into somebody that you feel viable about. Like that you can go 5 or 6 innings, and as long as our bullpen is healthy, we're going to be all right. Yeah. Speaking of Astros cockiness, man, this is just. Yesterday, for me, Seth, was really just a humbling as Astros fan. As Astros fan who is used to having multiple options. Even as you see these guys go down year to year, and we talk about it all the time, like what is the Astros issue here with always having pitchers go down? But again, I mentioned this earlier in the show, man, if you had told me to start the season that by the end of May, you'll get a 12 strikeout game for Lance McCullers. He won't get the win, but the Astros will get the win, and he'll strike out 12. I'm going to assume, they must be in their 6-man rotation. Lance must be their 5th starter because one guy is down. I can even remember earlier in the year, Seth, when Lance was just coming back, the conversation of, hey, is this somebody that you're sticking going to be, and they've been having those conversations about Lance for a long time, ever since he's been getting injured. But like, is he a better option for you in the bullpen? No, not only is he not a better option for you in the bullpen, damn it, he's your third best starter and really kind of like helping you hold on to this thing by a thread, It's just it's a wild place to jump to from, the afternoon show called The Drive calls him, you have called him Luxury Lance for years now. He ain't no luxury no more, man. He's a necessity 100% now, and you feel decent based off of what you've seen from him in the last two starts, and specifically yesterday, feel decent about that. It's just the rest of it that you're trying to piece together and figure out how do you keep that thing together. That's where I tried to remind myself during yesterday's game that, okay, no matter what the end result here is, there's some really, really good stuff going on. 12 strikeouts, obviously. There's some really good stuff going on. But he did allow multiple extra base hits. And that, all right, one way or the other, this easily, if he just doesn't let up a couple of those hits, it looks like a dominating performance. But he also could have easily let up another couple extra base hits, or maybe some of them would have gone for home runs. So he's still in kind of a precarious position, but it's been trending so much in the right direction. And because he does rely so much on movement more so than velocity, or at least he can't rely on velocity the way he used to, I trust that the movement's going to continue to get refined and more consistent. I feel good about it. I'm just going to be nervous all season long about the potential injury. He got that mound visit early in the game yesterday, and were you not thinking like, oh crap, is this an injury thing? Yeah. Is this something? Was this a look he gave the dugout? Or is it just simply a conversation? Turned out it was simply a conversation. But that's not going to leave at any point this season. We're always going to be a little bit uncomfortable with Lance, even if he starts pitching on a Cy Young pace. Yeah, I mean, you got to hold your breath every time. I feel like that's just the natural, even if visceral reaction to a mound visit with Lance, man. I mean, we've just got the history there that I think allows for that. This was from Chandler Rome in The Athletic yesterday, and talking about, of course, the Astros are in a position to where they're going to need help. And he even just, like, straight up says in his lead, like, they're going to look to fortify this at the trade deadline, point blank. I feel like that's the first time. We've heard rumblings of, they're going to be sellers or they're going to be buyers and they're going to be looking at fortifying the rotation. But this was, to me, the most definitive type of statement that I've seen from media on this matter. And maybe even it even goes without saying, given the situation. But he points out that team officials are somewhat optimistic that Christian Javier, Luis Garcia, or J.P. France, not and, but or J.P. France could supply depth after the All-Star break, but all three are recovering from substantial injuries. J.P. France, I know you mentioned him earlier, but that's another one that's just kind of forgotten. Like, I feel like the way to piece this thing together, if you're not going to be a big buyer at the deadline, of the Gusto and Colton Gordon combination, like one of those two guys emerges, and then out of these three guys whose arm is hanging by a thread, Christian Javier, Luis Garcia, or J.P. France, one of those guys can be the fifth guy. And, oh, look, we've duct taped our way back to having a decent rotation. You paint an image of almost this is a team of a few starting pitchers, a bunch of long relievers, and a really good bullpen. I don't want the potential for long relief out of Christian Javier or any of those other guys to supersede the fact that, oh, wait, you do have a really, really good bullpen. And if Spencer Arrighetti's the biggest wild card in all of that. Because if Arrighetti comes back and pitches at his ceiling, or at least like it looks like we get the best version of Spencer Arrighetti, then you got 1, 2, 3 guys that you feel reasonably comfortable with their health status. I'm not going to be worried about them. Lance McCullers is a bonus if he can stay healthy and he continues to build on what he's been building on. Then that leaves a lot of room for exactly how you can use Luis Garcia or Christian Javier or Ryan Gusto or anybody else in a playoff four-man where it's a four-man rotation plus whatever configuration you want to use when you need a fifth guy. Arrighetti being healthy and productive and effective here. And he seems like the one that it should be simplest because it's just a broken bone. The problem is it's a
a broken bone for a throwing athlete, and that's always a lot dicier.
Yeah, man, it's definitely a lot dicier. And then we talked about greed, and you mentioned Jacob Melton earlier. The greedy part of me is just like, okay, if you've got needs at the trade deadline, it sucks that pitching would be one for all of the talent that they have there in that, in that specific space, but everybody is hurt. Like, I'd much rather be looking ahead at the deadline. If I'm going to look way too early at the trade deadline, to be talking way much more about balancing this lineup a lot more with the left-handed bat. Like, and that's what it seems like they could really use. But, part of the reason why that's not the way it's supposed to look is because Yordan Alvarez has missed 20-plus games, and that's supposed to be your left-handed bat. Like, it's a lineup that lacks balance that could use it, and you would like for that to be the thing that your primary trade priority is focused on. But I don't think it can necessarily be that, because they are going to need the pitching help.
I keep saying Spencer Arrighetti has a broken hand when it's a broken thumb.
It's a broken thumb.
But I feel like
the thumb is on the hand.
I know. That's where I'm always torn. I kind of look at, in my brain, I look at if you say, hey, is that a hand? Yeah, you're looking at the palm and all the fingers and everything. I'm just going to keep saying hand. You guys know
the Astros got problems, and we hope that they are going to be proactive in fixing those problems with the rotation.
It's not elbow inflammation.
Yeah, and hey, look, there's that. Have you heard the good news? It's not elbow inflammation.
Yeah.
At least the dude should be back at some point. He said, Payne, I am Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast. And coming up next, I need the Texans to come up with a Joe Mixon plan. I need that desperately. We will talk about it next right here on Sports Radio 610.
The Texans are Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Brandon Scott in for Sean. Having a good time here. Make sure that you get involved with the program. 713-572-4610 is the number to text the show. You can also check us out, on the McCullers Injury Law Firm video stream on YouTube and Twitch as well. And I want to talk about this with you, Seth. Joe Mixon in a walking boot, like that is, I think, one of the takeaways from OTAs yesterday is not just what was on the field and who we saw on the field, but also who wasn't there, why they weren't there, and even in some cases, who was there and what they weren't doing. And one of those things that was real easy for me to focus on was the absence of Joe Mixon and, just having to look at the rest of the running backs that are there and what the options are aside from Joe Mixon when he either needs a breather or he's not available to go. But for me, and here's where I want to take it, this is important, man. This Joe Mixon thing, like I don't feel like the Texans can afford to, and him being in a walking boot, not that they're, like they're mismanaging Joe Mixon right now here at this moment, but I just don't feel like the Texans can afford to run Joe Mixon into the ground. 245 carries last year. Joe Mixon has played 8 seasons, and only in 2 of those seasons has he had fewer than 200 carries. He's a workhorse. He's a do-it-all type of running back, and I can respect and appreciate it, but I don't feel like we can continue to act like he doesn't have the miles on him that he has. And so I say all of that to say I need the Texans to have a Joe Mixon plan, or quite simply a backup running back plan that is better than what it was last year, that is more confident in whoever that guy is than it was, say, last year with Dameon Pierce, whether that's Pierce himself, whether that's the rookie Woody Marks, whether that's British Brooks coming back, whatever that looks like. I need there to be a plan to manage Joe Mixon's workload this season.
I think the obvious and easiest one that would be an overall improvement in the offense is if Woody Marks works out. And it's tempting, especially when you watch Woody Marks highlights, to think, oh, okay, yeah, you get him out there as a receiving threat, this 1-2 combo where Joe Mixon can be your heavy-duty, all-purpose back, but Woody Marks is getting in there, kind of like David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs up in Detroit. That's a great 1-2 punch to have. That's ideal, but you got to remind yourself that, all right, Woody Marks is a 4th-round draft pick. He's a rookie. He's there's all kinds of odds stacked against him being the guy. If that works out, it's kind of easy, I think, to limit Joe Mixon's reps without changing your play calling for the worse. I feel like last year they probably at times thought, man, we're getting up there in Joe Mixon's usage and just how many snaps he's taken, but we don't feel super comfortable that Dameon Pierce should be out there getting 10 to 15 snaps a game to kind of relieve him. You go back in the day, I mean, Maurice Jones-Drew and Fred Taylor were one of the first, dual 1-2 punches where they were both just classically good running backs. That's a luxury. You're not going to get that. I think the other big X factor is just, does Dameon Pierce look a lot better with this offensive coordinator?
Yeah.
Dameon Pierce looked a lot better with Pep Hamilton than he did with Bobby Slowick. And that's not throwing shade at Pep Hamilton. He had a lot of things he was working against with that offense that year. It's just I think that Pep Hamilton knew better how to get the most out of Dameon Pierce. Bobby Slowick was just, it felt like he was constantly trying to fit a square peg into a round hole with Dameon Pierce in that offense.
Yeah, so this is an interesting sort of shift in dynamic here with Dameon Pierce and even with Bobby Slowick. And what I mean by that is, a year ago it was, hey, Dameon Pierce doesn't work in Bobby Slowick's system, but at that time we thought that Bobby Slowick's system was they were going to go with you're going to go with system over player in this case, because based off of how the previous year had gone, the stock was up for Slowick and I would say down for Dameon Pierce. Not that it's up for Pierce, but now that you've gotten rid of that system, now that you've gotten rid of that offensive coordinator, to me, it reopens that door, or at least jars it open a little bit, that window that, hey, maybe Dameon Pierce, the last time that we saw him in a system that wasn't the one that we just got rid of, or with an offensive coordinator that wasn't the one that we just fired, he looked pretty good. So does he look good with the new offensive coordinator, or is there something that we can tap into that is more instinctive for him and more, like you said, isn't trying to fit the square peg into the round hole and utilizes his strengths? Because there's a football player, it seems like we're far enough removed from rookie year Dameon Pierce, and especially since things tailed off at the end of that year for him, both production-wise and with the injury that he had toward the end of the year. But let's not forget how good he was, in the very beginning, and, feel like there's got to be something there that you can tap into with Dameon Pierce with the new system if it's closer to the old one and what his actual strengths are.
Yeah, that was a low-key disappointment for me yesterday, too. As little as OTAs probably really matter, I didn't like seeing C.J. Stroud out there not practicing in 7-on-7 and 11-on-11. I didn't like that at all, just for injury reasons, because I feel like he doesn't have room to be injured at this point.
Yeah.
This is we're sitting here talking about what happens when Joe Mixon goes down, and then out at OTAs yesterday, it was Agumbawale getting all the touches with the ones because you didn't have Dameon Pierce or Joe Mixon. That's how potentially precarious your situation is. That right now, without really knowing what they have in Dameon Pierce, you've got Agumbawale as an all-purpose back that could replace Joe Mixon, but nobody really wants to see that. Woody Marks is very unlikely to be an every down type of running back this early in his career, especially. But it's that looms as a potential menacing issue. People keep asking me about Nick Chubb. Nick Chubb had an ACL 2 years ago.
You could interest me in this, that you can the options beyond Joe Mixon and the importance of managing his workload to the point, man. You can interest me in a Nick Chubb. It's weird to admit, but they need depth. They need depth. They need options, man.
I said since 2022, he's played in 10 total games. And in 2023, he had 28 carries for 170 yards, got injured. And then in 2024, he ends up averaging 3.3 yards per attempt on 102 carries. And that was by far the lowest of his career. And I just don't know what kind of money he's expecting, but I boatload money. Yeah. If the Texans signed Nick Chubb to a deal that was heavily incentive-laden, that could be really interesting. But, for a 30-year-old running back who's had 2 devastating years of injuries, I can't get worked up over it as being anything other than a wild card option.
Yeah, and no way you're paying, at least I'll speak for no way I would pay Nick Chubb anything close to a sticker price for what you would pay Nick Chubb based off of the name. You're not paying him like he's Nick Chubb, right? You're paying him like he's, a diminished, aging, injured running back and who you're hoping you can get the most out of. That would be the only way that you would make it happen or try to make it work. But kind of going back to Woody Marks, for me, Seth, I am as excited as I am about what he could potentially provide to this offense. I don't want to be anywhere close to setting the expectation or even just excitement level, optimism level to anywhere close to where it is with let's say the Iowa State rookie wide receivers, who I think are going to come in and contribute right away and be major pieces to the offense. I like Woody Marks, but I don't want to put that on him. Hey, you're going to be the guy that relieves Joe Mixon, and you're going to be the reason why Joe Mixon doesn't have as heavy of a workload. But it does feel like that is the most viable path, if not Dameon Pierce. This is a big year for Dameon Pierce. All of the things we mentioned, he's got an opportunity getting out out of the system to go back to some of the things that he's good at. It's a contract year, all of those things. So it's a big year for Dameon Pierce, and so that makes sense. But with Woody Marks, I don't feel as comfortable putting the pressure on him to fill that role as I do say those wide receivers filling the same role that because he feels like much more of a specialized, specific kind of player that I think they need, that I think they can benefit from having, but I don't want to view him as, hey, this is the guy that's going to spell Joe Mixon from having to be the 240 carries guy this season.
Right, yeah. So, I mean, Dameon Pierce physically can totally do it, and he's built the right way, and it's just, boy, are we going to – last year in training camp, playing behind a hodgepodge of different offensive linemen, he didn't look all that great in the preseason games. He did some good things in practice, but I was still skeptical about him in practice, partly because he was going – Dameon Pierce was on the ground a lot in practice. Guys would thud him up, and he'd fall down. And that wasn't something that was different. I was not over the moon about this, smaller, lighter, faster version of Dameon Pierce because I'll go back to Jerome Bettis. Okay, would Jerome Bettis have been a better running back if he was 20 pounds lighter? I'm not so sure he would have been. There was something about Jerome Bettis that was just the force equals mass times acceleration, and the mass was a big part of it, where it was just hard to knock him off his track because he was so damn big. I don't like it when guys whose calling card is their power. I'm going to be a completely different type of football player. Yeah. I'm going to be more of a Zuzu pet than just a steamroller. I don't think that's what he is. I think he needs to get whatever his height and weight was. Well, he's not going to change his height. Whatever his body weight was, whatever his eating diet was his rookie year or whatever it might be, just go back to that. All right?
Yeah.
Mess up your diet a little bit.
He's a bowling ball, basically, who tried to become a smaller bowler. Like, don't change what you are. Like, your job is to go, like he knows basically pretty much one cut and go. Like just ram into the defender, and you are going to be just like sort of a force of nature, for lack of a better term, right? Like, it's not. We're not trying to get cute with this Dameon Pierce thing. Like, that was the charm of it all. Like, it didn't seem like he was trying to be cute with it. It seemed like he was trying to run through your face.
And that was where in the preseason when I went back last year and tried to, separate his play from the offensive line play, the one thing that really stuck out was that, you can look great in practice all you want, but when he was going against people who had pads on, he wasn't breaking tackles. And you go into the training camp practices, and they're not tackling, but those Texans defenders, they thud you on the run plays, and he was getting bounced to the ground a lot. And that's the part where you can't ignore that. And there's got to be a different version of Dameon Pierce, no matter what the scheme is, because he's got to be the guy that big days this year. He didn't really have to break many tackles. He did a great job, and he used that speed and everything. But that's in limited usage and a few games throughout the entire season. If he's going to be a guy that gets at some point in relief of Joe Mixon, if he has to run 20 plays in a game, I want the breaking tackles version of Dameon Pierce more so than the speedier, lighter version of him.
Yeah, I don't know what the plan is going to be. I don't know how Dameon Pierce is going to factor into it, but there absolutely has got to be a plan to help load manage Joe Mixon to some degree. All right, a couple of guys that we are pretty familiar with around here, Mike Vrabel and Stefon Diggs. Mike Vrabel, I know y'all seen that video of Stefon Diggs floating around on the boat, with some company, if you will. Well,
three women that seem enthralled with whatever Stefon Diggs is talking about or holding in his hand.
Yes, whatever it is that he's got going on. And Mike Vrabel has been asked about it and has weighed in. We will bring that to you next here on Payne and Pendergast.
What's your ideal retirement weight? We're talking about active football players here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast here with Seth Payne, and this video of Stefon Diggs has made its rounds on the internet over the last couple of days. Stefon Diggs on a boat with Cardi B and others. It looks like they're having a really good time. A lot of action, and you can probably assume that there is some, alcohol involved, perhaps, substances involved. Who knows exactly what is going on this boat? But it looks like a party. It looks like a good time. I think for a number of different reasons, this video has been sort of viral. First of all, you've got the new celebrity couple element of Stefon Diggs and Cardi B. I think that you've also got I think Cardi B comes with this this kind of the internet energy, right? Like I think people want to follow Cardi B's every movement, and a lot of it's got to do with her previous relationship with Offset. Now this is her new boyfriend. This is her new man. Go, girl, you got your new man, Stefon Diggs, and y'all look so cute together. They're stepping out at the Knicks games at the Garden and stuff like that. So like this relationship and all of that. But then with this specific video, you've got not only women around Stefon Diggs, but you've got like what looks like a baggie and a substance and a thing that you don't really want to be filmed having in your hands.
So this is what I missed the first time I watched the video. I was watching on my phone and wasn't paying close enough attention. The first time I saw the video, the headline, there was some kind of clickbait headline of Stefon Diggs flirts with women on boat. I watched the video, and it looks way more like there's three women that are flirting hard at Stefon Diggs. And Stefon Diggs is just kind of sitting up a little higher than both of them on the boat, just kind of having a good time talking or whatever. And I thought, what? It's just three women that are really putting on a full court press on Stefon Diggs here. Then you watch it again, and you see, they might not be all that enthralled with Stefon Diggs' personality. They might be excited by whatever the little pink pills in this baggie he's holding are.
Yeah.
Because it seemed like they were really interested in that bag.
Yeah.
And that's where, and then you couple with it the fact that he's not at OTAs. So this is where Patriots fans are looking at it and thinking, wait a second. All right, you're missing OTAs. You're only 6 months removed from an ACL surgery. We get that you wouldn't be participating. But now you're on a boat with women in a baggie? I don't know, man. That's the part where people are getting a little uneasy about it.
Yeah, it's like...
And most importantly, dumb enough to be filmed with the bills or something.
Yeah, because in this case, it doesn't look like he's just womanizing, which I think most people could excuse and set aside. It looks in this video that Stefon Diggs might be the plug. He might be the connect, and I'm talking about the drug connect, if you will, based off of the way that this video looks. And so this is out there now, and of course the Patriots have OTAs. He ain't there. And I want to shout out Yard Barker too, because I was looking at this and they put, and maybe this is just the headline writer in me, but they write that Mike Vrabel breaks his silence on this viral Stefon Diggs video that's only just a couple of days old. So shout out Yard Barker for the ridiculous breaks his silence headline, as if this didn't just happen a few days ago, and as if this wasn't something like the first time that Mike Vrabel could weigh in on it. But he did speak on it, and like he was asked very directly about it, and I feel like he gave a fairly direct answer to it.
Stefon Diggs has gotten a lot of traction in the last 24 hours or so. He's on a boat having a good time, but the question comes in as to a certain substance that people are guessing what is and isn't. Is this something that the team has to look into?
Well, it's something that we're aware of, and obviously we want to make great decisions on and off the field. And we're hoping that with our time here on the field today, and that when we don't have a script and we're on the call-up period, and the message will be the same for all our players that we're trying to make great decisions, and any conversations that I've had with Stefon will remain between him and I and the club.
Have you talked to him since the video?
I talk to our players every single day, the ones that are here and the ones that aren't.
Are you expecting him to practice today, Mike?
Not if he's not here.
So he's not here?
You guys will find out in a minute. But no, again.
He was here last week, according to a video.
Everything that we're going to do, Karen, is we're going to coach the guys that show up at 8, and the ones that say, hey, I got a situation, we'll be here at 8:05. We'll coach those as well. This is a voluntary part of our off-season program, and every player that's not here, which there aren't many, have been in communication with me and their position coaches.
I was just going to ask, based on what you've seen from the times he's been around, how would you say he's progressing?
Again, the timelines and the prognosis and everything again, we're working hard to get him back and to be ready to go. But you know, when he's here, we'll coach him and we'll have everything ready to go.
So it feels like, Seth, him not being there is its own thing. It's voluntary. He's a veteran. You might not expect guys like that to always show up to these types of things. So that's its own issue, especially on a new team. Not there, but not there, and that was a minute plus of answering a question about somebody who is not here and his behaviors and actions from not being. It is not a good look, on top of the fact that you're being filmed with something in your hand that you should be savvy and smart enough to not, at the very least, be filmed with that in your hand.
The big part about this, it's I went back to last year because Diggs didn't participate in the first couple of OTAs. And, man, the headlines from May 22nd of last year, Diggs drama already? Stefon follows Bills trade with Texans OTA absence. Various other ones. I found at least three different blog posts, mostly out of Buffalo, saying that, he's at it again. This is what you get. And then obviously Diggs went on to become the consummate professional and veteran player in a lot of ways. The only thing that was wrong with him last year is he tore his ACL. So If he was absent already, there would be something made of it, because they made something of it last year when he missed at least the first couple OTAs. But coupled with the video, that gets especially the grumpy old man in all of us a little bit irked up. But we can sit and watch and say, all right, I'm glad the Texans didn't make an aggressive move to try to get Diggs, not because he can't be good this year, but it is an aging receiver coming off of an ACL, and who might also, at this point in his career, maybe he's just not as focused or whatever. He's coming off that injury. I don't want to have to deal with all this extra.
Yeah.
And I love that he wanted going out with Cardi B as a Texan.
Yeah.
It feels like those two seem primed to have just the kind of relationship that's one for the ages. Like old school Hollywood relationship.
Yes.
Thrown wine bottles at the wall, everything. Just drama, the highs, the lows. Yeah, I'm cool with whatever you want to do, but then getting jealous about it. Yeah. I don't need any part of that in Houston.
Stefon Diggs and Cardi B, and this is what I was trying to say earlier, the internet blogs. I don't know why I couldn't get internet blogs out of my mouth earlier in the segment. But they are good for the internet blogs, and if you follow that, if you're into that space, then you're here for that relationship. The difference between what we're seeing, obviously what we're seeing now of Stefon Diggs and the Patriots, is that relationship. And that now you've got a whole different, celebrity element. Think about it like this, Seth. Would they have been able to push the Stefon Diggs as leader and captain guy the same way like the Texans did last year? Would they have been able to push that if he's doing the whole Cardi B, we're on the boat with Crystal, with clear baggies and stuff? They would not have been able to sell that same type of energy like they did last year of Stefon Diggs is going to come here and not only just be a model citizen, but be one of our key leaders on our offense. That would have been a much tougher sell if you've got that element to go along with it last year.
What's the leading theory on what the pink substance was.
713-572-4610. Wrong answers only. What's the substance in that little baggie that Stefon Diggs has? And
I know there's
let
people
your
on the text
imagination
line
run wild.
already there's got to be people on the text line that already know exactly what it was, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it might have been Pop Rocks.
It could have been. It could have been. And for their sake, hopefully it was. Hopefully it was. But not the Texans' problem to deal with any longer. It's just interesting to see folks that we're familiar with, Vrabel being one of them, and of course Stefon Diggs having been here recently, having to figure out how things are going to work out early on as you get kind of an early on distraction. All right, speaking of distractions and reading too much into stuff, let's read too much into some of these things that we saw from OTAs, from Texans OTAs yesterday, their first practice. That is next. Brandon Scott and Seth Payne here on Sports Radio 610.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. KILT, KILT FM HD2 Houston, Insider Access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast, here with Seth Payne, and let's overreact to some of what we saw from Texans OTAs yesterday. We ain't got but one practice under our belts, and we're already in a space where we're going to overreact. I think we're ready to overreact, and I'll start with this one, okay? Number one storyline, I think for a lot of like the sort of in the trenches type of Texans, not just a casual Texans fan, but the people that listen to this show and the people that are following up to the date, up to minute updates of Texans OTAs, the offensive line was probably the A topic, but I'm going to go even above that and just go straight to the A topic of the quarterback, because all eyes were on the offensive line, but you couldn't ignore seeing the quarterback out there, seeing in the building, okay, leader of the team, but not exactly throwing as part of team activities, and not even so much with a helmet on, Seth Payne, not even with a helmet on. Now, D'Amico Ryans talked about managing guys differently and specifically. Some guys are on a bit of a pitch count, if you will, but it's not like this was some kind of like strenuous, really difficult workout, super grueling, super physical, you need to hold a guy out type of workout. This just the first damn practice, and they inside the bubble, barely really doing anything. And C.J. Stroud, not a full participant. Is this something, as we overreact here on Payne and Pendergast, is this something to be overly concerned about? C.J. Stroud clearly not being 100% as they start practices.
It's kind of like it's one of those things not to be alarmed about, but it's like maybe you see your neighbor doing something kind of sketchy. Like it looks like your neighbor. It looks like he's looking at putting a fence up, and where he's measuring, I think it's on my property line. It's over my property line. But maybe that's not what he's doing. So I'm not going to get overly alarmed about it. But if I start seeing him hire Sean Bijani to come build him a fence or something, then I'm going to freak out. That's where I am. I'm going to monitor this situation.
But it doesn't feel responsible to wait until Bijani gets there to be building the fence to be worried about it, right? Like it feels like one of those preemptively concerned. Now I don't know what early concern does for us, for our mental health, and for like course of action. And ain't nothing that we can do about it. But like, if you're gonna be early on a concern, this is one to be early on. Like
I need to be like, what are you doing in this neighborhood, Sean Bijani?
Exactly.
I don't like the looks of you. What's going on?
Where's your damn helmet, CJ? What's going on? Is your hand okay? Is your shoulder okay? How's that knee doing? We can't act like, and you hit on this earlier on the show, like we can't act like CJ Stroud has not dealt with the ramifications of being banged up, being one of the more frequently hit quarterbacks last season. Like that was a thing. And to me, it continues to be a thing until he's either 100%, the offensive line is actually fixed, or both. Like, but until I feel better about both of those things, I'm still going to be wondering, man, is he all right? Is he good? Is he okay?
He was on an arm management plan this last year based on just his previous arm injuries. He's had a separated shoulder, and maybe it's as simple as them kind of like dealing with a pitcher in the offseason, that you want to just be sure that your arm is completely recovered and that you're not too aggressive too early. And right, there's no contact, there's no threat of injury by and large with quarterbacks in OTAs. But maybe in just trying to keep his arm as fresh and lively as possible, they're trying to take some extra measures for that. And I could see them not wanting to advertise that necessarily. But I guess if they're just being ultra careful and backed by all kinds of sports science and analytics, fine. God bless you. he needs to lessen his workload a little bit in the offseason. If that's the case, and maybe, last year where they did do all those private workouts, CJ got together so many times with the wide receivers on their own that maybe there was a part of them in the offseason that felt a little bit like, all right, I need to back off on the throwing some and be sure that we do the lion's share of the work over the course of training camp and in the season.
Yeah, and look, I'm being a little bit tongue-in-cheek here and having some fun with it, but on a serious note, I would say, it is just a reminder of the urgency and importance, Seth. I think the urgency and the importance, maybe it just goes without saying we understand the urgency and importance of not just managing your quarterback correctly, but fixing your offensive line and making sure that things are right. But it highlights it, and we'll talk about the offensive line in just a second, but it does highlight the importance and the concern of it. It's like, man, we're not just having this offensive line conversation that we're constantly having for the sake of our health, for our own edification, or even just because it was bad production-wise, just like as an individual unit. It's not even just that. It is the domino effect of, okay, poor offensive line also means likely means can mean banged up quarterback, critical year 3 for the quarterback, in the year before you're likely 99.9% going to pay the guy, going to sign the guy to a contract extension, going into a year where he's learning a new offense, right, coming off of a down year. So probably feels like he's got a little bit to prove, if not to others, just to himself. It's a big year, and watching him with the backdrop of this offensive line conversation that we've been having just highlights the importance of it all, the vitality of it all to me. That was the big takeaway. Man, you can't afford to mess around with this thing year 3 with C.J. Stroud right before that, shortly before this rookie deal is going to be over with in a couple of years. You've got to get this thing right. There's not a lot of time to waste here.
And one thing that C.J. talked about earlier this year, and talking about Nick Caley and how the offense might be a little bit different, was C.J. was excited to get more involved in the pre-snap stuff, to be more of a director of everything and a conductor back there. And that's something that takes time and reps. It's this brand new offense, it's usually maybe a little bit overblown how hard it is to adjust a new offense, but you do need the reps. You need time to get used to the new vocabulary. What you called one play last year, you're going to call that play something different this year. And just getting the reps and doing it in a huddle and at the line of scrimmage and all of that, you need reps to do that. It's not just about the physical motions, especially if you're trying to take CJ to a new level on what he does on the mental side of things. That's the part of the and there's still no explanation for why CJ isn't out there. If he isn't out there, he might be out there on Friday. I don't know. That's where I'd start to get nervous. If we get to the end of next week and CJ's still not practicing, I feel like we're owed some kind of an explanation. Yeah. And maybe it won't come to that.
And to be clear, and as somebody that was there, it's not like he's out there laboring or like he looks unhealthy or he looks banged up. Hell, he ain't Joe Mixon in a walking boot or nothing like that. It's not like it's that bad, right? He's out there working out and he's participating as part of the team, with the team. But again, on a light type of workout, it is somewhat concerning or makes you wonder, okay, what all is he exactly dealing with to why he can't have his helmet on or he's not, a full participant in a lot of these things that was Nico Collins, for example, spoke to this very thing, exactly what you're talking about, the new terminology and just having to learn a new offense and the process of that. And you mentioned part of that might be overblown, but it is a thing that they're dealing with, and these are the early stages of that. This was Nico Collins after practice speaking just to that exact point.
It's what we're here for, OTAs, around this time, man. It's what we learn the offense, learn little things, get back in football, spring ball. This when we find the little things we need to work on, and work on our craft. So on Sundays it's easy. But man, I'm glad, Nick here, Nick Caley, man, he's dicing things up right now. So for the offense for us, we got to continue to slow it down, learn it. And so we got here and operate and have fun while doing it.
And I keep going back to, Seth, if he was 100%, given the importance of what they're trying to do and install right now, if Stroud was 100%, he'd be out there doing 100% of the things.
I would think so, right? Unless they're on a very specific plan to just keep him limited in how many total reps he's taken in team drills during OTAs, just not to burn him out or whatever. That would be the one exception to it. But by and large, if this was the third year with an offensive coordinator, then it makes a whole lot more sense if they say, well, you know what, we want Davis Mills to take all the reps with the ones and twos. We feel like he needs extra work. But it's not. It's the first year with an offensive coordinator. This is brand new to everybody. Davis Mills ends up getting all the reps with the ones and twos yesterday, while Keaton Slovis picked it up with the threes. That's a lot of time Davis Mills has in the system now already, and C.J. Stroud does not.
Another thing from OTAs. Is this really the offensive line? And maybe it's just way too early to be trying to read too much into this sort of thing. But it's what we got. It's what we saw. And this is the key part of this, Seth. I want you to remember this, okay? The reason why I think so many of us fixated on the first offensive line that we saw, it's because it's what they showed us immediately after we put the cameras down, immediately after we put our phones down. You know how there's that period where you can shoot video, you can shoot still photos, and then they tell you, all right, cameras down now, but you can still stick around and watch. You can still stick around and observe, right? And if it's something that they don't want us to see, but as soon as they tell us to put the cameras down, this is the thing that they show us. I don't know how we don't read into a couple of things. Titus Howard at right guard, Jake Andrews at center. Those are probably the biggest developments and the biggest surprises that we saw on the offensive line. Am I reading too much into it? What do you make of the offensive line reports from Texans OTA?
I think it's just evidence that there's a genuine competition there. That, Titus Howard has only played 4 snaps at right guard in his career. So maybe for Laken Tomlinson there's not as much competition because he's played only left guard his entire career. Maybe that's a position they most feel comfortable with. But for Jake Andrews, who's only got 70 NFL snaps in his career to begin with, and didn't play under, like, he was with the Patriots, but he wasn't there when Cole Popovich, the offensive line coach, was there. He did play for Cole Popovich at Troy in college. But that part of it, and I know you can't read too much into it. They're going to put different guys out there. But the fact that Jake Andrews, new to the team and relatively unheralded, was out there with the ones right off the bat, that feels like there's going to be totally and completely an actual competition. And the other notable one I thought was that Ariante Ursary played both left and right tackle.
Yeah.
I was curious about how they were going to work that, if they were just going to get him comfortable at left tackle and then move him. But they apparently want us to just see right off the bat, all right, can you find, and we don't feel great about Blake Fisher, can you actually compete for right tackle? And we'll see.
Yeah, it feels like with Ariante Ursary that they've drafted him, especially based off of the reporting that we've got over the last week or so about how aggressive they were in pursuing him. It does feel like they drafted him to be potentially the left tackle of the future. But in the meanwhile, since they feel so good about him, could he be their swing tackle in the meantime? Like if Cam Robinson and Blake Fisher are good enough to get you by through this year and you just kind of figure it out from there, can Ariante Ursary at the very least just be your swing tackle, especially if Titus Howard is going to be a full-time guard now? So that part of it would make sense that, as opposed to rushing him into that left tackle role that it seems like he's going to be well suited for in the future. In the meantime, he's their swing tackle and they see what all he can handle.
I think this is a category where sometimes we as fans expect the team to have more of a plan than they actually do.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that in a bad way towards the team. I think that they're genuinely open to a bunch of different, like Caserio always tries to emphasize being adaptable and, not having things set in stone. And with Ursary, I think they probably see a lot of potential for him at either tackle position. Obviously, they tried that hard to get him and draft him. But that, again, going back to the competition theme, it's not like they're planning on him being the swing tackle. I mean, he's a massive human being. Equal. If he and Blake Fisher played exactly equal through training camp, I would say put the massive human being out there.
Yes.
Put the planet-sized dude out there, because there is just something to having a whole bunch of mass on the offensive line. So that if he plays well during training camp and he cleans up the things that all rookies have to clean up, I don't think that they're looking at him as, oh, no, he's definitely not going to start it right away. I think they're very open to him potentially being a starter if he proves it.
Yeah, swing tackle was kind of like setting the floor, right? Like, because to your point, if he's better or if all things are equal, then he's just – and look, that stood out maybe more than anything was how this one guy was not like the others. And everybody out there is a massive human being, right? Like, we're talking about NFL offensive linemen, and he was the massive of the most massive of the massive. If all things are equal, then go ahead and put him out there. That part of it certainly makes sense. And then, of course, maybe Blake Fisher is the guy who's your swing tackle. And if you don't necessarily feel as great about him being your starter, at the very least you feel good about him having some experience and him being somebody that can go out there and be your swing tackle if need be, right? Like if in a pinch, but you got Cam Robinson who's experienced, and then Ariante Ursary, who appears to have the much higher upside. So that's something to watch out for. But I don't know if we're overreacting or properly reacting, but it's certainly something to keep an eye out for, and was certainly something to talk about enough to keep the chatter flowing on the side at the Houston Methodist Training Center yesterday. He said, Payne, I am Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast here on Payne Pendergast on Sports Radio 610. And coming up next, simple question. Is Lance McCullers back? We'll do that next on Sports Radio 610.
Hey guys, Prize Picks. I'm telling you, this is the time of year to be playing Prize Picks. The conference finals winding down in basketball, the finals, the championship round winding up, and you got baseball going on at the same time. Are you kidding me? Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy app, where all you're doing is picking more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections, and the more you get right, the more you win, and it is so easy to get your money. The push of a button, I've done it many times, and the money goes right into your account. It's great. You can win up to 2,000 times your money. You can turn $10 into $20,000 with Prize Picks. And I'm telling you right now, the ability to put together a basketball and baseball lineup, or during football season, you got football and baseball. They got soccer, golf, MMA, hockey. They got everything on Prize Picks. It's so fun to play. So play along with me. Download the Prize Picks app. Put in my code 610. You're going to get a $50 bonus for just a $5 lineup that you don't even need to win. You're guaranteed $50 bonus dollars for just playing a $5 lineup by using my code 610, downloading Prize Picks. Do it right now. Prize Picks. Run your game. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
How does Coach D'Amico plan to address the offensive line during OTAs?
When it comes to finding our best group, it'll be a lot of mixing and matching guys, putting guys in different spots and seeing, which 5 guys work well together. It's a lot of around and play multiple spots. Nobody's making a team right now in shorts and helmets.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Hey, Men's T Clinic. I love going to the Men's T Clinic every Friday for my testosterone replacement therapy. You're going to love going there in the month of May because the Men's T Clinic is celebrating their 11th anniversary. They're still doing this through the end of the month, where you get a free in-body scan at your initial consultation. So what are you waiting for? Find the Men's T Clinic nearest you. I can't imagine what my life would feel like right now without that testosterone boost I get every week from the Men's T Clinic. So go get it. The testosterone boost. Make the appointment today. It's mensteclinic.com. 5 locations. mensteclinic.com.
At Mill Creek Custom Homes of Texas, over 15 years of building experience in Central Texas means we know we need to talk about whole house generators before the build. From now till June 30th, any new contract signed will include a free whole home generator to get you ready for hurricane season. Your budget, your dream, no surprises. From start to finish, we handle it all, including your dream pool. Call for a free consultation, 866-5CUSTOM, or look for inspiration at millcreekhomestexas.com. Mention promo code PREPARED.
Hey, daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dream?
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
Empower. Jen has ordered a decadent seafood.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and...
Is Lance McCullers back? It's a simple question. 713-572-4610 is the text line. Of course, you can get involved on the YouTube chat, on the Twitch chat. Mo Karam, Injury Lawyers, presents that to you. But I want to know what y'all think, man, in light of Lance McCullers' 12 strikeout outing yesterday in an Astros win. And, of course, we know he didn't get the win. Dubin got the win, but he was, I thought, electric, kind of hopped in the time machine with really a career high. He matched his career high in strikeouts with 12. I want to know what y'all think. Is Lance McCullers back? Because, damn it, Astros fans for sure need him to be, given what's going on with the pitching staff and the health of it, the news that we got earlier with Ronel Blanco having Tommy John surgery. So I want to know what y'all think based off of what y'all saw yesterday with Lance McCullers. Do you think that he's back? In the meantime, though, we've got Larry and Stafford on the phone who wants to weigh in on some of the topics of the day. Larry, man, how you feeling? What's going on?
Hey, you know it's good, B. Scott, man. It's always good to hear you in there, and then you and Seth in there talking that good talk about them boys on Kirby. But I'm gonna get to them after I talk about Lance. Now, I'm not convinced Lance is back yet. That was a great performance yesterday. Seth said he was gonna throw 6 innings, which is what he did. He got them 12 strikeouts. I need to see another outing like that or two to be convinced that Lance is back. because Lance can help us the way our rotation is set up, man, with Hunter Brown and Framber, and you get another veteran like Lance to get in there and throw. But I got to see him do it more than once, man, because you have to be able to go out there and produce for these boys to get back to the World Series. So I'm going to keep crossing my fingers that Lance gives us another performance like that, and we'll see how it goes. Now, let's get to them boys on Kirby and these OTAs, B. Scott. You boys, you see, this is what I like about this time of the year, man, because everybody get in a panic or they get in a little rut about what's going on over there on Kirby, man, with the offensive line and Joe not being there and Kristen Harris being on the sideline. I don't give a damn about none of that until they get in the training camp and they get to going to work for the season. And here's the thing about the O-line. I've been saying for months that they had enough O-linemen over to go find us 5 that can go play. But, B. Scott, it's like when you go to the Mercedes dealership or the Corvette dealership, right? And you walk down the line and you see all different colors of Mercedes that you like, or Navigators or whatever your car preference is. You ain't just trying to just pick the first one you look at. You want to test every single one of them to see which one's going to give you that feeling. I wasn't concerned about Andrews being at center yesterday because here's the thing. The Texans don't have film on none of them dudes they had in their building. They got film from other teams. They want to see what they look like as a unit. So you put it fine over there because here's the thing. We still got the trigger man. And once the trigger man gets out there and get under center, then I'll get worried about what they put out there in front of him because I don't never want to see him get hit as much as he got hit last year under that old Bobby Slowick crap. And another thing about the offensive line is Cole Popovich understands that he got to put them boys in the right position. So we're going to try out all these new cards and see which one fit. I like what's going on over there on Kirby. D'Amico over there looking jacked up like he ready to go hit somebody himself. We're going to get it all figured out. It's voluntarily, man, so let's just see how it play out. And as far as Stefon Diggs go, what was in that little bag that was pink, y'all know what that ecstasy looked like in our hollow.
I don't know what you're talking about.
How did I know that would be the dismounts?
I don't know if the whole, real quick on the little baggie that Stefon Diggs was holding. I think it's fair to say, right, that nobody has a clue when it comes to any kind of a party drug or something. That just depends on whatever that manufacturer decided to put which color dye in it. Yep. So we don't know for sure. Or if it was just Pop Rocks or something like that, or Skittles.
It could literally be anything. It's just the image of them being on a boat. Like they're rich, they're famous, they're all in the celebrity life. Then they're on the boat, and then the attention that the women are showing him, and he's got the baggie, like it's kind of what it implies more so than what it actually is. It could be anything. And then again, you and I both pointed this out. It is the either lack of awareness or just being just to actually have it out in the open. Whatever it is that y'all are doing needs to be done where the cameras are not, and then maybe you show up on camera blitz from whatever it is that you've been doing, but you don't have the actual tangible thing in your hand just days ahead of OTAs, voluntary or not. It's just it is an odd and not so great look, I think, and one that I'm sure that the Texans would have wanted to avoid had they been in this situation.
Yeah, it's all like the history of celebrity. When guys have a celebrity girlfriend, how well do they do in that given season? James Harden, one of his most disappointing seasons was when he was paired up with Khloe Kardashian.
Yeah.
Now, Justin Verlander's done pretty well with having a celebrity wife. Hasn't affected him. Stefon and Cardi B, if that is indeed a real relationship, I don't know. I could see Khloe Kardashian kind of having a good effect on James Harden if it weren't for her clinging on emotionally to her old flame there. But like Khloe's kind of wired differently than Cardi B.
Yeah, but
Cardi B I get a little bit nervous about.
But see, I don't get the sense, like, to be fair to Cardi B here. Yeah, I don't get the sense that like either one of these, like most people, sports fans, when they don't want their star athlete, favorite athlete, whoever it is, to get with the other celebrity, it's because they feel like that celebrity influence or that relationship influence is going to be a negative influence on them, or at least a distraction to them from trying to do what they're trying to do. I don't feel like there's an antagonist in this Cardi B, Stefon Diggs dynamic here.
That's what it just seems like the classic, man, these are two kind of wild people.
Yeah.
And sometimes when two wild people are in a relationship together, there's not enough yin and yang balancing the other one out. And it can be awesome, but it can also be awesomely destructive. So I worry for both of them. I don't know if they're right for each other, Brandon.
Not quite to this degree, but it's got like Dennis Rodman, Madonna vibes to it. You know, like neither of these two I think is that level of famous, of course. But in terms of, hey, I don't know who's supposed to be the bad influence here, or maybe they are both that, but it's definitely got that kind of feel to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's not our problem.
Not our
ultimately, it's probably
anymore.
not going to be. The other big part about Stefon Diggs is he's 6 months removed from ACL surgery, so he probably wasn't going to participate anyway. But it'd be nice to have him there.
Yeah.
He wasn't at the Texans' first couple OTAs last year, for whatever that's worth. As far as what Larry was saying about not worrying about the quarterback or anything else like that, I get what he's saying. I can't ignore it when he's not out there for a non-contact practice. I just don't want to later regret, like, oh, wow, I guess we should have paid more attention to that. He's probably going to practice on Friday. I'm just total guess on my part. And then it'll be no big deal, and we were all idiots for even being concerned about it.
Yeah, I like Larry's optimism about the offensive line, though. Like, I think this is where most Texans fans are of like, hey, this offensive line is a huge question mark. None of us are impressed necessarily with what they did with the offensive line. We might like the Ariante Ursery draft pick, but outside of that, none of us are overly impressed with how they've addressed the position group or the room as a whole, right, this offseason. But the idea that it could work, like the Jake Andrews thing again, not overly impressed by that, but you can make that make sense. Okay, new system, new guy, and somebody who's got some history with the system. But then I'd also point out this as well, as far as the center position goes. It just speaks to how underwhelming that position has been. Like that you could just go get some guy and put him in there, and we notice it, but nobody's really like, there's not this outcry on, oh, he's taking this guy's spot, because nobody has really grabbed that by the reins. It was supposed to be Juice Scruggs, and it turns out, you know, in the midst of all of these issues that they're having at guard, they kind of felt like they needed to replace center as well and put Juice at guard. And so then Jared Patterson comes in there, and Jared Patterson's a cool story and has, I think, filled in for you in respectable ways over the last couple of years, but has never really been like the plan at guard or the plan at center. Just somebody that you're glad to have and know that if you need him to step in for you in a pinch, that he can actually go out there and do it. But this being more of like the plan makes sense, or at the very least is something that you can justify them thinking it through. Like I can see the vision even if I'm not impressed by it.
The big thing that hurt, I think, when it came to how the Texans addressed the offensive line was that there were two teams in the league, the Bears and the Vikings, that were way more aggressive about it. I mean, the Bears went out and signed or traded for Ryan Kelly and Will Freese, and then they drafted Donovan Jackson in the first round. So like three new acquisitions that are pretty bold print acquisitions. Bears likewise, I mean, they go out and get three new starters, all notable players. That's in free agency. And the Texans just, other than Ariante Ursery, there were not any seemingly aggressive moves to actually bolster the offensive line. And that's where they don't need to be the best offensive line in the league. They just need to be, if they're average, that'll be way better than they were last year. The dicey thing is that last year I felt like as individuals, that offensive line should have played a lot better. I don't think they had the right coaching or offensive coordinator and a whole host of other issues. That's where a lot of whether or not you like this offensive line is going to come down to how good are Nick Caley and Cole Popovich. And if they can just actually engineer a better run game, if they can hammer home the fundamentals more so than the Texans did last year, then yeah, they'll be a better offensive line. I don't know what the ceiling is. I don't necessarily feel comfortable saying, but with just an average offensive line, you can do a lot. You can have a lot of success with an average offensive line as long as you don't have glaring weaknesses somewhere in there.
Yeah, one thing I definitely did not want to read too much into yesterday at practice was picking up on the body language and tendencies of Nick Caley and Cole Popovich and comparing them and what it's like. I think it matters and it's worth paying attention to. But I don't want to prejudge them either or give them too much credit or be too pessimistic about them until I actually see the results on the field. Like I see them out there coaching or doing their job, whatever that means on the surface of it. But this is going to be a results-based thing. Like I got to actually see – we got to actually put pen to paper with this thing. We got to actually see it come to fruition before I'm like, oh, yeah, Cole Popovich, that looks like it's going to be a hit. This offensive line has figured it out because he's at the helm. Like, I feel good about it, but I couldn't do that just based off of the practices. And same thing with Nick Caley. But that is a great deal of where the hope lies, where the optimism lies, I think, in the future of the offense specifically and then the team at large, how those guys perform, and then how the actual offensive line performs under them, under their coaching performance. So we'll see how all of that works out. Seth Payne here with Brandon Scott, in for Sean Pendergast. Coming up on the last segment, we're going to hand it over to the guys in the loop. But before we do that, I think this is a big, big Will Anderson year coming up. We're going to tell you why. That's on the other side. Sports Radio 610.
All right, you think about building a custom home, then
SportsRadio.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne.
I just love that it feels like the public at large is having its fun with the Stefon Diggs substance story and not taking it too seriously. You know, life is short. They're on a boat. They're having a good time. And I think people are really just kind of looking at this like, hey, man, these are the breaks. This is the cost of doing business with a high-profile wide receiver like Stefon Diggs, like a guy that's had multiple contracts now. This guy is rich, he's famous, and he's on a boat, and he's got a substance. We've seen people call it pink creatine. We've seen people say that, hey.
Clearly, it's a pre-workout powder, obviously. Yeah. He's just getting ready for his post-boat workout.
All a part of the plot, all a part of the plan. This isn't a deviation at all. No, sir, not at all. This is just a fairly normal thing. Also, people saying this is true wide receiver one type of behavior. Like, you may not like your wide receivers, diva wide receivers, as they say, but this is what it looks like. Like, this is what the premier. Now, the question is Stefon Diggs at his age and given now the more recent injury history, is he still, closer to being that elite guy? But I mean, this is how they behave. This is how they tend to act at times. A little bit high maintenance and maybe making you like to really worry about what your players are doing in the offseason.
Yeah,
fair to say.
That's especially when OTAs are going on up in New England, and you got he's a brand new guy and a brand new team with a brand new offense, and we saw how good he was with the younger players last year. He's only 6 months or 7 months removed from his ACL, so he probably wouldn't be doing much in OTAs. But it's nice to have him around, mentoring and tutoring, and teaching them exactly where, when, where, and how to carry your pink substance in a baggie. These are the lessons that young guys need.
Now, I'll tell you who I'm absolutely not worried about at all when it comes to this sort of thing, and that's Will Anderson Jr. Now, that's probably in part too because I've met Will Anderson Sr. And like this guy comes from all of the right stuff, but when we talk about Will Anderson, man, I don't know if this guy has ever lost a press conference. He's probably won every press conference that he's ever taken part of, but hearing from him yesterday and just sort of the energy and the passion that he brings to it makes you really feel like, or at least me, makes me really feel like this is a big Will Anderson year coming. Like we talk about C.J. Stroud being, on the year before you're going to pay the quarterback, but you're also having a similar conversation with Will Anderson Jr., and I'm just excited about the type of season that he can have. Like, it's sort of the opposite what happened on the defensive side, right? Like, both of these guys were Rookie of the Year. I'm talking about Stroud and Anderson, their respective side of the ball. Stroud, not all of his own fault, but in part because of his own performance as well, seemed to take at least some step back, or at the very least was kind of stagnant in his growth. Whereas Will Anderson, I thought, took a leap, took a bit of a step and improved in ways from his rookie year to his second year that are encouraging and makes you feel like it's going to be a similar thing going from year 2 to year 3 when he talks about being more precise, using his hands better. It was just really kind of cool to listen to Will Anderson talk about improving, not adding to his arsenal, but fine-tuning and improving the things that he already does really well.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. He's coming out here. I was all, like, fired up and everything like that. And, D'Amico pulled me to the side and was like, now it's just fine-tuning those little things of your game, like how precise can you be, how good can you be at taking the next step. And for me, it's just like, when I'm on a block, using my hands better, getting off blocks, my escape, when I'm rushing the passer, like, am I reaching with position on the quarterback? Can I get some strip sacks, stuff like that? So, like, those are the things I want to work on this offseason, this time doing OTAs, and really just getting precise at those things and taking my game to the next level.
What do you feel like, Seth? What is that type of precision do you feel like does for Will Anderson's game and taking it to the next level?
For a lot with Will, the transition he made from year 1 to year 2 and what he got better at was just hitting his moves more quickly and having everything just kind of like in your sequence as a pass rusher, from your get off to off and tackle to which move you hit and then which counter move you hit. Like in his rookie year, it was kind of mechanical. Last year, it just flowed. And like this year, he just needs to continue basically doing all the same things he was doing. It's just he needs the muscle memory. And I think he used muscle memory in one of his quotes from a couple weeks ago in an interview. The muscle memory for all of that stuff to happen automatically. And that's where, like, when Will came out, one of the knocks against him was that, hey, he's pretty raw and unpolished as a pass rusher. And that was accurate. He really did not have a lot of polish. He wasn't like guys that have been playing about 4-3 defensive end their entire careers from high school on into college. He was a guy who had played on the line. He had played off-ball linebacker. He was never really a genuine, just wide-aligned pass rusher. So he had a lot of work to do. In his rookie year, he made a lot of progress with that. Last year, it just looked more automatic. And there's nothing mystical or magical about it. He just needs to keep drilling the stuff that he does to get to the point where it's just grooved in ridiculous. Like when you would watch J.J. Watt play, it's not like J.J. had a huge arsenal of plays or of pass rush moves, but he was so quick and effective and powerful with it that it didn't matter. It's like a pitcher that only has 2 pitches. It doesn't matter what you're seeing. As long as those 2 pitches offset each other and keep the batter uncomfortable, that's enough. And I think Will is that way. It's just a matter of just continuing to get better at his core business.
Yeah, for being a force, and I think JJ was this way and Will is this way, just being a force in and of himself, but then also that motor. Like there's just something to be said for being strong, powerful, and trying your hardest all the time, like all the damn time. And I think that part of it goes a long way. This was also Will Anderson in talking about his goals going into year 3.
Yeah, doing this, like the phase 1, phase 2, Coach Rod, I think he's been doing an excellent job. Like we do these things called pro grows, and that's when we go back and look at all the tape from last year. And he did a really good job of putting together a really good presentation for each and one of us. And for me, mine's just reaching with precision. So after practice or during practice when I'm not in, we're getting on the dummies, we're reaching, we're going through bags, bending the corner, reaching with precision, stuff like that, and just making sure it's just muscle memory. So when you get on Sunday, you're just doing it.
Yeah. So you were talking about I think you mentioned muscle memory quote. There is one right there, like just kind of repetition and getting it going. And really it's just some of the little things, right? Like just kind of the repeatability of it all. I really think that Will Anderson is primed for a hell of a season after hearing some of that.
His pro-grow tape last year, he was about getting separation at the top of his rush. And if you think about Will in his rookie year, a lot of times he would get to the top of his rush, like when you're getting back to the depth of the quarterback, and he would just turn everything into a bull rush. And he'd just kind of lock horns. And in college, in the NFL, when you try to be a bull in the china shop all the time, you realize that, some of these figurines are made of solid lead. I just can't. It's not going to work. I gotta add something to this. And he did. He got a lot better at creating separation, and a lot of times that created more opportunities to disengage and get a guy when he started scrambling out of the pocket. He got a lot better with that. I assumed when he meant reaching, he was talking about the finish of just going for the strip sack.
Yeah.
Unless he was talking about something else.
And and I think it's important to point out, he's talking about Rod Wright, the defensive line coach, showing them what they need to improve on. And that was part of his tape, but he also spoke at some point in this availability about that being kind of a theme for the defense, right? Of just like finishing plays and not leaving as much meat on the bone, and like just all of the opportunities that were left out there that were left out there on the field for that very reason. Just the idea of finishing plays, finishing through with the plays is what it sounds like to me.
And you think just about that simple act alone of just getting the ball off of the quarterback's hand when you haven't even necessarily had to win the pass rush. You just got to get close enough. That's what Will has always been really good at doing, because he can compress the pocket even if he's not necessarily winning the rush. But just so when you get in proximity, there's a million different ways you can finish that play. The guys that have a knack for getting the ball right out of the quarterback's hands, that can be worth like an extra 3 or 4 sacks a year. Like Robert Mathis was awesome, and he was an undersized guy. He's only 6'2", but he was brilliant at strip sacking the quarterback. And like without that one skill, he's probably not nearly as high on the all-time sack leader.
Should mention that Crosstalk is brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing, as we welcome in the fellas from In the Loop, Reginald Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, I'm sure, is also in the building or going to be here shortly. Fellas, I don't know what y'all's OTA takeaways were mainly. I'm sure we'll hear them from 10 to 2 today on the program. But the Will Anderson thing, I was just saying a moment ago, I don't feel like the dude has ever lost a press conference. And every time he gets up there and talks, it inspires me just a little bit. Like, I ain't nobody's football player, right? But I'll run through a wall listening to Will Anderson talk, and just hearing from him has me really optimistic about the season that the dude's going to have.
Yeah, like he gives off a air that is wise beyond his years, and it gives me a level of peace. Like, whatever is going to happen, I know that he is going to make sure that it goes well. Like, he is going to have the right answer for it. And I also appreciated both of you guys, like, breaking this down over the course of this show. But kind of talking about how it's really just refining what he has already. Like, he already has all the goods, basically. And it made me think of, you named, Seth, a few players that kind of have had various, you mentioned JJ and, like, not having, like, I guess what in basketball terms we would be like the deep bag or what have you. But, like, the things that you do, doing them incredibly well. How everybody knew that spin was coming. But that spin would work every single time. I'm like, if he gets to that place where it's just like whatever he's coming at you with, it's going to work and be effective no matter what you got coming.
Dwight Freeney was like that.
Yes,
same thing.
Right. I can only imagine what this looks like in a level of like effectiveness that it seems like he is working towards. And of course, because he is Will Anderson Jr. and he talks the way that he does, it feels like I'm guaranteed that he gets there. You know.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, he was talking yesterday like he'd had a sniff of that pink baggie or something. That Will is a guy who never, ever needs to dabble in or experiment with any kind of stimulants whatsoever. And I would include coffee in that.
Yeah.
He was talking a million miles a minute there.
He was. Watch out opposing offensive linemen. If this dude gets a hold of whatever is in Stefon Diggs' bag, watch out.
I feel like we should be very clear in making the case that I don't think that he is dealing with any pink baggies.
I don't.
No.
I don't even want to get close to this.
No.
No, if you got a hold of something that was in that baggie, Will would have the entire house cleaned in 37 minutes flat.
Is that what happened with LT?
Where's Will? I don't know. He's up in the attic, fine cleaning the attic.
He's vacuuming the attic.
Yeah, pass rushing is the last thing that you got to worry about. This dude is taking care of business. Taking care of business. But
got his next 3 years taxes done already.
Exactly.
Will Anderson Jr. on the limitless drug? Like, is that what we're doing here? Like, he'd end world hunger, right? Like, I feel like Will Anderson Jr. on the limitless drug would get a lot of things done.
I'm doing it, so like we should probably back away from that.
I said the limitless
I feel like
drug.
we're making a little too much of a case for cocaine. So we better back up on that too. Kids, you'll get your house cleaned, and then you'll lose your entire family sometime a month later.
D&M Auto Leasing is sponsoring the Crosstalk. They are not sponsoring that level of commentary.
Exactly.
I can guarantee you that 100%. What about y'all?
I warned them. They'd lose their whole families.
What about y'all before we kick it off to y'all in terms of overreactions? I know y'all going to get to it on the show, but did y'all have anything that you had a visceral reaction to from OTAs, from the first practice of OTAs yesterday?
Well, I don't know if it's a visceral reaction as much as a question, and it has to do with C.J. Stroud not throwing.
Okay. You can interest me in that.
10:20.
Okay. Is that so that's not the question of the day, because the question of the day is at 10:40. What's your question of the day?
Question of the day might have something to do with C.J. Stroud, too. What's the worst reason you ever had to miss something?
So we've got.
Do you mean a worse reason, as in like it was genuinely a bad thing?
Yeah, like you shouldn't have missed it, but you missed it for this reason.
Dude, I appreciate the C.J. Stroud inspired 10 o'clock hour. I am 100% here for that.
No, I guess I'm still. Do you mean though that your excuse, like whatever your excuse was, wasn't actually that good of an excuse?
No. It was actually true. I'll give you an example.
I feel like you can go either way with that.
Yeah, you
I'm
can.
still interested in what your answer is.
I'll give you an
though.
example for the 1040 question of the day. I actually cut short my honeymoon.
Oh no!
I cut short my honeymoon by 2 days. It's a real reason I did it.
I'm gonna have to.
What you had to do? Can you say what it was?
Yes. Well, I'll tell you now, and I'll revisit it at. So Shelby Metcalf, legendary basketball coach at Texas A&M. I was in his office, and I said, "Hey, just want you to know I'm getting married this weekend, but I'll be back for the Southwest Conference basketball tournament." And I had originally had a 7-day honeymoon. I cut it to 5 days. And he looked at me with this quizzical look, and he was a really funny guy. And he goes, "John, if you're cutting your honeymoon short for basketball, there's either something I don't know about basketball or something you don't know about honeymoons."
Yeah. Or something that he didn't know about you.
Right. And then he sat down and gave you the talk.
Yeah. Exactly.
Like, do you know what they do
when a man and a woman love each other?
And then you explain to him, but after 5 days of it, you can kind of figure it out.
A man can only do so much.
Yeah. It start hurting after a while.
That's right.
Yeah, man, it's all
I gotta
good.
say, you know what? That reminds me of the.
I'm like, wait, are we just gonna skip by the fact that B. Scott might need to go get something tested?
After you shoot too many rounds, I'm just saying.
Go ahead.
You think that this is consecutively? Like you're just gonna continue? Like that's the whole honeymoon? That's it?
7 days of it.
No, I remember it was something. It was for a good reason. I was supposed to do something with my girlfriend in college. This is just the first thing that popped into my head. But then my college coach called me and said they had a big recruit coming in and they wanted me to host him. So I told my girlfriend, like, listen, I really don't think I should turn this down. Like, they really want me to do this. And she pulled the old, do you love Halloween?
Oh, God.
And then I realized in that moment, I totally love football more than you.
You don't want the answer,
I don't even have to
Shawty.
entertain the question. The fact that you asked that you tried to pull the old false dilemma on me. Yeah. I was like, I don't know. And that was it for us.
Yeah.
For at least a month or two.
The fact that she had the nerve to think that was a legitimate question.
Yeah.
Hey, I hope no one ever told her that there's no such thing as a bad question, because that'd be one of them.
Yeah,
And it never, because you know what happens with that. It never stops. Then it's
Exactly.
like, oh, do you love work or me more? Like when they start presenting you with these either-or situations, all right, you're not an adult, okay?
I'll give you a list.
You don't understand compromise or anything about it.
A good reminder of not asking questions that you don't want answered.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. When you ask the questions, you do not get to pick the answers. That's just the reality of it. All right, so this is Crosstalk, again, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing, and you're listening to KIOT AM, KIOT FM HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And we're going to hand things over to In the Loop. You're in good hands, and they are here live.
That's right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciation to the fine fellas holding it down this morning, B. Scott and Seth Payne. Let's get it going on a Thursday. I almost said Wednesday, man. This week moving because of the Memorial Day weekend. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. You can also get us an appreciation to the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers live stream.
We keep it 100.
Where you can get involved and not just talk back to us, but talk amongst yourselves. It's one of the fun things about all the fine relation alongside us, amongst us. And
they be having some wild conversations too, man.
Maybe having fun in there. Somebody said Tunsil didn't show up to OTAs. I am shocked. That is there.
Oh, no way.
Breaking news.
I mean, it is voluntary.
Yeah.
It is voluntary.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But, yeah.
And
YouTube,
how about
YouTube and Twitch?
How about
Sports
this?
Radio 610 on YouTube, 610 Houston on Twitter.
I can't quite put my finger on it, Figgy, but something seems different in this first segment. Something seems different. I may or may not have tweeted about it and taken a pot shot at Sean T. Pendergast.
Why? Why are you taking that for who?
Oh, you been in your seat?
I'm in my seat.
In the first segment for the first time in history.
Because Brandon Scott is a gentleman and a scholar and decided to go ahead and move to the other side of the table, right before the last segment, during the last break, which, I don't know, I do twice a day.
All right.
I feel like that. I feel like that's an in the loop thing, in the loop courtesy thing.
The in the loop, we're just too nice.
Whenever people work in the loop, they do the moving around to make the other show.
We get dumped
ready.
on. We get dumped on. Let's just put it out there.
Is there a concept of too nice in this regard? 713-572-4610. Because the idea that we are too nice for moving, I don't agree with. Like, I'm just in this place where if it's nice, it's gonna be nice. Because when you start doing too nice, it feels like you are expecting other things. Like, that's what you're doing right now. If you just want to say it, go ahead and say it. I feel like you're soft pedaling.
I said it. I'm not soft pedaling. We get dumped on. Sean Pendergast takes advantage of the situation. Please send this to him because I did tweet to him as well.
Oh my God.
Curtain. After the morning show, I sit on the opposite side, and then during the break, I have to hustle to get over here. All my stuff over here and everything, and then right before the afternoon show, out of common courtesy, out of simple human propriety, I gather all my stuff before the afternoon guys come in.
Man said simple human propriety.
Simple human propriety. That's what we're talking about here. I gather all my stuff and move to the other side so Clint can have a nice, easy transition to the start of his show, which is always important.
Now, both of y'all do that. Both of y'all do that. Both of y'all move.
Reggie, a lot of
Some
times,
of us don't complain about it.
Reggie, a lot of times, does it only once, because the seating the configuration here. But either way.
No, but Reggie moves for Ron to sit there.
Yeah, but he's talking about the start of the show. He's upset that he got to do it on both ends.
I got to do it on both ends.
That is the complaint that we're getting here to start the program.
Because, again, simple human propriety dictates that, we're a team, right? Everybody does a little something for everybody else.
All right, so how far are you willing to take this? You know what? I see your bet, and I am willing to, I will raise you. All right, we are protesting. How are we protesting, Lopez?
Well, I might go to HR. That's
you gonna snitch? Or Lopez?
What about this? Why don't you?
This is the second straight day that Lopez has brought up snitching.
I've never gone to HR in my life, hand to God. Ever. In 41 years in the workforce, never gone to HR once. But I mean,
why don't you just start doing what Sean Pendergast do?
Yeah,
just sit there the whole time. Yeah,
he's gonna have to have a sit-in.
But it doesn't. But Sean is the. If I did this for Clint, it wouldn't be fair to him.
All right, so we will circle back around to this and address it.
I'm wondering which one is the right way to do it, though.
I want you, over the course of this show, to just – I don't want to hear the complaining about it, right?
No one's complaining.
Don't tell me about the labor. Show me the baby. I want you to give me what is the in-the-loop show protest that we do in order to get Sean T. Pendergast moved. And then you figure that out and we'll get to that. But I do want to talk about this baseball. The Astros got a victory yesterday. It didn't look like it was going to be necessarily at the early portions of the game when we were watching day baseball yesterday. And to be fair, to be 100% fair, it's not like they were out of it when we were watching it. It's just, seeing Lance McCullers give up a couple of runs early was like, all right, that's not exactly what you were hoping, especially as the pitches looked great. Like his slider is
big time.
His breaking ball, like his slider in particular, but even the knuckle curve, it looks fantastic. I saw him hit Urias a couple of times with that backdoor slider back to back. And Urias was sitting here like, what am I supposed to do with that? And that's right. What are you supposed to do with that? And it kind of felt weird that they were down 2-0. They ultimately get a win through some heroics from some various people. Caratini with a nice 2-run RBI. You had DeZenzo with the jack himself in order to tie the game up at a point. Like, you had all of that happening. And I feel kind of bad because I thought it was a very good win. You got a sweep against the A's. Thanks to some other movings and shakings in baseball, you end up only a half game back of the Mariners at the top of the AL West. And here Reggie come with some negative because I'm going to come back around and the thing back to this game was seeing a couple of instances in the middle of this game or later in this game where you had some fly balls to left field that Jose Altuve feels like he kind of misplayed. Now, some of this is just Jose Altuve is a diminutive fella, right? And I say that with no judgment, but he's not that big. I think that's one of the big reasons that people talked about, like the move to left field being an odd one. But I think this it brought into light, and I think it's a conversation worth having. We're a couple months into the season. In fact, technically, we are
one-third of the way in
the season.
Yeah.
Let's take a little bit of a check on Jose Altuve in left field. Is this working?
It is a great question. Now, just a couple things here to what you laid out there on the Astros game first. I wouldn't put the Jose Altuve plays in the category of what my own personal advanced stat
hidden errors.
I wouldn't put it to that level.
Is that like hidden figures?
Yeah, it kind of is actually.
Okay.
So I wouldn't put it to that extreme, but yes, it was some plays that maybe he should have made. The other thing, keep an eye on Victor Caratini. Keep an eye on how they play this the rest of the way, because I think he's doing some things that are worth noting, and maybe we'll get him some other shots. Now, on Jose Altuve, is it working? And you, frankly, every once in a while, those advanced stats come in handy, don't they?
Wait, what was that? I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you were saying.
Every once in a while, those advanced stats might come in handy.
Funny how that works.
Because we were talking about this before the show, once in a while. And
every time.
You hit me with something that was, I think, eye-opening. And it's
Jose Altuve, because outs above average is kind of a general stat in order to get a little bit of an idea of what your fielding has looked like, right? Are you operating in a positive way towards your defense, or maybe a negative way? And if you look at his outs above average in the 2025 season, he is a positive one, +1 outs above average, which are like, cool.
Decent.
You break that down by position that he played. He has played 11 games at second base. He has a +3 outs above average. Now, you could do basic arithmetic here.
Yeah.
I guess, is that basic once we start getting negative numbers in
not
there?
for me, but go ahead. No, not for me.
What is a 3 minus, or 1 minus 3 in that instance?
2?
Yeah, -2. -2 was his outs above average in left field. And to some degree, that's understandable. We knew that the transition to left field for him was going to be a little rocky to start, or what have you. We knew that he was going to need a level of, seasoning there. He's going to need to, figure out the learning curve. But if you look at where that factors or where that rates amongst all outfielders, it's not good, right? Like, just to be very quick about this, it is not good where he rates when it comes to outfielders, outs above average. I think he is sitting in that space where you're talking about, -2. You've got Nick Castellanos, Jason Dominguez, guys who are not necessarily terrible, but like, hey man, they're not playing all that well in the outfield. You're not expecting this to be all that high, and I think the big thing is you juxtapose that with the idea that in 11 starts, again, it's not a lot.
Yeah,
he has been a not just a benefit, but a pretty damn good one. He's of people that have gotten 10 qualified play, balls to them when it comes to second base, he's up there. Like, I think he's top 10 when it comes to outs above average at second base. And so with that being the case, like, I think there's a fair
back to second base.
There's a fair question to ask, like, is this working? Does this still make sense now that we're starting to actually see the tangible evidence of it? Does it make sense for him to not be playing second base in favor of playing left field?
Look, I think, first of all, I was kidding about moving him back to second base. Smaller sample size and all that.
Yes.
And in the outfield, and no, 832, we're not nitpicking after a loss. I think it was a very valid question. Is it working? Well, what I can say, to put a positive spin on this, it's working for the team. Him in left field, even though by definition, by the numbers that you just laid out, he's a net negative, it's working for the team.
I would say it's working out for the team.
Yeah, working out for the team. Yes, that's a better way to put it. So, to answer your question, I would say in that case, it's working. Altuve in left field, frankly, I think it's still maybe a little too early. We're a third of the way in the season. He's played 10 games at second base, or 11. How many? 11 games?
11, yeah.
Second base. Still a lot to improve on. Put it that way.
No, I think that's ultimately the place where I land. It's funny because I was surprised to see these numbers because when it comes to Jose Altuve, in the way that he's kind of played his outfield, I think when you look at kind of his position, like the way that he positions, he's taking like at least average routes when it comes to it. He's getting a good, like an average jump. So it's not like he's been negative there. I think the thing is just you're losing speed, as we talked about, and that happens as you age. The interesting thing about it, if we're just looking at the defensive second base, what is interesting to ask is I think you're right. Like, overall for the team, it works. Mauricio Dubon has 5 outs above average at second base compared to Brendan Rodgers, who has a lion's share of that second base, to his 1 out above average at second base. And so I think the bigger question for me that then comes up, because I don't think that you need to move Altuve back. I think what you were looking at is you have to juxtapose that with the -9 outs above average that he had last year and look at the idea that with, as you mentioned, a larger sample size, it was getting bad at second base. I think you were getting better defense at second base, but I do wonder, are you getting enough defense in the way that with who you are selecting? Brendan Rodgers over Mauricio Dubon, although we're starting to see a little bit more Mauricio Dubon.
Yeah, but first of all, on Altuve, the way you put it is interesting. Are you getting enough? I think you're getting enough if you're grading on a curve or in context of a guy that's never been out there his entire career and comes out there. But you're not getting enough to reach that next level across the board on defense. And that's not to, again, nitpick. That's just to say he's got a lot of room to improve. You mentioned Dubon. What a season that guy has had. Him because he's almost like taken for granted, in terms of, he's played every position just about and done quite well at all of them. And then you mentioned, what is it? How many? Outs about five, which is at second base.
Give me one moment, because I believe that is indeed second best, tied for second best of all the people who have played second base at a qualified level this season. Like, I think really more than anything, and yes, it was a Trojan horse to get us to this place, I think that having Mauricio Dubon play more second base is probably what I'm looking at as opposed to Brendan Rodgers, which I feel like has already kind of become the trend, especially when you look at the fact that Mauricio Dubon is batting a nice 276 this
year. We just sort of overlooked him. By the way, on the text board, shouldn't be called In the Loop anymore. It should be called In My Chair.
Okay. All right. I get it. No, but I think that was the thing that I found interesting in asking the question about Jose Altuve. And I think you're right. Like, we've seen a level of progression for him in the first third of the season. I'm interested to see how it continues to progress. I think that there's still opportunities for Altuve to maybe understand what his range is, like what his catch radius is, and see, hey, this ball is probably going to hit the wall a little bit above me. I'm going to play this off the wall instead of trying to make that jump at the wall. I think those are the minor things. Yeah. But then in looking at, hey, the space that he's created at second base, in the immediate, it feels like Mauricio Dubon probably needs more of a go of it. Because I was looking also at the reason why you moved Altuve off of second base is also to start creating that space for what's to come in the future. And right now, looking at Bryce Matthews, I'm interested how you feel yet, right? He's hitting 250 down at AAA with the 7.82 ERA. However, he has 49 strikeouts still. Like, he still, is striking out a decent amount there.
Frankly, I would not expect to see him with the big club until rosters, expand.
But I do think that he's part of the reason why Altuve not a second. But I think I still could keep coming back to the idea that I want to see more Mauricio Dubon play
Absolutely.
second.
And let's not bury the lead here. Remember after that Seattle series, I sat right here, and said, the Astros kind of said, we're still here. Well, now the Mariners are looking behind them a half game. The Astros are still here. Pretty good run here in the last few days.
Yeah, a good run of baseball. Obviously, a good win against an A's team. And really, I thought a fantastic outing from Lance McCullers, who gets 12 strikeouts, most in his career. He goes 6. And, at least the breaking balls look really good. I think there's still a little bit of room for that sinker ball to really be, utilized in the way that really makes it tough, right? When you have both of those pitches going in a really good way, I think that you can really, change the eyes of the batter and make it tough on him. But I feel great about Lance McCullers right now. Yeah. I don't know about you. Like, especially looking at where your rotation is, I think it's important to feel good about Lance McCullers, as I don't know how many of those guys do you feel incredible about in your rotation due to injury.
Totally agree.
So there you go. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I am starting the campaign for more Dubon at second base for your Houston Astros. Coming up next, let's circle back around to OTAs that got started yesterday. One of the notable was something kind of didn't happen, which was C.J. Stroud not throwing. How exactly do we feel about that? Because I think we kind of tried to wipe it away on day one, and I think that's probably still largely the way that we should handle it. But is there a reason to maybe have a little bit of wonder? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
All right, you've dreamed about it. Bay Views, world-class.
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Thursday in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I hope it's a happy one for you. John Lopez, Reginald Atula, Figgy Fig. For somebody said Altuve at second, DeCenso in left. Rogers cut, bring up Matthews or Melton for the experience.
Dang.
Dubon needs to stay at utility. Oh, they got the whole
Rogers cut.
Rogers
They
cut.
said, get scram, skedaddle, Brendan Rodgers. All right, I feel like we were doing a lot in that moment. I still think that the Altuve and left is a cool. I think it's working for the large part because again, I think you're mitigating some of the defensive woes that he had last year. Like I mentioned, -9 outs above average at second base last year, but you're keeping that bat in the lineup, and boy. That bet is so getting ready for a 4-game set versus the Rays there. But yesterday we got a little OTAs. We got to see it. We got video and everything. Your boy John Mechie out here not covering himself in glory. Of course, we're doing the thing where we take one particular route.
Yeah.
But with the way that I think people have come to feel about John Mechie, or I guess really more the frustration that it seems is built to have not seen the production for him. People are like, oh man, he did not catch that. They should have caught that. Get him out of here.
People was really analyzing that
Caught
too.
him.
They was just like, oh, he dropped the ball. He jumped off the route slow, and he ain't moving quick enough.
Yeah.
I'm like, damn, y'all got all of that.
See, that's why Justin Watson here. You
One
see?
play at OTA.
But that's what we do, man.
Yeah,
It's
that's what we
OTAs,
do.
man. We are so thirsty for football that we're in that place. So I think it is worth being careful about what the conversation that we're going to have here.
Mm-hmm.
But it was kind of odd to see C.J. Stroud turn up voluntarily for the OTAs, which I think is always a good thing. And like being around the guys, especially with the new system coming in, like the terminology and those types of things, hearing all of that. However, CJ Stroud did not throw, and this was something that was kind of discussed. This was a conversation point. In fact, and D'Amico Ryans was very, very dismissive of like any questions as to CJ Stroud's lack of throwing on OTA's day one. And the likelihood is that's probably fair. The excuse, or I guess the reasoning, is because I don't want to have a negative connotation on that D'Amico gives is just, everybody's going to have
their own schedule,
different regimen to look too much into that. However, it's probably overthink. Yeah. However, if we allow ourselves to get to that place, is there cause for concern here?
Well, you can.
Or is there possibly a cause to maybe at least wonder?
To wonder. Wonder is the word I used because you nailed it. I mean, this is first day of OTAs. Let's not overthink it. But can we wonder about it? Let me just lay out some facts here. All right, let me just lay facts and mostly facts. Some is just projection.
Facts.
No figures, huh?
No figures.
Okay.
Maybe figure. Yeah, a couple figures.
Hey, facts and figures.
Facts and figures. All right, so it was the first day of OTAs, and everyone was watching. It was an open practice to the media, right? If you expect, if it's coming off the offseason, it's literally the first day, and you are well rested, and even if you're sort of monitoring the number of throws that he has, wouldn't you think a well-rested player would participate in the first day? That's number one. Number two, there is no media availability today. And the next one is tomorrow. So media availability tomorrow, he didn't throw. None today. Although we may get some reports, to be fair, but none today. So we don't know if he's even going to throw today, for sure. Are they going to tell us, et cetera? That's number two. Number three, last year against the Jets, Stroud seemingly injured his shoulder. It was very obvious that he fell on his shoulder. It was a Thursday night game. They took him out. They attended to him.
I hate the feelings I get when I think about that game.
Yeah, I know.
That Halloween game, Thursday night.
Yeah.
Sorry. Anyway.
This is what happened.
Quarterback want to step up. Now if you get a push in the middle from Thomas, that's how you get sacks in the interior with that edge pressure.
Was injured on the play. Houston has charged their second timeout of the half. This occurred before the Jets timeout. Please reset the game clock to 27 seconds. Thank you.
All right, so that was the officials telling you that C.J. Stroud was on the ground and seemed to be favoring the shoulder. Now the Texans never officially said anything, but he was favoring his shoulder. Here are your figures. After that game, Stroud completed 102 out of 172 passes for 1,165 yards, 5 touchdowns, and 8 interceptions. There was there were a number of reasons for it. Again, we're trying to be fair here. It just makes you wonder a little bit. And we're not making any accusations. Is it something to wonder about? And just a couple more little things to kind of think about and wonder about. In 2021 at Ohio State, and I'm sure, Figgy, you remember this, on the record, they said he had a separated AC joint in his throwing arm. That's the shoulder. And in 2023, there were multiple reports. I remember seeing one from Jonathan Alexander that he was enduring shoulder pain in 2023. Then this happened last year. So does that make you wonder?
A little bit. I know that 281 said there was so many videos out there of CJ throwing to, they're okay with him not throwing during OTAs. And I think for me, I'm not going to go to the place of, is there like an active injury that's happening with all of this? Because,
nor should you.
Because I think a good point was made, I believe, by Eric Wilson as well, and this holds true. We were talking about the guys that were in the training room doing rehab on day one of OTAs, right? Dalton Schultz was in there. Damian Pierce was in there. I believe Braxton Berrios was in there off the top of my head. If C.J. Stroud had something like that, I have to believe that he would also be in that circumstance dealing with it, even in something that's probably relatively minor, because I don't know the extent that those guys are dealing with, but maybe I can't imagine that there was something all these guys are dealing with major things that have them in that training room. So I imagine that would be the case. The thing that really takes my mind to is more, are they feeling like they have to manage him? And I think that would be a reasonable, kind of safe way of playing it, right? Taking care of you, that's the franchise player. We've talked about it numerous times. But I also then wonder, is that being safe, or is there a level of concern that they are operating with that obviously they're not going to tell us about because but with all of these things that you talked about, the fact that there's been shoulder injuries, are they in a place where they're like, ooh, we want to be really, really careful with that? And what might that say about what CJ is ultimately dealing with in a system that's probably going to depend even more on his arm?
And again, I want to emphasize and reiterate, there are reasons not to overthink it. But Figgy, let me just ask you, given things in the past with what happened in the Jets game, not throwing yesterday, forget like speculation. Just how does it make you feel?
I'm kind of going off of what D'Amico said. I do think they probably got guys going on their own schedule a little bit. So like CJ there, he wasn't out partying and nothing like that. He was there, but maybe CJ kind of just want to take it a little easy. I guess I know they ain't really ramping up right now, but
sure.
I feel like they probably just taking it easy right now. I'm sure he'll probably throw at some point in OTAs.
I mean, I feel like he would have to, but I also am interested in like what that would look like because they talk about different schedules, regimens, and I could easily get myself to the idea of, okay, maybe this is just like a general load management thing where Davis Mills has a throwing day, and then we have more of a C.J. Stroud throwing day with obviously Keaton Slovis. Graham Mertz is not in that circumstance, I don't think, but Keaton Slovis maybe factoring in there as well. But maybe just so that you don't have all these guys throwing a whole bunch. Maybe that's what's happening here. But I'm not gonna lie in saying that did not like that raised an eyebrow. Especially because he took a lot of knocks last year. That was one of the defining kind of parts of last season was the idea of him taking a lot of knocks. And I think just the overabundance of caution makes me go, ooh, is there something there? I think ultimately you just kind of hope that there isn't. But I guess the question how do you feel about the Texans and their forthrightness with injuries? Because I think we were dealing with something over here with the Astros where we got into a place, it feels like you can't really trust much of anything. Which, funny enough, mind you, Christian Walker got hit in the hands like on the knuckles yesterday. He ultimately was replaced. He still played defense for a couple more innings before he was replaced at the plate. But very quickly they let us know that the X-rays came back negative. And I was like, oh, so you can do that. But so you have that with the Astros. How do you feel about the Texans in this regard? Because I think that might also shed light on how you feel about the CJ thing.
Well, every team in sports is somewhat vested when it comes to injuries, and you get that. The Astros have taken it to an altogether other level, as we all know. I think it's a different animal when you're dealing with a quarterback, especially during the season, like the Jets game when they had to come out for a bit, simply because that's the quarterback. I mean, the quarterback, that changes entire game plans, for opposing teams moving forward. And all I'm saying, I asked you guys how it made you feel. How it makes you feel is exactly how we laid out this thing. I think it's very understandable that he's just resting and very plausible, very believable. But it does make you wonder a little bit, given that history that we laid out.
Yeah, and I mean, it's understanding that like day one OTAs almost feels a little bit like like syllabus day in school. And it's not like we're asking you to do that much. So the idea that was like, no, we don't want to. I don't know how intensive your day was actually going to be throwing. So that is the part that continues to raise eyebrows. But ultimately, I think you've seen him throw to some degree, although he has not been like. It's not been Adam being throwing and all of that in this offseason. It's going to be a place to watch for sure, and hopefully Friday everything is alleviated for us in seeing him throw well, and then we can kind of leave that. But I think it'd be negligent to not have that moment and go, all right, is there a possibility of this being something else as well? All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, inspired by that, in fact, and other situations in sports. Question of the day coming up next. What is the worst reason you've ever had to miss something? 713-572-4610, because C.J. Stroud had to miss OTA day one, and it's just because of a regimen, they say. What are the reasons that you've had to miss something? Let's talk about that next.
The Texans are...
2.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, question of the day here. What's the worst reason you've ever had to miss something? 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Because yesterday we got our OTAs, day one, and probably fair, aside from the 713. I think all the OTA hand-wringing reflects how vulnerable the Texans would be if they lost either Stroud or Mixon or Nico. And yeah, no, that's absolutely that, which I think is why you look at the Higgins edition and you go, okay, cool, this is interesting. And he obviously has the size profile to some degree. I know I was listening to The Drive and Clint was talking about, being out there, and you could still see a size difference between Nico and Higgins, but at least, you see he's a little bit more wiry, but I imagine you give him another offseason in an NFL kind of program, and you might see that change a little bit. But yeah, no, still a guy that maybe has the skill set to maybe give you a little bit of protection there. That's why adding Woody Marks is kind of important, although we're still looking at what can Dameon Pierce provide, what can you have running back wise. I know that you're interested in the idea of do you used to be Shear's Cam Akers just to give you more protection behind it. Joe Mixon that was not at OTAs because he's not quite ready after having a little bit of a cleanup, right? Those are all things that you're looking at. Ain't nothing for the CJ Stroud thing, right? But he misses day one of OTAs, not necessarily missing it. He was there, just helmet off, did not throw. And so that got us thinking, what's the worst reason that you've ever had to miss something? 713-572-4610.
I'm curious in y'all's mind, it ultimately ended up being a story that I've never forgotten. So I actually cut my honeymoon short by a couple of days. Yes, I did. Man. So we were planning on a 7.
Bless her heart, man.
Yeah, I'm telling
you cutting her short on her birthday. You taking her fishing on her own birthday.
Yeah, why are you like this?
Hey, man, it works.
Should have seen the writing on the wall from the beginning.
That's probably why she's still here. She's like, you know what? This is my fault.
It's my fault.
I'm sure she probably like, it is what it is.
It is what it is.
We were originally planning, as I recall, it's been a while, obviously, 7 nights, and we ended up shorten it to 5 nights in San Francisco on our honeymoon because I was covering college basketball and I was going to miss the last game or two of the regular season because I was getting married and going on my honeymoon.
Wait, so when y'all scheduled this, y'all didn't kind of take into account what time of the year it would be? Because that's one of those things, and I know that you're talking about the spring, right? Whereas people who do this typically are talking about the fall, like don't have a weekend wedding in the fall.
Schedule a wedding during football season.
Again, as I recall, it was like, well,
y'all did off of that.
Yeah, so
and y'all didn't end up moving it in the summer?
We ended up moving to the spring, early March. And I remember going into Shelby Metcalf's office, legendary basketball coach, really funny guy. I mean, just quipping all the time. And I remember sitting in front of his desk, and he's sitting there, and I go, hey, just so you know, I'm not going to be covering the next couple of games, but I'll be back for the Southwest Conference basketball tournament. And so he heard the story, and then he looked at me, and he goes, you're cutting your honeymoon short for basketball? I said, yeah. He goes, well, there's either something I don't know about basketball or something you don't know about honeymoons.
That's right. No, and what's funny is I think that works on multiple levels because the idea of, obviously getting that horizontal hokey pokey going on, right, is one thing. But also the idea of something that you don't know about honeymoons and as that relates to your wife and what that says about her, like, hey, yeah, honey, I want to spend time with you.
We're going to cut out on the last 2 days because I got to work.
Yeah.
Like I got to go watch basketball. So that was legit. I mean, that's I guess a bad reason why I missed something.
Yeah, that's a pretty bad reason, I think, is to go back. Because also, it wasn't even the NCAA tournament. It was the Southwest Conference tournament, man. Somebody would have covered that. You didn't need to be there for that.
They would have.
All right, do you ever regret that decision?
Nah, it all worked out.
I do feel like it being in San Francisco. I don't know how San Francisco was back then, but if this was like on an island somewhere, I would be like, San Francisco.
I'd rather stay another couple days.
San Francisco, like, you need to stay 7 days.
What about y'all?
Well, what's funny is the one that keeps coming to mind, and I'm sure that there's been like a worse reason in various different ways, whether it was like a small thing or just like a very bad thing that made me miss things. But for some reason, the thing that keeps coming to mind in this moment is, you know how you need someone to come to your house to do something,
Like work, a job or something?
Yeah. It's like, hey, we got to come through and, install the TV or what have you.
Right.
And we will be there between the hours of 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. And you're like, all right.
8 to 8.
It's like, yeah, cool. I imagine they'll come. No. Whole damn day made me miss a get-together with a nice young lady.
Oh, see?
Man.
And you're talking about me.
That's not my fault. I was over here like, all right, this
you didn't
window.
Choose.
Also, the part that made me the most mad is that, like I said, till 4. I was like, this will happen later. They got there at 6.
Oh, man.
And then they started. Right. But the thing about it is, I guess, I could have planned a little bit ahead, but it's like, once you get the contact in that window, you're like, all right, I'm not trying to reschedule this.
Yeah, you have to stay.
Yeah.
Like, let's get this done
have
here.
To stay.
Yeah, it's not like waiting on a package or something.
Right.
Where they just come back the next day.
Or they can leave it.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
I was very upset because he was lying to me. He was like, yeah, I'm just one more and I'll be right over there. And then at 6 p.m., here you come, trying to then go through the process of figuring out what's happening here with this here network.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right. So just whole day, done.
Yeah, she went with somebody else at that point.
The one. If it wasn't for Spectrum,
could have been the one.
One time.
Yeah, she said, "Nah, I'm cool on Reggie, man. He skipped out on my party
to watch TV,
to stay at home."
Yeah. Hey man, but it's a utility I had to get right.
That's right.
This one is really petty. I was a kid during this time. But I actually missed the first ever SmackDown on WWF, WWE.
And you were planning on watching it?
Yes, I was planning on watching it. And at that time, I didn't have cable, so I wasn't watching Monday Night Raw or anything. I couldn't watch any of that type of wrestling. So the first ever SmackDown came on regular TV. I'm like, oh, yeah, I can't wait to watch it. I think it came on I want to say it was a Thursday night. I think it was a Thursday night.
I know SmackDown has been on Thursday nights at some point. So
yeah, so I think the first ever one was on a Thursday night, but I couldn't watch it because I had to go to Bible study with my mom.
Oh well, yeah.
I was so mad. And then during that, I could have probably recorded it on tape, but I'm like 8 years. I forgot how old I was at the time, but I just had to miss it. And the next day at school, everybody was talking about it. Every person in the school was talking about this night. And I missed it because I was at church, not even paying attention.
You were hate praying.
Oh, man. I was so mad. I was hoping because I think during that time, SmackDown was like 8 to 10. So I was hoping church. It was one of those things where like, all right, I'm gonna let y'all go in 10 minutes.
Oh,
give me 10 more minutes. And then it felt like 3 hours later, but it was like 30, 45 minutes later. Yeah. All right, give me 5 more minutes.
So we're just in that people not respecting your time.
Yeah, I think we got home like 11 o'clock, man. I was so pissed, man. I'm still mad. I still never saw that episode, that first SmackDown.
281. I got to see the first episode of SmackDown. Sorry, Figgy. From Joseph on the YouTube page, worst reason that he missed their daughter's birth because of flights from their base in Iraq meant to get them back home on leave of absence were grounded due to sandstorms. So, sandstorms got them.
That's not your fault.
Yeah, sandstorms got
them. That's an act of God.
Man, me and Figgy almost missed a football Texas game this past season. Remember when we were supposed to be flying back from D.C.?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
I actually missed it. I think it was the year, the prior year. I think it was like 2 years ago. Army Navy, and I ended up missing the game because flight delays and all that stuff. And we was on the flight, and the game had started at that point. This was during the Davis Mills days, too.
Yeah.
So really wasn't missing much.
Hey, yo, come on now. Don't do that.
That's the good part. But yeah.
One of my favorites in this category is folks are sending in their instances is like the athlete who misses for a silly reason.
Absolutely.
Because, I mean, yes, you'll have the athlete that'll miss for like paternity leave. And I'm not mad. In April of this year, in fact, Patrick Corbin, who I don't know if he's still with the Rangers, but he was with the Rangers at that point at the very least. He almost missed a start. Now, he did actually make it. However, he said that it was because he had started getting swelling because he had gotten a spider bite.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah. I remember that. And this is bringing it full circle from the 713. That repairman Figgy was honeymooning. I mean, Reggie.
Okay. All right. Well, during the middle of hey, I need you to be better about that. Somebody said they scheduled their dates around other dates. Yeah, I imagine that'll make you miss some things, which is probably a bad situation there. Some other people that are texting in from the 281 hungover and didn't make it to a first date.
That'll do it. Man. That'll do it. That could have been the one, too.
Yeah.
Could have been the one.
It could have been it. Yeah. And then when we talk about athletes missed, I just always think about the athletes who get hurt doing stupid stuff.
Oh, yeah. Fell off a treadmill. Was that Jeff Kent? One of those. Somebody said, what was the Moises Alou one that was really weird? Or somebody walked through the sliding glass door, cut his hand.
Yeah, that's a great reason.
What about the Carlos Correa massage?
The massage.
And my personal favorite, when Nate Burleson had to miss games because he stopped abruptly and the pizza that he had in the passenger seat was sliding. He tried to save it and he hurt himself.
See?
Well, that's got to be a winner, man. Like,
yeah.
Because you got to just feel real bad.
Can't blame him, though.
And everybody understands that
You
point.
can't blame it.
Hell, if anything slide, you just kind of put your hand right there.
Yeah. And y'all make fun of my cereal in the truck every morning.
Yes.
You shouldn't be eating no damn cereal in the truck like that.
Still. Somebody said Kaz Matsui missed a game due to an anal fissure.
Anal fissure.
That's right. Literally, that was
who
the
could
list.
forget that one?
Yeah. Which I mean, that's got to be up there, high up there too. When you miss a game for that. So I mean, even whatever is happening with C.J. Stroud as he did not throw in OTA's day 1. Obviously, OTA's day 2 is happening, but there's no media presence there. Hopefully that there's nothing near any of the circumstances that we've had or some of the other athletes have had.
I'm so mad I missed that SmackDown episode.
You
man.
said, I still feel it.
I'm still thinking about that. And then that's during the time you can't go back and watch it.
And everybody's talking about it. It makes you feel worse.
That was the way you you get your recap. Just hearing somebody else explain what happened.
Yeah.
Somebody said, you remember Adrian Peterson missing a game because of bad shrimp?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a good reason. I'm sorry. Unless you knew ahead of time that this was shrimp that they was like, that they just had out or something.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to try. Like, that's probably a way to get me out of here because I'm going to eat the shrimp whenever I'm given the opportunity to eat the shrimp. I'm going to be completely honest. That's just going to how this is going to go. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL. A lot of other news coming out from other OTA camps and also something that Roger Goodell, commissioner of the NFL, is kind of hinting at that could kind of shift the landscape of the NFL. We'll talk about all that next.
The Sports Radio 60 tomorrow. That's right. Join the drive.
Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
More people sending in various other athletes that missed games for funny reasons. Like when Hunter Pence missed a game or two after slipping and going sliding through the glass door.
That's the one I was thinking of. Yeah.
Somebody else mentioned, when Phil Maiden got hurt his hand punching the locker.
Mm-hmm.
It also reminds me of Jane McDaniels, who just got bounced out of the NBA playoffs last year. Left the playoffs because he punched the wall. Like punching things is always a funny thing to me because that's a self-inflicted wound. Why did you do that? What about that sounded like a good idea? I don't know. But as we go around the NFL here, I'm interested. Do you think that this sounds like a good idea here, Lopez and dear listener? Because Roger Goodell, who is the commissioner of the National Football League, when it came to the owners' meetings recently, it seems like he's kind of hinting at something, and that would be hardening of the salary cap. Now, I know that you're looking at me and saying, Reggie, what you mean? They already have a hard cap. Like, this isn't basketball where it's a soft cap, right, where if you reach, you can go over the salary cap for certain reasons or what have you. This isn't baseball where it's technically no cap except the the competitive balance tax operates as some sort of pseudo soft tax. But we've seen a lot of things happen lately with we were talking about manipulation of the salary cap. Things like void years, that are years that you never anticipate using, but are things that you can help push payments out into the future, what have you. Goodell kind of talked about he called into question something, quote, the integrity of the cap, actually speaking out by name against the idea of these void years or what have you. Now, he obviously isn't speaking specifically about this, but him kind of delving into this area, kind of poking at that, would seem to indicate that when that next CBA comes up, this might be a focus for the NFL, is cutting down on some of these manipulation tactics to make it so that the salary cap operates more straightforward in the ways that you anticipate the salary cap operating. Like, do you like this as an idea? Is there something that you believe is going to be a good idea for the NFL if they do pursue this?
All right, I'm going to go in a totally different direction.
Okay, all right.
I see you working, Raj. I see you working. Why did he float this? Why do you think he floated this?
I don't know. That's a good question that's worth asking, especially as he works at behest of the teams.
Yeah, you float this idea and start maybe gaining some traction on it. So when you're at the negotiating table and you say, hey, we want an 18-game schedule. That way the Players Association says, well, not if you're going to do this too. And then they'll say, okay, we won't do that.
Yeah, but
I think this is all part of the grand picture of getting an 18-game schedule. And, and then he's going to harden this cap because it affects salaries, it affects, roster and back end of their career, et cetera, being able to manipulate the salary. I think this is a little more complex than the surface tells you, because what it does, it gives them the right to negotiate about this and wanting to do this and all that, and then finally back away from that so they can get the 18-game schedule.
I think I like the idea that you get into here. Because you always have to consider what is the
give
standard
and take.
game, right? And with the negotiation of the CBA, it's always, especially from the NFL's perspective, the owners often have the upper hand in power and leverage. And creating more leverage is something that they're good at, right?
Yeah.
However, I don't know that necessarily adds up in my mind, because the hard salary cap stands to benefit the teams more than the players themselves.
That's
right?
my point. The Players Association is going to push back on it.
No, I don't. Well, the idea,
because the salaries are going to have to be more constricted.
The lack of a hard salary cap, like the ways in which these void years. This is a mechanism that has been developed to help teams with their accounting. The accounting gets more difficult, and that's more of a team thing. So I don't know why the teams would put that in and be like, "I'll shoot myself in the foot if you don't give me this." Like I don't know how that operates as a negotiation chip.
I think it ultimately affects salaries and number of salaries. I mean, if you're more constricted in your salary cap, just common sense will tell you that some players are going to have to fall by the wayside that maybe would be able to get a salary otherwise. You know what I mean?
I mean, maybe, and if they're able to contort it to that place, more power to the NFL and their negotiation tactics, because that feels like that's a real offering that the NFL would be giving to the PA in that instance. But I do find that interesting, and I kind of do like that for one, I think one of the things the NFL has always benefited from is having a salary cap that is more accessible to its fan base. You look at basketball, and it is an absolute mess.
All these different tiers and
the different exceptions. You get the MLE and the TPE and all these, right? The ABCD, right? You get all those happening.
Like I went into this rabbit hole about the Oklahoma City Thunder, and I'm sure you did too. How they ultimately were built in 2009 or something.
I seen that. It started from the Rashad Lewis trade back in 07.
My brain started hurting. I was like, wait,
I'm like, huh?
I was like, oh. I mean, you piece it together, but you're right. It is more straightforward in the NFL. But I think ultimately the players want, and the Players Association specifically, wants to make sure their players always get as much money as possible. I think you're right. It's harder on the teams in terms of the finances and making the cap fit. But by doing that, it does restrict the amount of money that players ultimately get.
I don't know that that's actually the case, because with the void years, those teams then have to take on that money gets paid or gets accounted for in the salary cap at some point. It's just these owners are now like, hey, this money is in the salary cap in another year, where if you have more of a hard cap, and of course, this is the words that I'm using here. I don't think that it's like the end-all, be-all, or it's an exact description of what we're talking about here. But if you have more of a true hard cap, where you're not having some of these, as Goodell called them, dummy years, then that extra off in future years, that you could pay that in that year when you have it, because this is, or in that time period of the actual situation of the teams. And honestly, it would serve to keep, I guess, the team owners, at least protect them from themselves, which the team owners typically like usually. But I think that probably would make sense in my estimation. Do you think, though, that would kind of change competition? Because, again, we were talking about this yesterday, and I feel strongly about the idea of when you're trying to go for it, that's when you use all these tricks. The idea of not having some more of those tricks at your disposal, would that then maybe make it a little bit harder to, in this heavy parity league, find little opportunities to get a little bit of an advantage over other teams?
Absolutely. It constricts the team's ability to sign those final pieces and maybe kick some of the salary down into these other years.
Yeah, and maybe I am overrating this, because the 713 makes a good point. Like taxes, they will always find a loophole. That's the thing, is when you have some level of cheaters, and I know it's not cheating, but I think you get the point. Cheaters are always ahead of the tests or of the things that are meant to stop them. There will always be the more innovative of the two, and so maybe the teams ultimately find another way to have some salary.
It's always some type of loophole with anything in life, man. No matter what they do, they always try to find. They end up finding another loophole to get around it.
Some other things happening around the NFL. Joey Bosa is likely out for the summer, or until later in the summer. The new Bills acquisition at pass rusher. I think for me, I saw that and I was like, yeah. Did y'all not see that coming? Like Joey Bosa, that feels like what he does. John Harbaugh was finally in front of the media and an opportunity to be asked about things that they did, including cutting Justin Tucker, he described it as a multi-layered and complicated decision, saying, I mean, you're talking about arguably the best kicker in the history of the game. And like we said, it's a multi-layered and complicated, but in the end, it all comes back to what you have to do to get ready for your team to play the first game. And I think if you step back and you take a look at all the issues and all the ramifications, you can understand that we've got to get our football team ready. We've got to have a kicker to go. And that was the move that we decided to make. Close quote. There was people that pushed back on that, like, hey, if he has not been kicking since, or if you have not seen him kick, how could this be a football decision or what have you? Do you believe or do you buy kind of what Jim Harbaugh's putting out?
Remember, this
or
was
John Harbaugh's putting out.
This was one of the buy or sells back when he got cut. And by the way, we'll do that at 12:40 today. I actually think that's about as honest as you can get as a head coach, because he did say, as you just pointed out, it was complicated. It was complicated, and we had to get our team ready, which is kind of a weird way of saying we didn't need that distraction. We didn't know if he was going to be available.
Yeah, I think that's the big point, and I think it was a necessary thing for him to talk about it in those terms in order for them to be able to make the move without exposing them to whatever repercussions Justin Tucker might want to take if he wants to get litigious within this, right? No, this is a decision that we had to make in this way.
Yeah.
Some other things from OTAs out there with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Liam Cohen spoke to reporters earlier in the week, and he talked about how they're not going to have Travis Hunter work both sides of the football in any given, put him in that situation to have him do that, although I'm sure he'd probably want to. He still meets defensively every day, and that's all, and he's on offense and what have you, getting the mental part of what have you. I think for me, the question that then is raised by, hey, he's having an offense day and a defense day or what have you. How viable do we actually think this is? I think that's going to be at any given milestone during this offseason and head to the season, like how viable is this actually doing this thing that has not been done a little bit, and it probably has not been done to the level that they are trying to actually do this.
I think that's a great way to put it. How viable is it? I think they think it's viable by doing it this way. The other thing he said is, like, during the season, he is going to be on the field. He's going to have to, in certain game plan situations, be on the field both offensively and defensively. I think it's viable. I know you're a little more skeptical about it.
Yeah.
But if you're going to do it, this is the only way to do it. You're going to have to talk about monitoring reps and stuff. It's the only way to do it.
Yeah, and I guess it makes sense to be very careful with the way that you operate with him early if you're anticipating having the crazy reps later. I'm interested in seeing like how much development he can get in this way, where you're kind of, in a way, I understand the idea of having offense day, having defense day where he can focus, but also he has a ways to go on both of those sides to get like NFL level. He is the caliber of prospect that you want on as a first round pick, as a high first round pick, as a wide receiver, and as a cornerback. And having both of those in one package obviously is a good thing. But as a wide receiver, we could talk about how the route running still had a lot of polish that was necessary. That was one of those things, and you saw that in rookie mini camp, right? As a cornerback, I think one of the big things is just like getting the technique down at this high level, which I think he still has a good head technique. But the tough thing about it, and I don't know how you fix this, is size. Size ends up being an issue for him, both on both sides of the football, right? With all of the physicality that he's going to be either dealing or engaging with offensively. So I'm like, how does him only having one, like half of these reps, I guess, or maybe not half of these reps, but half of the days for each of these sides actually get him prepared. I am so intrigued by what this is ultimately going to look like when you get to that place of seeing him, in training camp even. Like, is this something that they continue as far as training camp, or is he just going to be in the place where he's jumping back and forth every day? Because I'm so intrigued by the mechanisms of why you do this. I think that this is why having the genuine two-way players damn near impossible.
Yeah, no, and I think it will. He didn't reference this when he was talking. I think it will continue through training camp in the preseason, but as I mentioned, when you're game planning in the regular season game, you got to have your guys out there. The other part of it that's with good reason you're gonna limit this is every rookie ever talks about how your head's just swimming your entire rookie year, and now it's swimming in a deeper pool.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just keep thinking, man, like this is the part that I imagine is going to be even more difficult than just the physical toll of this. I think about baseball, right? Why are there not more Shohei Ohtanis? There are dudes that do this. Like I think it was Mark Kotsay, who was like a really good pitcher in addition to being like an outfielder. But you get to a place where are you developing both things at the same time to where these things at the levels that you need to. do you have enough time to be able to continue to develop these things? And I think that's going to be the fun thing about watching the Travis Hunter experiment over there in Jacksonville. Some other things from OTAs, it's worth noting, the Jaden Daniels, who is the dude who I think is becoming a little bit of a juxtaposition for C.J. Stroud after he had a phenomenal rookie season. When he showed up at OTAs, there's a notable kind of thing that was being thrown out there, which is he looks a little bit thicker.
He's ripped.
Looks a little bit thicker, which is going to be necessary, right? Because I think that offensive line was a question for them. They made some moves, including acquiring Laramie Tunsil from here. I'm very interested to see how this continues to go for him as he's already put on the weight. I think he's putting on the muscle in order to try and withstand more of that punishment that he seems to be willing to take. Like as a quarterback, he seems to be willing to get out there and take this, get out there, run, and take a hit if he needs to.
Well, I mean, he had to, and he did. And frankly, I think he's going to be just one of the absolute joys to watch this year. To see, I should say, intriguing to watch, to see exactly, if he does take that next step. It certainly, with that extra muscle, certainly would be a good step.
Yeah, there's a lot of expectation on those commanders this year, and I'm interested, especially considering the ways in which C.J. Stroud's second year went, and obviously we know the particulars of that. What does the Jaden Daniels year 2 experience look like, especially after a very highly touted rookie year? All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's Around the NFL. Coming up next. Whenever you have a blowout like we did in the Western Conference Finals, that game that happened between the Thunder and Timberwolves, everybody starts chirping up about how they would have done better. And so let's have the conversation. Would the Rockets have beaten the Timberwolves if they had the opportunity to meet them? 713-572-4610. Let's work through that next.
All right, let's talk about Ability Trees and AbilityTrees.com. Had some storms, had some rain, a lot of lightning the last few days. I mention it all the time. We love this place. We love Houston. But, boy, there's always going to be some extra storms. There's always going to be another.
Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Oh boy, Timberwolves got an ass whooping now, didn't they?
Boy, man.
One half of the NBA Thunder win the West in definitive fashion. In the way it feels right. Like the Oklahoma City Thunder have been fantastic this year, number one seed in the West. They're now going to represent the West in the finals after I'm pretty sure that the actual final score of Thunder Timberwolves last night was a lot to a little. I'm pretty sure that that's what the actual scoreboard said.
A little 30-point win.
I was going to say at least 30.
Yeah. 124-94 was the actual final.
What was the score at the end of the first quarter? That's
26-9.
Yeah, 26-9. I was like, ain't nobody coming back from this one.
Yeah, and when a team gets whooped like that, and of course it's a 5-game series, and it felt like the series was ended when Minnesota Timberwolves really just threw what was a fantastic game at the Oklahoma City Thunder all the way around, and the Thunder were just like, yeah, we're just gonna have superstar ball at the end of this game where Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and a little bit of Jalen Williams are just gonna have tough middies that we're going to make, and we're just going to put this away.
Yeah.
And so that one ends. But when a game ends like this, right, or when a series ends in the way that this one does, all these other teams that have been bounced out are like, well, I could have done that.
Yeah.
I saw a lot of Warriors fans
They
talking
suck.
like, hey, man, if Steph Curry wouldn't have gotten hurt, we'd have beat the Timberwolves, and we'd have put up a better fight against the Thunder. And I'm
If
like,
was a fifth,
we
all be drunk.
But I also did see, and I believe this was this was Will, who was, prominent on Rockets Twitter, kind of throw up there, and he was like, I might get crushed for this, but he thought that, if, the Rockets would have, had just a small thing go differently, and they would get over the Golden State Warriors.
I think they would have pushed it to possibly a game 7.
That's the question I have for you.
Yeah.
Like, do you believe that the Rockets would? Because again, I think that comes back to the idea that we were looking at the Golden State Warriors and like that's probably one of the worst matchups for this Rockets team in the first round, and it kind of played out that way, especially when Steph Curry started doing Steph Curry things where he's running around. I know you leaned on him and you were able to kind of take some of his legs out from under him early. It felt like. But when he started going and he started knocking down shots, it just felt like that really made it just a little too far to get to. But if you do not have that circumstance, if you find a way beyond the Warriors, is this a Rockets team that you could see beating these Timberwolves and ones that lost in 5 to the Thunder?
I'm kind of hesitant to say it because it sounds so weird because we knew the Rockets had shortcomings with their go-to guys and Jalen Green in the postseason and all that. Was that ever going to change their offense? But I kind of agree. I kind of agree because of the defensive side. I mean, Oklahoma City just suffocated them.
They did.
They just absolutely suffocated them. I find it hard to believe that the Rockets wouldn't have done the same thing, with their defensive prowess. The problem is, what would they have done on the other end?
That's the big question with the Rockets in general. Like, what is the offensive output? And I think that it's worth remembering, right? As much as in this game, they ain't have nothing for the Thunder.
Yeah.
I think that this Timberwolves team is phenomenal. Still was phenomenal defensively. Yeah. Like if you even just look at the overarching of the season, like this was a top 10 defense. The Minnesota Timberwolves that they had there. Top of, do you know what you do size wise with the Timberwolves? Like I understand Rudy Gobert is one of those dudes that we could absolutely get up here and try and knock on.
What does he do to your offense? Yeah.
All that rebounding that we're talking about here, like that was very prominent for the Rockets offensively. How does that go when you have Rudy Gobert in here kind of taking away, grabbing some of these boards? Because, I mean, in this series, Rudy Gobert and Naz Reid especially, like when they went with him as the 5, got to some interesting places because you have Chet Holmgren out there for the Thunder. You have Isaiah Hartenstein out there, and that's 2 7-footers that they'd play a lot that would get boards. And, yes, I think Steven Adams very much has some level of facsimile there because we've seen him. He was one of the best offensive rebounding guys all season long. But that gets a lot more difficult, a lot more kind of fraught with Rudy Gobert. And I don't know that you could play Rudy Gobert off the floor in the way that I think that you would need to in order to kind of open that up. And I think that hits at one of the heart of what the Rockets would have been looking for offensively to try and compete.
So what do you think? Because I think defensively they could have been right there. But offensively, you mentioned Gobert. And not just his rebounding. I mean, just defense in general. No matter who, even against Steven Adams, and let's presume they had the double bigs there. What is he getting off? What is Steven Adams getting off if there's any dump offs or or even Şengün. So it's an interesting question. I think they would have been there defensively, but maybe I'm more falling in line with Figgy. They might have made it interesting, but I don't know if they would have beat them.
It definitely would have been a gritty type of game.
Yeah.
But it could have went either way, kind of like the Golden State series. But maybe they could have won, maybe they couldn't. I think it would have been that close of a game.
Yeah.
I don't think it'd be a runaway game like this one.
I hear you, 832 that comes in on the text line again, 713-572-4610. The idea that Şengün cooks Gobert during their matchups, and I don't disagree with that. I think the tough part about that then becomes
who else gonna cook?
There you go, right? Especially because you start talking about, all right, on the perimeter, even you were able to find some mismatches. You were able to find some situations where you're like, hey, we can attack these guys with the Warriors. You know, two guys that I don't really love having to match up against, two guys that feel like the same dude as perimeter defenders. Their names are Jaden McDaniels and Nickeil Alexander-Walker, who, mind you, did you know that he was Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's cousin? Have you heard this? Have you heard of this before?
I gotta write that down.
I just feel like those guys would have made it incredibly difficult. And I say all this to say, I think that the Timberwolves are a really good team. They just find themselves in one of those weird places where, are they going to be the team now that has a cap that can't get over the hump?
They got to make some decisions. Like they might be kind of like a one and done almost with some of the salaries they're going to have to.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious what they're going to do, because I wonder if they have to run it back, or are they going to try to get in a game where they try to get somebody else that can.
Can they run it back? You know,
that's
with the decisions they have to make.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they can. I think there's going to be a lot of questioning of Anthony Edwards and the way that he goes about this, because he has to be the hub for this. And I was asking a friend of mine, like, watching this Western Conference Finals compared to the last Western Conference Finals that they played in where they lost to the Mavericks, is Anthony Edwards. And that's the thing where he's going to need to find that additional level, because he has to be more of a playmaker for his teammates, and he also has to like make the right decision consistently.
Yes,
and he does that to a decently high degree. And I want to give him credit because I think ultimately all this comes back to the Oklahoma City Thunder are actually. I think that we are looking at an all-time team.
Well, I was just going to go there because Anthony Edwards really played well. I mean, the whole postseason, I thought he really played well. But I'm already seeing things, out there about this is the dawning of the next Warriors, when it comes to the Thunder. And that might be a little bit, hasty just because they haven't even won one yet. But I think they're going to win one. I think they're going to win one, and I think they're set up big time.
Yeah, I keep looking at this Oklahoma City Thunder team, and just look at turnover differential, because they're suffocating defensively. Texas Misfit on the YouTube that says OKC would have lost to Houston. No, they would not.
No, they wouldn't have.
No, they would not have. Just off of the strength of the defense alone. Like, that defense is swarming. That was a good offensive Minnesota team that they made look like that all the way through. Now, what do you take against just to put it kindly, a middling offensive Rockets team against all of the swarming nature of that Oklahoma City Thunder team? Like, the turnover differential, get this here, guys, because I have this. When it comes to all-time turnover differentials, who are the all-time kind of defensive teams that you think of? Who, the Chicago Bulls of the 90s?
They would be in there.
A couple of those that are top five. The 96 and the 97 Bulls both had a turnover differential. Kawhi Leonard led where he took them that little stint in Toronto. They were a plus 79 turnover. Maybe even, the Heatles, 2013 when they found their stride, Miami, they were a plus 66. This Oklahoma City Thunder team in their turnover differential, to this point,
isn't it like 90 something?
It's like plus 100.
I thought it is.
So not only they're incredible at turning over the basketball, they did that up and down in that final game.
Yeah.
They also don't turn the basketball over. Where's the Rockets finding offense there?
Yeah,
and I say that not just to talk about the Rockets, but just this is a team that you're going to have to contend with. This is a team that's going to be here, because on top of that, they got 2 first-round picks next year, or this year, 2 first-round picks next year. They have. There's guys that are going to come up and they're going to need contracts, but they've got if you can't afford to pay them, you can let them go, because Sam Presti has been so forward thinking. You've got the next guy who steps into that role in all of these circumstances. Like, this is a team that they might be opening a dynasty window right when the Rockets are ready to try and find their way into contention. And I think this circles back to the reason why I'm so much on the idea of developing and trusting that is cool. You're going to have to do some special developing or some special moves in order to contend with the team.
And big time development. Big time. Big leaps.
And they got all the resources to do that too. I'm talking about the OKC Thunder.
Yeah.
Because they got 1,000,001 first round picks. So they got time to kind of draft and let somebody sit because they got some other people ahead of them.
Yeah, and at the risk of really speaking to Thunder one more time and just like really just laying it on thick, there have been 5 in the years that they've had like the salary tax in the NBA that have won the title. Lakers in the bubble year, Warriors in 15 and 17, which is kind of crazy because they added KD and were not in the tax.
Yeah.
Like that speaks to the anomaly that they had with getting dudes for really cheap on circumstances. The 2014 Spurs, the 06 Heat, and it would also be, if they got to this point, the 2025 Oklahoma City Thunder.
That's how you build a team, man.
It feels like that is indeed how you build a team. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping on this Thursday, including how do you feel about well, let's talk about the Astros, because we talked about Jose Altuve, but let's talk about the Astros. Like, how are you feeling about them about a third of the way into the season? We'll talk about that next.
How does Coach D'Amico plan to address the offense? Stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's talk about what's popping here on this Thursday here in the Loop. Circle back around to a little bit of Astros baseball. A little day baseball yesterday, but ultimately ended up being a victory. Astros got a sweep of the A's. A nice quick 2-game set for the Astros there. 5-3 was the final. Who was the most impressive for you in that performance? Because I feel like I love that after many of these Astros games, you can reasonably ask yourself who was the most impressive. And there's a number of guys. Because, I mean, Victor Caratini had the 2 RBI single in the bottom of the 7th when the bases were loaded. He's been very important. And I think you said put a pin in that. Now we will go to that pin because I think that he has been very good for you. Also, him catching all of these Lance McCullers outings, I'm not willing to say that that is the reason for some of Lance McCullers' good starts, but a good thing to see him get
Martin
a quality.
Maldonado for McCullers.
Good quality start for him as well. 6 innings, 12 strikeouts, which is a career high, and he threw 102 pitches, which is really good, right? That he's throwing at this level, and so I love that, especially with the shape of that slider. It's killer, man. It is. So. He got a good place when it comes to rotation. And then Zach DeZenzo going yard. He's one of those guys that you almost feel like get him some more opportunity and more burn.
Yeah. I don't think there's any question it's McCullers. And for a couple of reasons. Not just his stuff. We talked about that while it was happening. We talked about it this morning. You just mentioned it. I just call him breaking balls because he's just got an arsenal of breaking pitches.
He does.
He's got the knuckle curve.
He does.
Got the slider. He has a true curveball.
Change up in there as well?
Yeah, and so not just the.
I don't think I've seen him throw like a true curve outside of the knuckle curve.
Well, the knuckle curve is kind of he puts different jelly on it, so to speak. He changes his hand placement, as I understand it, and it can move differently. And we've all seen how good that can work. But 102 pitches.
Yeah,
102 pitches and looked like he was good to go. Gave his old tip of the cap as he's leaving and all that. It's got to be McCullers simply because of the context of they never needed a starting pitcher more, than right now.
Fair.
With all their injuries and such. But I said put a pin in Caratini. I think you got to see more of him. You got to see more of him. Neither one is really throwing out a lot of runners.
Between Caratini and Yainer Diaz?
Yeah, and they're really bad. Last I looked, they were worst in the league in terms of number that they've given up.
I mean, last time I looked, it was also that. And I don't know how recently that was, so yeah.
Yeah, and so, the defense is not going to be like a big improvement, but as we often say, can't be worse. Can't be worse, and he's hitting the ball. I think he needs to get a lot more run.
I don't disagree. Yeah. I also mentioned Zenzo, he might get some more run because of this. But although I feel like with what the news that we got, hopefully not, because Christian Walker got hit by a pitch on like a pitch high and inside on honestly his backhand. And it was on his right hand on the kind of the knuckles.
Yeah.
And it was this, Severino just missed it, right? And so he stayed in the game defensively, which is probably a good sign until the bottom of the 6th when Mauricio Dubon pinch hit for him. X-rays were negative on Christian Walker, according to Joe Espada after the game. They'll see how he feels today, so we'll be looking out for more information there. But he just wasn't comfortable gripping the bat. So should he miss some time, those other guys get some, but hopefully he doesn't because he's really been turning things up of late. So seeing him actually swing the bat a lot better is great. However, I did think it was notable. We got a same-day X-ray and results divulged to us.
Oh, really?
And so I was like, do we feel like this is a new Astros, or are they turning a corner to some degree? Because remember, they were pretty quick on letting us know what was happening with Ronald Blanco as well. Or is this just evidence of them hoarding information in the past, and this is just a particular instance?
Well, I think it was good news, so they got it out there.
Yeah.
Nothing to worry about. Good news. He was talking about it's just managing the swelling, the inflammation.
Right, which
that
doesn't make me feel any better because how many times have we been to a place where managing inflammation has ended to an IL stint?
Yeah, exactly. But, negative X-rays, so that's always good. I wouldn't expect him to play. Give him another day, right?
Maybe. I'll be interested to see. I mean, they got a big 4-game. Well, I don't know how big it is. It's a 4-game set against the Rays.
The Rays all of a sudden.
Yeah, and I saw someone earlier on the text line. I agree with them. They're like, hey, we got to get our lick back after not being able to really do it up against the Rays there in Tampa, getting a 4-game set. Go ahead and get 3 of these. You would need wins. Well, I mean, not necessarily wins, but the 4 that you have going, including today. Ryan Gusto is on the mound for you versus Shane Baz. But Framber Valdez will have the Friday start. Colton Gordon, Hunter Brown. You have a Hunter Brown day on Sunday. So you have some guys that I think you feel really good about on the mound, especially Framber and Hunter over the weekend series. So getting a win against the Rays will be beneficial. Mind you, around baseball, some other Astros related things. The Nationals beat the Mariners 9-0, so that actually put the Astros only a half game back of Seattle. So it feels like you really take hold by the end of the weekend. You could have a nice hold of the AL West if things break your way. And oddly enough, remember that we always feel like after the Astros really lay it on thick, run scoring wise, that the next game isn't all that good, and maybe you just go, this is the A's and it doesn't count. But remember, they had 10 runs or 11 runs really. The day before yesterday, they get a victory, 6 and 7 out in those instances. So shout out to them for that. And on the farm, Shea Wickham, haven't heard that name in a little bit. 3 home run night in Albuquerque for the Sugarland Space Cowboys. So shout out to the Astros in that regard. Some other things that are popping. This is something I actually just saw. You like March Madness now, don't you?
Love it. Absolutely.
Yeah, there might be more to love because if Charlie Baker, who is the president of the NCAA, is right, the NCAA is ready to expand March Madness for the mains as soon as, you want to guess the year?
Next year.
2026, that's right. Good idea, bad idea, terrible idea.
You always tend to lean people are consuming it. And so, with the old pigs get fed thing.
Hogs get slaughtered.
I think this is a little hoggish. Now, I'm probably going to be proved wrong. I did want to see it go to 64. I did want to see it expanded to the play-in game.
To 68?
I mean, to 68, yeah.
Oh, so you really be watching these first 4, huh?
Well, I just think, in terms of, teams
that
getting
Tuesday, he be sitting down the tournament started.
Don't bother me, man. I'm watching Ball
Let's
State.
go St. Mary's.
Or whatever.
See, this is the thing. You missed the joke because the joke is it's always Dayton. Dayton is always playing in the first
Dayton.
4.
It is Dayton.
Yeah.
I didn't mind it, I should say. I did want it to go to 64 back in the day. Did want to, see. I didn't mind the 68. They said that another option is 72. I don't know how that would work, 72 or 76. I kind of think that's a bit much. It
just feels like a lot. And the one question I do wonder, and maybe this is unfair because I guess you have still seen oftentimes some really good teams ultimately making it to the end, is the more rounds that we put in here, are we pushing it further and further towards being a random championship generator as opposed to getting as much of the best team as we can
I don't know.
At the end here?
I don't think so. Case in point, I know Florida won and Duke was favored, but they were all there in the Final Four. You were getting the great teams still doing what they do,
Yeah. So we'll watch that space to see if that comes about. I believe talking about Lance, but it feels good. Go Stros. Absolutely does. And if you want to turn that good feeling into some money, Will Kunkel posted this on Twitter, and I thought this was interesting. Apparently, Lance McCullers' odds for comeback player of the year plus 3,300.
That's high. That's really, really value. He's like the definition of comeback player of the year. Dude hadn't pitched in 2 years and then comes back and performs at any level, just a winning record.
I'm just saying.
Right?
Put
your money down. Spend all your money, guys.
I am never the person that you take betting advice from. Yeah. I'm going to be completely straightforward on that. However, my layman's betting brain does make me go, that feels like a good place to just throw a flyer out there.
Put a buck out there.
Put a nice $5, $10 on there. You don't go to Whataburger today. Put 10 on it and see what happens.
Yeah.
That feels like something you should do. Some other things that are popping. You saw this. Tom Brady and Jim Gray are doing this thing that I find interesting, which is a Hall of Excellence that they're opening in Las Vegas. How do you view this, right? Because the idea is they're going to put some historical excellent items in there.
Not a Hall of Fame.
Not a Hall of Fame, a Hall of Excellence. They're starting with the bat used by Jackie Robinson.
What's the letters for it?
In 47. I guess. All right. Took me a second there. We are in Houston, and that word is used for everything. I just don't want nobody coming and talking to me about that. Michael Jordan's first Air Jordans that he wore in 84, plus first ones that he won a championship in. Brady's 7 Super Bowl rings will go in there.
Of course.
Clint Eastwood's Academy Award for Unforgiven. Is that one of these things not like the other? Because the last one is gloves from Muhammad Ali 6. It feels like one of these things is not like the other. I'm going to be honest.
I actually love this. It's not a Hall of Fame. It's just like, hey, you want to go? And by the way,
you want to see some cool stuff?
Yes.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
It's in Las Vegas.
Yeah,
it's going to
I would
kill.
I would definitely, if I was in Vegas,
yes,
I would definitely go to that.
Yes, I mean there's all kinds of stuff that it's like, hey, do you want to go see some really cool stuff? Well, why would I say no to that?
Apparently, it's just going to focus on sports memorabilia, though. So,
I actually like that because I mean, you got the Music Hall of Fame, pretty much the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame that pretty much have stuff in there. But it's more related
people get
to
inducted
music.
to it, though.
Yeah, but if you
that makes it better to me.
But if you actually if you actually go to the museum part, you see stuff in there.
Yeah.
Like you can see Michael Jackson glove or some dress or whatever somebody wore. But you actually do that with sports. I think that's cool.
I love this idea. You're in Vegas. Hey, let's run through the Hall of Excellence. Let's see what that hoe's all about.
Am I a bad person? Because my first thought when I saw this is like all that sports memorabilia in one place, huh?
Oh,
that seems right for somebody to try and knock that off, don't it?
Yeah.
I got a hunch there's pretty good security in Las Vegas.
I mean, you have to. Yeah, you'd absolutely have to.
And O.J. Simpson passed away, so he ain't going to go back to get his stuff.
Right.
I definitely thought it.
Yeah.
I'm glad you said it, but not me. So there you go.
Oprah's Presidential Medal of Freedom is going to be there. I want to see it. Sure. Why not?
How much you pull into that house?
Oh, not just for Oprah. I'll pay.
Yes, I was not assuming that you were paying just to go see Oprah. Yes.
Tiger's ball from his first Masters win. This is cool stuff.
Yeah. Would you pay $50 to get in?
Oh, ain't no way.
Easy.
Ain't no way.
Easy.
Ain't no way.
Easy.
Ain't no way I'm paying $50 to go see that.
I absolutely would.
But I also know myself because I get bored after a while.
But see, me personally, if it was just me, I would pay $50. But I know it's always a +1 with me, with my wife. And then I'm like, $100? Is that worth going in there? I'm like, I don't know about that.
Is this $100 worth?
If I was single, I pay that $50.
Yeah.
I don't know about 100, man.
I think you give me a 30, maybe 35.
Come on, man, you can pay $50 for that.
Somebody said Gene Hackman stole the show on Unforgiven. Okay, all right.
He did. That's one of my favorite movies.
832. Would you be surprised if I said I haven't watched it?
I would not be surprised.
Okay, very good.
You should. It's a terrific movie.
Well, maybe it comes up in something that we do later. Somebody said, "Have y'all seen Mac's memorabilia collection? It's insane. He even has the Olympic torch from Atlanta." I haven't seen Mac's memorabilia. I imagine he got the money to do that.
I'm sure he's gonna put something in Vegas for the right price.
He's the right guy to contact because I've seen some of it, not all of it.
Mattress Mac is too much about Houston. Ain't no way he putting that in Vegas, baby. That's gonna be right here.
Hey, that money talks, man, and he's pretty familiar with Vegas.
He is indeed.
By the way, visitors will also hear detailed stories from broadcasters like Bob Costas, Marv Albert,
and Jim Gray,
and Jim Nantz.
Oh man,
Jim Nantz.
Man.
And real quick before soccer, which I'll be honest, I'm annoyed by, but Dynamo got a victory, 3-0 at Yankee Stadium versus NYCFC.
They're back.
They are technically holding and occupying a playoff spot. It's 16 games to a 34-game season, so you don't really have to lean too much on that. But I think more than anything, it points to they've gotten over that rough start that they had earlier. So
you
shout
don't
out
like
to our guy.
You don't like the midweek soccer?
Not for MLS. It's annoying for me. I don't know why. Oh, you know what? I do know why. Because midweek soccer is now competing with Western Conference Finals and baseball and all that.
Right now,
I'm like, MLS, you're not comparing right now, with all due respect. I do love you. And by the way, if you are so inclined, voting for the 2025 MLS All-Star Game has started. So go out and cast your votes for your Dynamo faithful, whether it's Linger, McGlynn, Ponce, all those guys. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's also return to OTAs yesterday because I thought that we had some really interesting, thoughtful conversations between Aziz Al-Shaair about leadership and Will Anderson Jr. about his next step in development. So I want to talk about that. Let's hear that next.
Payne and Pendergast. HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're 10. Happy Thursday to you. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig. Yesterday was OTA's day one. OTA day two going on there at NRG Stadium. No public access to that, though, so we're not getting much insight to it. Yeah, I know.
They're practicing all their secret stuff.
Yeah.
Because you don't want these other teams to see what they're doing.
They get the annexation. They're installing the annexation of Puerto Rico.
Yes.
And the Fumblerooski getting in there. What is there a trick play that you really want to see from this Texans team?
Oh, that's a good question.
While you think about that, I offer this as some level of this is the information that I can give you from the Texans, even though I can't give you what's happening out there at NRG, Figgy. And I see this per Sam Warren of the Houston Chronicle. The Texans have released their official preseason schedule, so we know what times these games are. So Saturday, August 9th is when they'll get game one versus the Vikings at 3 p.m. So it's a 3 p.m. Yeah.
That's
middle
not
of
a
the
home
afternoon.
game. That's not a home game, so that's cool.
Yeah, that's not a home game, but the home game that you will have is the second preseason game. That's the 16th against the Panthers at noon on that Saturday.
Ooh, it's gonna be hot.
It's gonna be hot out there, baby.
Boy,
buddy.
That's what I was thinking. I was hoping it was like a later game, like a night game or something.
Nah.
Ooh, it's gonna be hot, man.
And then you'll get the Lions game in the third one, and that'll be in noon.
Good luck to the tailgaters out there, man.
Yeah.
Well, you say, what you mean out there? Like you're not gonna be out there? You better be out there. I expect to see you.
Say that. I'm just going around. I'm talking about the people that got the setup. Oh man,
ain't no problem. Tailgating is a way of life.
Ooh, man,
tailgate is a way of life.
And it's on a preseason game.
Yeah.
So, but
August.
Woo. That's right. That's right.
I'm saying that because I did it before. I did it a couple years ago. It was so hot.
I can't wait. I can't wait.
Yeah. What about the Texan special?
Okay, so you have the name. I forget that you just love names. What is the Texan special? Actually,
the
you know
Philly
what?
special, but a Texans version.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, who's throwing the football then? All right, I love what we're doing here.
Joe Mixon.
Oh, yes. The Texan special.
I like what's happening here.
That's what they're practicing right now.
That's right. Even though Joe Mixon not at OTAs. All right. But speaking of OTAs, we did hear from a few players yesterday, and I thought there was some interesting stuff, namely from Aziz Al-Shaair. I think Aziz came into a national spotlight last year, as we all know, after that game versus the Jaguars.
What did he do?
I thought he made a good hit.
Game, right?
I thought he made a good hit.
He was balling his ass off.
He was.
Then what happened?
He was balling other things off of other people's bodies as well, it seems like, because that's the way that it was talked about.
I think he got a little upset about something.
I think so.
I think Ray Lewis used to say that he gonna knock people's necks loose, which is an incredible threat. One of my favorite threats of all, I'm gonna knock your neck loose. That's just so vivid. And if
you had that baby neck going,
if you let the NFL,
Mama's got to hold it up from the back,
right? If you let the national NFL media say, and they talked about it like Aziz knocked Trevor Lawrence's neck loose, but I mean, he getting to hear more from him has really spoken to his leadership, and that was one of the things that he talked about after OTA's day one. This is actually cut 15 here. Much his background with D'Amico Ryans helps his signal calling and such, and I thought it was very introspective and insightful.
Yeah, I think it's big because, like I said, whenever you get to stack, more time with somebody, and I've known D'Amico since I've been in the NFL, so I think just more years under your belt, and then obviously now going into my second year with these guys, with this group, and the new guys that are coming along, it's exciting because you just feel like, if you got two chances to do anything, you feel like that second time is going to be better than the first. So I think that's the expectation for myself and for everybody in the building.
So that's more of what the defense, what the actual nuts and bolts of the defense. And I had not thought about the idea of an Aziz Al-Shaair progression, even from especially from a mental side of the game. What does that look like to you? What do you think he's speaking to in that moment?
Well, look, he's been there. He's been there with D'Amico, and certainly, and we're going to hear what he had to say. This one, two of them really stood out to me. The next one just more about the leadership and some of the things he does, but also when he's talking about Henry To'oTo'o and the sort of, I guess, teaching him and helping him along the way last year. But the bigger thing for me when you listen to Al-Shaair, you really start to feel bad for him because he's got a reputation. Like a bad reputation in the NFL. And I guess you can say somewhat deserved, given, the volatility that
his propensity to toe the line and maybe step a little bit over at times.
And more than on one occasion, So I get it. But this dude is one for, at least the first 2 decades of the organization. A class guy off the field, has that edge, maybe a little bit too much occasionally on the field, but just a complete leader and gets the defense. And he's a bad dude that the Texans, frankly, for years, they were always called a bunch of choir boys and all that.
Yeah.
And so I think I kind of feel bad for him that reputation is, while it's somewhat deserved, it's not altogether deserved and unfair.
As the czar, as the pope of bad nicknames, what do you think about controlled aggression, controlled chaos? Because it feels like that's what that's what you are. You've been ordained. I hope you enjoy that and bask in its powers and its glory. But it does feel like that's what he is. Like he's controlled chaos, and that like you want to be able to unleash that aggression, that chaos, but when he needs to, right? He's very, very clear about all those things. Like, but I do want to circle back around to the idea of like the notion of growth within him. Because I did not, like, you talked about all those things and it felt like we could see those last year. And it's like, this is perfectly what you want. But he here is talking about the ways in which year 2 is a step up over year 1. And I honestly almost can't even imagine it unless we're talking about like him becoming a better coverage guy like the 832 is talking about. Will he be better at covering tight ends? And I don't know if that's something that is to be expected at this point of his career, but like the mental part of making sure there are no mistakes from not just him, but the entirety of the defense that he kind of helms. It feels like there wasn't that many of those from his purview either.
Yeah. First of all, what you said really hurts me inside.
Hopefully the outside too. That's what I was going for.
But not going to be better. I mean, that's the gripe. He's not going to become better in coverage. It's just not going to happen. Physically, I don't think it's there. What he can do, and we heard it, and we're about to hear some more, is really get not just what D'Amico is, but what this team is. Like, he really understands what buttons to push. They understand him, and that's the growth. That's the growth. It's not just like, hey, he's a leader, do what he says. They get each other. There's a better connection there.
713, what about Cushing? Was he a choir boy? No, but I think he might have been a little bit unwieldy at times. But yeah, I hear what you're saying there. But this is what you're talking about here when it comes to Aziz, and this is one that very much circulated on Twitter because, I mean, you hear someone talking these ways. We were talking a little bit earlier with B. Scott and Seth about the notion of Will Anderson Jr. and hearing him talk. I kind of got a different but similar feeling when I heard Aziz Al-Shaair talking about this, how he learned his way to becoming an NFL pro and a veteran.
Through it, like when you go through one side of it, well, like I said, as a player, somebody's talking to you a certain way. Like I grew up a certain way, and I didn't have my father in my life, so I genuinely struggled to deal with male figures and taking like authority in that way. So I think as I figured that out on my own and, going to therapy and dealing with my own issues as a young player, especially like with me and D'Amico, that's our relationship was just always like headbutting until it got to that point where you realize, like, why is this person talking to me like this? What are they trying to relay to me? And you kind of just able to process all those things and then come up with that solution to realize this person's trying to help me. Their message is just being not taken so personal. And then as I figured that out for myself, and I became more of a leader in my own right, I just made sure that I carried that same message that I felt to the people around me because, like I said, everybody is different, and I have no clue sometimes. You go to work, a guy might have just lost, his child, or maybe something happened at home because we all go through things. So I think it just challenged me to be more considerate and more mindful of other people because I was thinking about how I felt.
First of all, I mean, how do you not love that guy? All things considered, especially if he's on your team. But secondly, that speaks to what I was talking about. I think the growth that he has, and he's obviously been a mature guy, for years now, but the growth that he has in the context of his role and in the context of taking the coaching. They always talk about, great players really, really do want coaching. He's grown into that. And I think he also understands, how to read people and what buttons to push on other people, his teammates in particular.
Who do you think that's going to stand to benefit the most from? Because it feels like we've already seen places where it's benefited. It's funny because I almost feel like I'm being negative here, and I apologize if that is the way that this comes off. But I'm like, it feels like we've already reaped so much of the benefit of this that I'm almost trying to find the way of how does this even get better? Like I have been so pleased with what he has brought to this team. And he seems to be in a place where he believes that there is more to be wrung out of this. And I'm still trying to find where are the areas that you get even better here, because I've been so impressed by not just his play, but how he has affected rather the entirety of this defense.
I think we've seen it. We saw it last year. What if Henry To'oTo'o is better than good? That's right next to him. And he talked about the growth that To'oTo'o had from year 1 to year 2 was exponential. I mean, it was just more than he said he had himself. And what if that's another step? Another step with him. I think that's where that could maybe be the biggest impact. And maybe Christian Harris. I mean, although his might be more physical.
Yeah, I was like, the Christian Harris thing, it feels like it's a physical thing that's holding him back. But maybe once you get him onto the field, do you see an even better version of Christian?
Yeah.
Because of his, ability to work off of Aziz. And, I mean, DeMeco is a teacher, right? I think that's one of the things that I love about him as a coach is that he seems to be able to impart his message in a way. He seems to be, very empathetic to his players, and that I think that creates a pathway where you can get your message across and have it land and be more fruitful in planting those seeds. And it feels like Aziz is like that consummate general on the field that has all of those similar tendencies, and dare I say, might be getting himself to a place where he might do it better.
Yeah. And I wonder, as crazy as it was, I wonder if he's even grown from last year's. The incident or hit or whatever you want to call it. Keep in mind, he was such an impactful player. He missed 6 games. He missed 3 early, then he missed 3 with a suspension, and was just a monster in terms of tackles and leading this team. And oh, by the way, I came across this morning in the games in which Aziz Al-Shaair played. The Texans were 8-3. 8-3. In the games in without condition.
Yeah, I think his impact cannot be overstated, I think, with what this defense is, and like the fact that this defense has fully embodied the mantra and the mentality. I know that people get tired of saying swarm, but I think when it works, when it hits this hard, it feels like that's a huge part. And I think that we're getting to a place where 8-3-2. If we're being honest, Aziz is really DeMeco's work son. And I think that, yes, that is absolutely the case. I mean, he talked about it. He started talking about father figures in that space. And I don't know if he would want to get specifically to that place, but it is easy to very much see Aziz kind of talking about DeMeco Ryans and seeing that authority figure, at least before I get too far in putting him as a father figure, and how that trust is there. And it feels like that connectivity between the clear defensive mindset that DeMeco has, the genius that I think we can maybe put him as, and the ways in which that pathway into getting the actual results on the field shows up through Aziz. Obviously, Will as well. I think Petrie is another one of those guys that you'll talk about. But Aziz seems to be like the main conduit to make sure that there's a level of accountability and held up to the standard. And I think that he is one of the main reasons why you take all these parts, and I don't want to call them disparate, but all these very good parts, and then they form together like Voltron in what I think is a campaign to be a historic defense this year.
I think we were all fingers crossed with that. I think that they have all the elements of doing that. And I also think, we talk about what Will Anderson can do. We've talked about it here. What if he has the 13, 14, 15 sacks or more, and what it could do. But I think it starts with Aziz. All of them, Will Anderson's a leader, just has DeMeco Ryans. But I think Aziz is sort of the conduit.
Especially because of the maturity that's displayed. And I mean, just these answers alone. I mean, hell, think about when we got these answers. Day 1 of OTAs. Exactly. Like this is not one of the the idea that he's able to probe the depths and give you introspective answers to this point on questions that again I think that have been pretty damn good. But it's not like they were out here in a Barbara Walters interview, and I realize that that's a little bit of a data reference as well. But he took it to that place because I think he is that mindful about this game. And so I am super intrigued to see what this defense does from a dude who I think has been exactly what you needed for this defense, has been incredible for it already, and seems to believe that there's another level to get to.
Yeah, absolutely.
Somebody said disagree on Aziz. He's such a liability in pass coverage that they think that we're building around, or actually, I guess it got cut off, but they disagree with the pass coverage being such an issue for Aziz.
He's not great. But, he's not great in pass coverage. Nobody's going to deny that. But I think the elements that he brings, and also the way that he's surrounded, and some of the players they brought in.
Yeah, I think that the idea of having a perfect player there, I can understand why you get to that place. But I think what he brings, the physicality that he's able to engender on top of like the accountability and kind of being almost the CPU of the defense, I think that matters in a way that I value a lot more than, if he was, able to better cover tight ends, which obviously you would like, but I'd much rather have this guy in that space. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We'll circle back around Will Anderson, hitting on some of the things that Will Anderson Jr. is talking about when it comes to how he has a jump in this 2025 football season. But there you go. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions that are presented by the Men's Clinic. We always do them around this time, and we will do them next.
The Sports Radio 6.
10. The Texans play here.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so I did realize, and I've realized this before, I should say I realized again, sometimes the less you know, the better about something. So this morning, and it happened yesterday, but this morning, I Googled pink cocaine. Now, why did I
Whoa,
Google
what you trying to do?
Because he wants to see.
Lover said, I had to
see what that do.
I had the white cocaine before.
I wonder if that like pink lemonade, because I like pink lemonade.
Well, it's funny you say that. I wish I hadn't Googled pink cocaine.
Are you really?
Yeah,
what popped
really,
up? You know who could have told you that yesterday?
Me. Stefon Diggs.
Well, yeah, I bet he.
I watched that video way too many times, by the way. He was so smooth with it. What's my name?
Yeah.
What's my name? What's my name?
So it will never cease to amaze me the stupid things that people do when it comes to these sort of manufactured drugs and stuff. Let me read you what I Googled. I copied and pasted it. It's not even cocaine, by the way. Pink cocaine, this is quote, pink cocaine is a powdered mixture of substances which is dyed pink, may have a sweet smell, and typically produces mind-altering hallucinogenic effects. Pink cocaine is a mixture of different substances. Mm-hmm. Every batch is different, and a person does not know how their body will react to it each time. The only commonality of pink cocaine is its bright pink coloring. Why do people do
so
that?
It's pretty much Molly.
It's some sort of hallucinogen.
No idea.
Like, what the hell is Molly?
Yeah.
Like, people was popping Molly, had no clue what it was.
Well, Molly is more specific. That's not even Molly.
But they don't even know, like, every
not speaking from experience, by the way.
Yeah, it sounds like you
don't nobody
know,
come in here and talk to me.
Know a thing or two about Molly.
All right, fine.
That ain't Molly.
Let me take a sip of this water, because they're going to come in here and have me pee in a cup.
Yeah, like, I'm going to do a drug. What kind of drug are you going to do? I'm going to do a drug that some either bad scientist or amateur scientist mixed together with all these chemicals, and then I'm going to snort it up my nose.
You're saying that as an athlete, he should be a little bit more discerning with what he puts in his body.
As a person.
Oh, okay.
As a person.
Well, maybe he ain't doing it. Maybe
he pulled it out and gave it to him.
He did pass it to the girls and say, "Hey, y'all split all that. Y'all come back to daddy whenever y'all finish." That's pretty much what he said.
He called himself daddy. Or they called him daddy.
He said, "What's my name?"
Yeah.
And they all say, "Daddy." The video was so uncomfortable.
Pink cocaine. No idea. I had no idea what it was.
Yeah. That's not a good look. Not a good look by any means, which does make me wonder, like, you did see them over there filming that, right?
Yeah, and Mike Vrabel was not happy.
Why would he be? Yeah. They just gave this up.
Yeah.
Like, oh my goodness. All right. T Mill just said pink cocaine is like a Jeffrey, which I always forget what movie that's from, but I do remember the reference. And from the 713, real Molly would be MDMA or ecstasy. That is correct.
Mm-hmm.
That is
all
correct.
mixed in one. Yeah.
Just ask Reggie.
Okay. Expert, our drug expert, right here.
You don't even know how funny that is, because I'm not anything, but I just be reading.
I don't understand how people sniff anything up their nose, man. I had trouble with like medicine. Mm-hmm. The medicine that kind of, I guess you.
Yes.
Like, I'll be struggling with that.
My wife.
How can y'all?
My family will tell
you.
You know, what's the discreet about the medicines even I take that are prescribed. I'm like, I don't want to take a lot. I don't want to get hooked. I don't want to do this. Yeah. This guy is just batching together some pink cocaine with who knows what.
He was smooth with it too, man. He looked like a pimp outside on the corner.
Shout out to our guy Larry and Stafford, who on Twitter was like, "Hey man, he should ask Odell about getting on them boats." And apparently boats are a problem. Yeah. Apparently getting on boats are a problem. Either you lose, either you're going to lose a playoff game, or you're going to get out here making it tough for everybody in the New England Patriots organization. This is going to be a very interesting first test for Mike Vrabel. Like, how much of the Bill Belichick are you trying to be? Like, how much of an ornery you-know-what are you trying to be about this? Because he could really make this tough on Steph.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I imagine you don't just want Mac Hollins and Kyle Williams and then upside down question mark running routes for you. I imagine you want this Stefon Diggs to do a little bit of something for you.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, 936. If we're going to get very serious about this, people that vape are taking the same risk because what's in all of that. Yes, I understand.
I don't disagree.
Yeah,
I don't disagree.
That's somewhat true, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you don't know what's in that type of stuff.
Did we turn into like a daytime PSA? Is that what we did?
Well,
is this funded by the DARE program?
My confession. I mean, it never ceases. Why do you do this?
Me personally,
smoke a little weed. It's from the earth. Who cares?
Hey, man. I'm all right, Smokey. I'm a little B, man. I ain't trying to take. I
don't smoke weed. You know that. But I'm saying,
I ain't trying to take.
Something
You
that's
sure?
grown.
Look, I like the control stuff. I won't have control of myself.
Right.
Me personally.
Right.
I ain't saying y'all don't have control of yourselves, but me personally, man.
This is the worst special program. Like, this is the worst a very special episode.
Don't do
ever.
drugs. Just smoke weed.
Hey, y'all can do what y'all want to do.
These are my confessions.
Oh my God, very special episode. All right, all right. Let's get to my confession here. Y'all got to have some shame. Like, we have to bring back shame. That is. I very strongly feel that about this, that we have to bring back shame, because I was scrolling Twitter this morning, or X as some people choose to call it, and I saw this. I saw that. Are you guys familiar with the actress Sydney Sweeney?
Of course.
Would you be able to describe her to me?
Hot.
Okay,
I was gonna say, her parts. People, she is known for her parts in
Yes, she is.
specific show.
Oh, her parts, as in like how she likes using auto parts to, she's big into restoring cars.
She's the template for Brittany Mahomes.
Okay, he brought this back to Brittany Mahomes. Yeah. She has large mammary glands, which you get into. Okay, very good. No, but really, she ends up being kind of like a modern sex symbol out there. And apparently she is partnered with Dr. Squatch. Dr. Squatch, like the soap company or whatever.
Okay.
To create her bathwater bliss. 5,000 bars of soap come from water that she was bathed in.
Well, I really want to say it. All her water is bliss. All her bath water is bliss.
See, that's the problem. This is the shame that I'm talking about. Yeah. This is it. Thank you for displaying. Have some shame.
And see, I agree with you, Reggie. I think it should be some shame, but when you got people like Lopez, she about to be a billionaire.
You're
now
the reason
people
that
like
this is here.
I didn't say I was going to buy it. I was just making a comment.
Yes.
It's just commentary.
All the people like Lopez is why she's doing this. That's exactly why she's doing this.
I'm kidding.
The idea that this is like, there's an official company like, yeah, this is how we do it. I'm like, guys, we have lost the effect of shame in our society. This is a watershed moment, guys. We need more shame. We need to bring, like, I understand shame could be, really, it could bring people down. It could be weighty, but you know what? It keeps people, at least at some point, it kept people from doing this. It did. And I feel bad being this person, but I feel like I need to be the proponent of shame. We need to bring it back.
I think Figgy was just siding with you, but not necessarily in that same boat.
I'm in the same boat as Reggie, man.
I see you, T-Mill. You out here getting 2 bars. I know it.
These are my confessions.
Speaking of shame, I thought Reggie was going to take my confession the way he started it, and I'm probably going to start the same way he started his last confession. I think we need to bring shame back.
That's right.
Because I was scrolling on X, as some people like to say. I still say Twitter. But I ran across a post, and let me be clear. This artist is an artist by the name of Erica Banks, who's originally from Dallas. But she be in Houston a lot. She be traveling a lot, Houston and Atlanta and all that stuff, rapper. And she announced she's having a strip tour.
A strip tour?
A strip tour with private dances starting at $1,000.
Yikes.
So I'm guessing from what it looked like on the flyer, it looked like she might be going to strip clubs to maybe perform some music. I don't know, but dance. And the dances are starting off at $1,000. Look, I like her a lot.
No, thank you.
but I'm not paying $1,000 for a dry dance.
A dry dance.
Dry is wild. What is happening?
No, let's be real.
Dance.
Let's be real. Like,
we are.
Are you paying $1,000 just for a lap dance?
No.
Of course not. The first thing, it's funny. I looked at the comments and what people were saying. First thing people were saying, nah, I can have a better time with that for like $200. Like, why am I paying $1,000 to dance? Pretty much.
Yeah.
But like, why is you paying $1,000 to dance?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know about that. I'd rather take that $1,000, go to another strip club and just have a good time in the section, drinks,
absolutely,
eat some wings. You know, strip club got good wings.
Oh, yeah.
I could do all that for $1,000. I don't know about $1,000 for a dance.
He said, "Let me get $1,000 and go to my local strip club. He's my jersey to the
Put my
Raptors."
jersey up there with James Harden. I don't know about that, man. $1,000, I'm gonna be looking like the little creeping players club.
That's crazy.
When you trying to follow Diamond home?
Yeah. Now you did say that $1,000 is too much, which does raise the question: how much is not too much for you there, Fig?
Yeah.
What is the number?
Not too much.
Give us a number.
You said 200, didn't you?
Yeah, I'm not really 200. No, I ain't say 200 for that. I think it depends who it is.
Give us a number.
Yeah.
So let's say back in the day it was. Remember back in the day, Cardi B used to dance in the clubs and stuff like that.
Right.
And I know some people who she actually danced with.
Mm-hmm.
For her, I will probably pay at max. And this is Cardi B. Everybody know who Cardi B get.
Mm-hmm.
I will pay probably I'll pay $100.
100?
Yeah.
Does that come with the pink cocaine?
All right.
Nah. I'm cool on that. It probably do come with the pink cocaine if her dude is sponsoring it.
Yeah,
$1,000, man.
$1,000 is a lot.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Somebody said I got 25. All right, so I do want to be careful though, because I would put up.
Are we pitching in?
I do. And I feel like that is some real we need shame here, because if you and your homeboys putting it together in order to get the dance, I feel like that's a little problematic here. But I do want to acknowledge though, we're talking about some athletes out here. Mm-hmm. Like, we not just talking, like, there are some very athletic shows being put on.
Oh, yeah.
But I feel like you gotta make sure to pay market rate for it. But I don't know if $1,000.
She's a rapper.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how she is as far as dancing on the pole and private dancing and stuff like that. So I just don't know about $1,000. And that's respectfully. That's with anybody,
that's
man. Yeah, that's respectfully.
Somebody said, wasn't she robbing fools? Yes, by charging $1,000.
Yeah, that's part of it.
Yes,
that's part of it.
I don't know, man. Like I said, I'm cool with her and all that stuff. I don't know about that one, man.
All right, I regret this whole segment going the way that it did.
Somebody said, are y'all going to talk to fourth graders?
T Mill is out here saying, I wish Sydney Sweeney was going on one of these tours. Is there a spray bottle around here? I need to go.
Yeah.
What is happening, T Mill? I need you to.
I wonder how much T Mill would pay for that private dance.
Well, I will find out here shortly. I'm certain of it. In what I can only describe as the most explicit lunchtime confession in my particular tenure here. Somebody said, wear the camera glasses. Nah, they will throw you out of there like Jazz on the Fresh Prince.
100%.
They will hoist you by your petard and chuck you out into the parking lot, into traffic on Richmond. You better be careful. All right. Those are the lunchtime confessions. I probably reluctantly presented by the Men's Clinic here In the Loop right here on Sports Radio 6. I appreciate you hanging out with us despite all that other stuff. This is why I say we need to bring back shame. All right, coming up next, never shame necessary with this segment. Let's do a little buy or sell on a Thursday. Are you buying what these various people in sports are selling? 713-572-4610. Play along. We'll talk about it next.
The Texans are far from a finish. from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, Thursday, man. Every Thursday, buying or selling. And certainly, there's a lot to cover this week with Figgy. By the way, mini confession after confessions?
Mm-hmm.
Is it just me, or did Tyler Miller know a whole lot about that?
He knew a lot, yeah.
He knew a whole
he knew a lot about all that.
A lot about that entire.
He's a big fan of Sydney, too.
That's what I'm saying. The pink cocaine, the Molly, the Sydney Sweeney.
I'm surprised he knew about the pink cocaine.
It's a surprise itself?
Yeah, because, I don't know. I thought it was something that was kind of a little more recent.
Yeah.
Like,
I'd never heard of it. I had to Google it.
Yeah.
But
I heard of it, but I thought
coming through for us again.
I thought it was like a drug that was kind of a little more recent, like a few years recent.
I thought it was unique to that situation. I thought they just put like some pink dye in cocaine. That's how naive I am.
Yeah. By the way, there are cups over there. I went ahead and got mine done early. All right, let's go ahead and do a little buy or sell now on this Thursday. Are you buying what these various folks in sports are selling you? 713-572-4610.
All right, let's start with D'Amico Ryans. By the way, not a whole lot coming out. Closed practice today over with the Texans and OTAs. But you buying this or you selling this? It's not about managing guys who are not here. It's voluntary.
I'm buying it. I mean, the tough part about it is it's not about managing guys that's not here. That ends up being a little tough. But I think D'Amico Ryans, as his ethos as a head coach, is we're all men here.
Mm-hmm.
You handle your business. I'll handle my business. This all goes well. And I think that he operates within a level of you guys, you have to be responsible for yourself. And so during voluntary things, if you're here, we're going to get in work. And if you're not, when you get here, you better be ready to handle your business. And I think that that's the ethos that he's coming with there. And I think that that's a way that is a respectful one. And with a coach of his magnitude that seems to operate where the guys actually follow that, I'm good with that. It only becomes a problem if you have guys that are not mature enough to handle it and if they're going to take advantage of that. And I don't think that's the way this team is built right now.
Yeah, I'm buying. I think coaches are at a point where they kind of figure the people that's not going to be there and all that stuff. So I hate to say it is what it is, but I think that's
you don't.
That's kind of where
loves to say it.
I feel like that's where he's standing a little bit. Like they can't just focus on people that's not here. They just, whoever's here, let's just work with that.
Yeah. I'm buying it, but I do think we need to bring some context to it. He was asked about C.J. Stroud and answered, it's not about the guys that aren't here.
That's true.
There's a little context you have to put in the background there.
And in that instance, it gets a little dicier because
it seemed like he protecting his players if that's the case. He's definitely a player's coach.
Yeah, he's definitely going to do that.
From the 832, just bought a pallet of Sydney Sweeney bathwater soap America.
A pallet. A pallet.
And the worst part about it is all them bars are not good enough to get you clean. They're not. They're not.
You're going to be smelling like her.
Yeah, well, we won't go there again. Are you buying or selling this? We didn't really talk about this week, but there was a big WNBA, I guess, controversy.
Was there another controversy? What was the new controversy?
About they had to investigate racist behavior.
Oh, yes. No, I knew about that. And that was in the similar kind of situation after, the Angel Reese, the foul heard around the W.
Was that in the same game?
I don't know if it was specifically in the same game. I think it began in that time.
Because I seen it around that same time, too.
Yeah. Where obviously after that, there was a lot of, or at least allegedly, there was a lot of kind of racist or racially inspired at Angel Reese.
And we know the real world. There's going to be stuff. But the WNBA said, are you buying or selling? There was no evidence of racist behavior at the Fever versus Fire game.
I personally am selling it. However, I'm buying it to the point of, is it to the level that is actionable? I think that is probably the quiet part that is within that statement. Is there something here that we view is actionable with whatever may have happened? And I can easily see to the point where that gets a little dicey. But I don't think that I'm going to get to a place where I'm like, yo, there's no way that there wasn't some racist things happening. Not saying that inherently, there racist things happens every day, right? But especially when we get to something like this, that I think we can and probably should acknowledge Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese thing, even if not on the internal portion from them, there are aspects of the way that this is viewed that very much come through a racial lens. And I think that there are, maybe you say, the worst actors on the perimeter of this that are coming from that perspective, and they filter in the morass with all the other people that are maybe talking about basketball or talking about legacy or talking about the development of the WNBA. Yeah. There are some people that are out here just talking about race.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy their statement a little bit, because I feel like in general it's just hard to try to discover, kind of find racism or what's racism and all that stuff. I think it's a little tough to like find somebody unless they said something very, very, very nasty.
Yeah,
I think maybe it wasn't enough there to actually put somebody in trouble.
Right
there, so maybe it wasn't enough to.
I'm selling it, but I think Reggie put it best, and to your point, like, it wasn't on film, there wasn't any audio.
That's what I was saying. Yeah.
But have you been to any game? Forget the WNBA. Have you been to any major college football or NFL game, or maybe even some cases, levels below that? You hear things. You hear things. So just in a general sense, selling, but as you said.
But it's hard when you hear stuff and then you report it, and then you got to prove that without anything on camera and stuff like that. So how can you punish somebody if there's no
All right, you buying or you selling this? Caleb Williams, there was a book written.
Yes, there was.
In which Caleb Williams reportedly said that he did not, and they were going to great lengths, including, I think, going to Canada, right?
Yeah, with him and his father to possibly avoid the Chicago Bears as a landing spot for him in the draft last year.
So he was asked about it yesterday. Their OTAs are going on as well. And
That's right. First opportunity to get him in front of a microphone behind it.
Yes, it was. And he was asked about it, and this is what he said. Quote, "They were thoughts. They were all ideas." But he said they weren't true. They were thoughts. They were all ideas in terms of not wanting to go to Chicago.
I sell this. I think that
it was in there.
I think that's the whole thing
about not going.
Yeah.
No, like that's what we're talking about here. I don't feel like he has to have shame behind this. The tough part about it that you have to try and the line you have to straddle here is these are the people that are now in a way paying your salary. These are the people that now are fawning over you. But I think that ultimately, I would not have blamed him looking at the Chicago organization on not necessarily wanting to go there. And he ultimately got to a place where he's like, no, this is not something that I don't feel that I could completely push back against, or I've gotten myself comfortable to the idea of we can make this work in this circumstance, which all was detailed within the book in the conversations therein. Yeah. And so I don't think that he was unfair with this. I think the people that might view him as being unfair with this are the people that look at players particularly that try and leverage whatever power that is at their disposal to make something happen that they want away from the trend or the norm, a la Eli Manning, a la what's my guy, Drew Brees or what have you. Like, maybe they view it that way, but I think that he was well within his rights to see, like, what is the best place for me, or what are the places that will not be beneficial for me? How can I get away from that? And maybe he just did the calculus of, I'm comfortable enough or I can't, and this will work. Because one thing that we've seen very much is a quarterback go to a place that is not suited to help him, and that ruined his career.
Yeah, I'm buying it too. I feel like
selling it, you mean?
Or selling that he was thinking about going somewhere else, or
he said that it wasn't true, but then he said they were thoughts. They were all ideas about not wanting to go to Chicago.
Okay. I do think he was kind of thinking about that. Yeah, because we all know he was going to be the number one overall pick for probably like 2 years now. And and we also heard some rumors about him wanting a piece of the franchise. It was like some weird
that's
type.
Right.
It was a lot of weird type stuff, and I don't know if it was true or not, but a lot of weird type stuff, some invader type stuff that never been done before.
Yeah.
So I'm sure he was weighing his options, even maybe pulling an Eli Manning or something like that.
Yeah, they were definitely trying to flex their muscle, because I remember at one point, and again, I don't know how much we can take, kind of reports and make them to be absolute per se. Yeah. But there was at one point where there was a reporting that him and his father were trying to see if they could get equity.
Yes,
in a
that's what I was talking. Yeah, that's why I was like, man, like no, I 100 I know Eli Manning name came across their minds at some point trying to.
Of course.
Yeah, because we knew he was going to be the number one pick. People was tanking for Caleb.
I mean, at that point, in that moment, I don't blame you for being like, hey, I'm the dude that y'all all want. What can I make shake from this type of leverage? I can't blame you for that being that.
All right, I'm selling it too. Are you buying or selling this? Kevin Stefanski, he's talking about Kenny Pickett yesterday. I'm really excited about what Kenny brings to the team, is what he said. And there is amid reports that Pickett might have the inside track to becoming the starter.
Wait, say that one more time for me.
I'm really excited about what Kenny brings to the team, is what Kevin Stefanski said. And this was, in terms of Pickett having the inside track to becoming the starting quarterback.
What, does he mean like donuts? Is he bringing in sandwiches for lunch?
Well, hey, I'm asking if you're buying or selling. I think I'm getting a good hint here.
The tough part about it is you actually look at what Kevin Stefanski has, and I'm like, hey, how much do you have to be particularly excited about? But I'm selling that. Like, Kenny Pickett has been a particularly fraught player out of Pittsburgh, like the college Pittsburgh, before he gets to the Steelers and before he ends up with the Eagles. I don't necessarily love him as a player, and I can't imagine that a offensively minded coach who has like a system that he really is fond of looks at Kenny Pickett like, yo, that's the thing that gets me going here. Like even looking at, to be fair, right, the limitations that there are on Dylan Gabriel, who's a man there. I get that. The limitations that there are on Joe Flacco at this point in his career. I get that. And even the limitations that there are on Shedeur Sanders, who is a young player who has some things, but there's definitely some weak spots within his game. Is part of the reason why he slid. Still don't believe that's the end-all, be-all, but we don't have to dredge that back up. All of those guys, I think, provide you with something that I feel to be more interesting than what Kenny Pickett brings you as a quarterback. So, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not really leaning all that much into that.
Yeah, I'm selling it, but I also understand why he's saying this, because they got to get rid of somebody. They can't go into camp with 5 quarterbacks or really 4, not including Deshaun Watson. So I think Kenny Pickett, he might be the trade target. He might be somewhere.
That's it.
He might
That's
end up going somewhere. So I think he got to big these guys up.
Yeah.
Because I mean, unless somebody want to trade for Joe Flacco, I think Kenny Pickett is probably the one that they probably going to trade.
That's a really good point. I was going to sell it anyway.
And I was thinking New Orleans too. It could be New Orleans because Kellen Moore coached them.
Yeah.
New Orleans would be like, hey, would you like another one of these things that we have? Like Jake Hayner.
It's a tough.
Why not a Kenny Pickett? Throw another one of those in there.
That's a tough group right there, man.
That is tough.
And 713 says they're buying it because Kenny Pickett will start until Sanders is ready. My thing about it is he might start until Shedeur is ready. I still don't even know that means that he's excited about it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I actually thought about that too. I wonder if Flacco might be the odd man out on this one.
Oh, I don't know. That's a good point. Are you buying or selling this real quick? One more for you. Ravens tight end Mark Andrews. We know what happened in his final game.
Were he sold in that final game?
He dropped a potential game-tying 2-point conversion. He dropped a pass that was on the previous
fourth down
conversion potentially. Spoke for the first time yesterday. He said that all that was part of the story, but he's moved past it.
That's tough because he has enough of a career at this point that you can look at the mountains of good and still say, yeah, no, that is something that you can return to. At the same part, I feel like whenever a season ends, particularly on largely your terms, all you have all summer is to think about that. So I sell that. However, I understand where he's coming from in saying that, and I do believe that he'll be able to find some level of success on the backside of it.
I'm buying the part of him saying it's part of the story. I'm selling that he moved past it. I don't know if he moved past that.
I am selling every bit of this. Good luck. I hope he does well. I like Mark Andrews and all that. But you can ask him in 40 years, because it happens to players all the time. They never move past something like that.
YouTube. Ask Clint if you ever get over something like that.
Well, that's a good example. Yeah. No, you know what?
Yeah.
No.
We can't even bring that up around Clint,
That
man.
might be a pot shot, but
it is. I mean,
but that's illustrating my point.
No,
players
for sure.
never, ever move past them.
Who would you rather start for a season, or your team, Kenny Pickett or Davis Mills? Ooh, I think I'd probably go Davis Mills.
I think I would.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, Will Anderson Jr. talked yesterday about what he needs to do and what he is doing in order to take his next step in development. Let's talk about that next.
The Sports Radio
e-billing. See site for additional facts.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Thursday to you. We were sitting through day 2 of OTAs where no public presence, no media presence there at NRG Stadium. So all that we've heard thus far is that we got times on preseason games, baby.
Yeah.
3 p.m. on the first one, noon on the second and the third one, which does mean that that week 2 preseason game versus the Panthers August 16th will be hot. That's what we got. That is what we've got information-wise. But going back to yesterday, we did hear from some of the team talking after OTA's day 1, and one of the big ones is Will Anderson Jr., a dude who, whenever he speaks, you listen. He has that type of gravitas at his young age, but he backs it up. Like, he does deliver in a way. And so I did want to kind of get into this because we had the opportunity to talk to Will at Super Bowl. And I always think back to that, especially when it comes to like what he has to do to get, make himself better in this upcoming season. And that's kind of some of the tenor and the tone of what he was talking about with the assembled media. To start with, and this is cut 1 here, this was Will Anderson Jr. talking about how it feels going into his 3rd NFL season with the Texans.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. He's coming out here. I was all like fired up and everything like that. And, D'Amico pulled me to the side and was like, now it's just fine-tuning those little things in your game, like how precise can you be, how good can you be at taking the next step. And for me, it's just like when I'm on a block, using my hands better, getting off blocks, my escape, when I'm rushing the passer, like am I reaching with precision on the quarterback, can I get some strip sacks, stuff like that. So like those are the things I want to work on this offseason, this time doing OTAs and really just getting precise at those things and taking my game to the next level.
Really good stuff. And I think that speaks to a little bit of what we mentioned yesterday. Like he can be so important to this defense, given how good the defense is going to be. Somebody mentioned on the text board, could it be an all-time defense? Look, that's really getting ahead of yourself. But how important he's going to be and how well he played. Well, yeah, you can't call it an all-time defense right now. You can certainly speculate that it has elements. Conversation that comes down the pike. Will Anderson's going to be smack in the middle of it.
Certainly. And I found I was very intrigued by this, and obviously listening to the fellas of Payne and Pendergast this morning, including Brandon Scott. And they were talking about, especially from Seth's perspective as a pass rusher himself, as a defensive lineman, I guess is probably the better way of saying it, seeing he's played on the interior, but just kind of the ways in which you don't need to have like all of the things in your arsenal. You don't need to have like many different weapons. I think he likened it, and I thought it was such a great comparison here, is likened it to like a pitcher where some pitchers have fastball slider, fastball change, right? Mm-hmm. Or where a fastball's curved, right? And just having 2 pitches, but if you can do them at an incredible level, which is one of those things I'm looking at with like Lance McCullers, the way that slider is, if that sinker come through, now you are cooking with grease. And in a similar way, like you don't have to have all these different ways of getting it done. You just got to be able to have one that you depend on, and maybe you have your change up, right? I even think about that in basketball. The idea is, do you have your go-to move, and then do you have your counter? And it feels like that's what Will Anderson Jr., who, mind you, sounded super excited about it as he sounds about everything, but to the point where he was just asked about how good he feels, and he gave you the whole lineup of what D'Amico Ryans has basically asked him to do: better with the hands, strip sacks, and then just that motor. And it feels like just if you can get those down and do it at an extreme and an excellent level, excellence is the word that I will use here, like this, you're going to be problematic because he has the strength, he has the ability, he has the quickness. I think that's the thing that I find interesting. And the name that kept coming to mind when I heard this, and every time that I've heard this, is something like a Julius Peppers, right? Where you knew that spin move was coming, right? Julius Peppers is almost synonymous with the notion of that defensive lineman spin move.
Yeah.
You knew he was about to do that. He knew he was about to do that. Offensive line knew he was about to do that. What was going to happen? He was going to do it, and he was going to beat you.
Yeah.
Right? And there's a lot of different players in all the world of sports who have that thing that I know I'm going to do it. You know I'm going to do it. What you going to do to stop? And I think that's what it feels like Will Anderson Jr. is doing with the next level of this is, I'm just going to do the thing that I do so very well because I'm so good of an athlete and so good of a player that it's just going to be unstoppable. I'm super excited about, one, knowing that he is the type of dude that is able to put the work in that I think he can get there. And two, what happens when he does that? Because it's in a similar way where you talk about Daniil Hunter and you talk about the Euro step or that he does out here or the spin move that he does. Talk less of then if you have Daniil Hunter so honed in on the details where on the other edge, you have that vice grip going to a whole different level. With health, I don't know what you do offensively again with those two.
Well, and here's the other thing that I think is really important, and that is, let's say those little things add up to just a marginal improvement of his numbers. He had a lot of tackles for losses, and he had 19 quarterback hits.
My favorite is really talking about the pressure rate.
And pressure rate. Yeah. But let's just talk about the quarterback hit and become sacks. How many of those become sacks if he – and I want to say, I think I mentioned this yesterday, out of the 19, 9 of them were in the last 4-5 games. So he showed improvement at the end of last year. He had 19 quarterback hits. If he does get a little better with his hands, he does get a little better with one move. And by the way, that's something we talked about him with. We talked about him too with at the Super Bowl. Like, okay, last year you said you were going to improve this, and he did. This year, what are you looking to improve? And he mentioned a few things, but if he just gets that marginal half step better, all of a sudden those 11 sacks can be 15 or 16.
He mentioned specifically, which means D'Amico mentioned specifically that idea of strip sacks, which then also changed the game in a whole different way because those are more turnovers. Those aren't just like drive ending plays. Those are field flipping plays. Those are like ball dislodging plays that maybe even lead to immediate touchdowns or secondary touchdowns where the field position is so good that now the offense doesn't have far to go. Man, like if he can nail this. You start, and this is why I go, why not? You start talking about all-time defense. The way that they took the ball away, if you add another way of taking the ball away relatively consistently, and relatively is the word that I use here because, the idea of strip sacks happening all the damn time is probably one that you can't lean upon. But if you get to such, so much of a detailed place and so much of a machine-like place where, like you said, you're turning, how many were you talking about? Those quarterback hits?
19, 9 of them in the last 5 games, which is really, really high.
With health, and then with an uptick, if you're talking about 10, 15 instances where you can get your hand in on the football, and even if there's you're forcing a fumble and it's recovered by the offense, let's say there's another half of those. 5 forced fumbles that are ultimately recovered, right? Outside of sacks, outside of anything else, like that just turns into something else entirely. And so, yeah, man, that's the place where you could take the incredible play that he has, the pressure that it has, what it does to a passing game, the ways in which you can blow up the run game, all those, and then you add the opportunity of maybe turning the ball over because he has this level of detail that he's been working on. Yeah. In year 3, like I can start seeing where you go all-time defense because you're causing that much havoc, really.
No, if those two things happen, that Will Anderson plays like that and everybody plays to the level that they did last year, they're going to be in the conversation. I think where I hesitate, not that I don't think this is going to happen.
On potential all-time defense?
Yeah.
All right.
Is here. Turnovers are very finicky. Very –
historically.
Very finicky.
Absolutely.
Year in, year out. A team can – I don't even remember how many they forced last year, but they were really good. But a team can, let's say, force whatever, pick a number of turnovers one year. Same guys come back and they do half as many. So it's just a weird thing that happens. You either become a turnover team or you don't. And so that's where I would hesitate. But, yeah, I think ultimately the pieces are all there.
And that's the thing, though, that gets me interested here because I understand what you're saying, and I typically subscribe to that, the idea of turnovers being one of those necessarily depend on year over year. But the ways that this team generates turnovers feels like it is sustainable and repeatable, right? You talk about pressure. That pressure is going to continue to be there. I don't see the thing that then halts the pressure that this team gets.
Yeah.
The idea of then the interceptions, because obviously turnovers come in many forms. The interceptions. You have guys that play the ball incredibly well. Not just one, right? Because this isn't just, one guy maybe he has a bad year. Derek Stingley Jr., incredible player of the football when the ball is in the air. Kalen Bullock, that's kind of his whole calling card right now. And what's funny is he probably is the person on the defense that stands to have the most opportunity of growth because of the situations where you've had big plays that have happened somewhat on his watch. But when it comes down to like playing the ball in the air, he seems like he has that innately because he was doing that in his rookie year. I feel like you can stand to reason that at the very least stays relatively steady because of the growth and development that happens in a year or two.
I would expect them to create turnovers, but the numbers it's uncanny and it's unpredictable. But yeah, I would expect them to still be able to create a lot of turnovers.
Right, and so, but then with the way that you get pressure, like knocking the ball out, those are the ones that feel like those are more easily repeatable if you can have that kind of pressure.
Yes.
And it feels like you have multiple guys, whether it's your starting rush ends or guys that you have in depth, because Derek Barnett is one of those guys we talked about as an underrated kind of player. He also brings value. In fact, you talk about those strip sacks. He had touchdowns. He had touchdowns.
2 touchdowns
off of those, right?
Yeah.
So I think that those are the guys that make it so when you have multiple of them, offense, and that's what allows them to get home. Like I feel very confident in a way that I probably shouldn't, and I'll acknowledge that those turnovers continue to be there. And if you get that and you don't allow the big busts that happen with the big plays that allowed Will Levis to get his rocks off in a game, that allowed guys that had no business to get after you in some of these games. I think that's where you get to a place where you don't just be a really good defense in the league. You have an opportunity to be an elite defense on a year. And at that point, then we're starting to talk about, now let's look at the stats of how does this compare all time? But of course, it has to start with the execution and the details. But if there's anybody I trust to get that done, it's Will Anderson.
Yeah, and then just imagine what it could do for the offense. I mean, even just a marginal offense. We're talking about some good things happening here.
100%. All right. So if we're talking about all-time defense, in order for you to get there, who are you looking towards to make those steps in order to get you to an all-time defense? Because this was a very good defense last year. I still don't even know, would you have considered it an elite defense compared for the season?
I thought it was an elite defense. I mean, obviously, you define it how you want, but just the way they carried this team, the way they still won the division, the way they won games defensively, turned the ball over, et cetera, absolutely. In terms of taking the next leap on this defense, I mean, you mentioned it. I think Kalen Bullock. I think that could be hugely important. You already have the cornerbacks. You got a guy that's a center fielder going into his second year that can maybe that already prove. How many interceptions did you have last year? 5?
5 if memory serves.
Yeah.
And then you slide in CD next to him, C.J. Gardner-Johnson next to him.
Yeah.
Where is Eric Murray doing here, and how does that feel with Jimmy Ward? I think at this point, the thing that I'm looking at is sustaining that kind of play, which I feel comfortable about. It's just keeping these guys upright, and you've added depth to try and kind of cover some of that. Like every way that I go within reason, conceivably, I feel really good about this.
Yeah.
And I think you're right. Like you talk about Kamari Lassiter on the possibility of improving is interesting. Bullock is the one that really big time development wise. Will Anderson Jr. taking another level. Not that he was not producing, but I think there's even more that you can squeeze out. And then how
about more Jalen Petrie?
More Jalen Petrie is an interesting one. More Jalen Petrie in a confident place and playing to the heights of his ability. Yeah. I'm very intrigued to see what this looks like, but there's more opportunity to see what the early parts of this is if those hypotheses stand once we get through OTAs to training camp. But as of right now, OTA day 2 is what we've got. And we'll see what we continue to get with this team. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I'm excited for tomorrow because we will be hearing from Nick Caley, the offensive coordinator of this team, and hopefully at the very least we get nuggets. And hopefully, even more than that, maybe we get actual answers as to what this offense is.
What the hell is this offense?
Yeah.
Somebody need to start the
just exactly verbatim. That's the question.
Hey, Coach, what the hell is this offense?
What the hell is this offense go? That would be great. But in lieu of not getting that immediately, what I am also excited for is what we do every time right now, which is turning it over to Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us?
Yeah, so Arby's came up with something new on the menu, and I'm interested to see if you guys would try this. Plus, some new car drivers in it.
Oh, wow.
Some craziness around the NBA, too, from last night.
All right. Are you in on this? Would you try this? That is the theme of Figgy's mixtape, and that's what we do next.
Yeah, right now let's talk about
Sports Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yep, it's the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Thursday. Happy Thursday to everyone out there. So Arby's, they started testing something new on the menu. And I want to know if you guys would try this. Would you guys try steak nuggets?
Steak nuggets?
Steak nuggets.
Absolutely.
Really?
Put some of that horsey sauce on there. I like the way Arby's calls it horse. Instead of horseradish, they call it horsey sauce.
It's easier to say.
They're telling the new steak nuggets in select markets. Hit me up, 713-572-4610 if they have it here in Houston.
I don't remember the last time I saw Arby's moving around the city.
Man, I got to get to an Arby's. I haven't been in years.
It's one over by NRG. I used to go all the time because I used to stay there. I used to go over there to pick up like a curly fry or something like that.
It's never on top of mind. But every time I've been, again, it's probably been a decade or more.
Yeah.
It's always pretty good.
Yeah. No, I never had an issue with Arby's.
Give me those steak bites. I'm good with that.
All right.
And
so
horsey sauce.
All right. So I'm sure you. Well, money ain't a thing to you, so you probably
big baller over here.
Yeah, big baller. You don't care. You just pull out the black card. But if you're curious, you could get these nuggets in a bowl or on a sandwich. And the 5-piece is $5.
Still good with it.
$1 a nugget.
See, money ain't a thing for him, man.
All over here.
Yeah. If you want a 9-piece,
so let me get 13 of them right now.
$13.
Still good.
Still good.
Yeah, y'all.
I don't think I'm getting. I'm not actually. I do know I'm not getting steak nuggets from Arby's, and it really is like this isn't the people that are out here that are just like Arby's gross. I am quite fond of Arby's.
Yeah.
Give me a beef and cheddar on most days of the week, and I'm a happy camper. I don't really want steak being cooked in the Arby's kitchen. Like I just don't feel like. First and foremost,
it's fast food, man.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's fast food. What kind of steak you think they giving you? One.
That's like going to a diner, like a small little diner. diner getting the.
Actually, I'd be more inclined to get a good steak from a diner as opposed to Arby's.
It's the same steak probably that you're getting because, they're not paying. I mean, they're getting the same type of meat. They're not getting, choice or prime or something like that.
And on top of that, I'm going to be honest.
But you're going to pay.
I don't trust fast food to cook my steak.
Well, maybe.
Yeah. So just in case, so they did have some influencers that tried this.
Oh, okay.
And some of the comments, I'm gonna read you some of the comments.
Because that'd be the thing that make me want to punch air. If you give me tough steak nuggets.
Yeah. Somebody said they look like mystery jerky.
Oh no.
See, don't give me jerky nuggets.
Yeah, that would be.
Because I can get jerky nuggets if I want.
Yeah, you can get jerky.
You know what I'm saying? Like I will stop by at Buc-ee's if I need to. Like I can do that.
Yeah. Somebody else said the nuggets are like the worst burnt ends you'll ever had in your life.
That's why
I couldn't even get past the smell.
The smell? What happened with the smell?
That's a red flag right
what
there.
What did they put on there?
Now, why didn't you tell me all these reviews before you asked me if I'd get
You should have been able to suss out that these views would be there.
Hey, don't let the reviews get to you, man.
Oh, I always read reviews.
Oh, don't let
every time I go out.
Come on, man. You
know
said
what
at the beginning you would try it.
Sounds like we need to have a steak. What is it? Steak fingers?
Steak nuggets?
Steak nugget. Try test.
Well, now I don't want to.
Well, too bad.
No, you gotta try it now, man. You
This is
gotta
gonna happen. These are gonna get delivered to us at some point during this week.
Yeah. Another comment. They need to go back to the drawing board with this one.
Yeah, but why didn't you tell me this stuff? I'm very much an advocate of, and I'm very discerning when it comes to. But I read all reviews every time I go out. Every time.
Yeah. Somebody said has. Sonic has that's like
chicken fried.
That's chicken fried steak, right? That's And if you get a chicken fried steak thinking that it's some particular cut of steak, I feel like you were sorely
set up to fail.
You got some misgivings there. That's different.
Yeah.
But this seems to be like the idea that they cut a steak into cubes or what have you and cook it, and that is not the way that I imagine Arby's is get down. Like I need y'all to slice this thing thin.
And they charging $1 for it.
That's a
little piece.
That is a lot.
Yeah, I don't know. Just imagine spending $1 on a chicken nugget.
Well,
that's crazy.
I mean, aren't those called boneless wings?
Pretty much.
Isn't that not what those are called?
Yeah, they pretty much charge $1 for those too.
That's what we did. All we did was we made beef boneless wings. No, thank you. No, thank you.
Let me know. Hit me up if you tried it, or if it's. I don't even know if it's in the Houston
I don't
market.
think you're going to get a lot of people to try.
Yeah. Not after those reviews. I want to know if you guys would try this. So driverless cars are hitting the streets of Houston pretty soon. So it's a company by the name of Waymo. And I want to say they up in Austin right now. I think they were.
I believe Waymo is operating in Austin. It's a Google company subsidiary, what have you.
Yeah. So it would be about 10 Waymo vehicles that would be navigating in the Houston neighborhoods such as Midtown. Where is North Hill? Where's North Hill?
North Hill. I'm not sure. I should know, but I don't.
Yeah, I never. Yeah,
sound like it's on the north side.
Yeah, North Hill and Greenway, which is
right here.
Yeah, which is around here. So they're gonna be on May 510, 59, and it would be nobody in this car.
Oh yeah, North Hill apparently is just east of the Heights.
Okay.
Really? Yeah. I never heard that before. I never heard North Hill.
I'd heard it, but I never couldn't place it.
I never heard anyone say, "Oh yeah, I stay over in North Hill." Never heard that one. But would you guys get into a car like this with no driver, just automatic like this?
First of all, it's amazing you brought this up. Just yesterday, I was driving down Washington Avenue, and I saw 3 Waymo cars.
Nah, you lying.
Together. They must be testing them or something?
I think they are, yes. But they trying to get a feel for the street, so that way.
That must,
They're trying to get a hold for these potholes?
And I'm like, okay, well, there's one of those cars. And I'd seen them before. I was like, oh, there's one. There was 3 in a row. So I bet you that's what they were doing. But they had drivers.
Yeah.
They were I guess they were testing it or whatever.
Yeah. I think they trying to get in the system or where that way.
I don't know if they're all like this, but all 3 of them were white Waymo. They have a little, almost like a
thing on the top.
The panoramic camera thing up top to be able to,
Yeah, and I was like, that's really cool.
Is it?
And I'm somewhat adventurous. I'd do it.
Would you?
Yeah,
okay.
Somebody said Waymo equals way more accidents. All right. The question I have, I need to put the Waymo through the Houston driving test. Is it going to run some red lights?
Yeah. What about getting cut off?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Will it make it its own exit if there's traffic?
That's what I'm saying. Is it about to cut through that corner? Whether it's a gas station store on the corner instead of hitting the right at the light? Is it going to do that? Because if it don't drive like it's Houston, I don't want it.
Yeah, I think the one thing I'm worried about, and we've been seeing this a lot with the Tesla trucks, a lot of these trucks be catching on fire and you can't get out of it. And that kind of happened with Gilbert Arenas' son. I think he was driving in the Tesla.
Yeah, it was.
And he got in a bad accident, and he literally, they couldn't open the door.
Yeah, I don't know, and I actually can't recall this now I think about it. I don't know if the Waymos are inherently electric vehicles. I actually don't recall if that's the case.
I'm just kind of worried in case something like that happened, and I want to be able to physically get out or somebody get me out. I want to be stuck in a situation where there's nothing we can do.
All electric Jaguar 1 Pace SUV. Dude, that's the exact car
Jaguar.
I saw. That's exactly what I saw yesterday on Washington.
That's crazy. I would probably try it one time. I don't know if that would be my go-to though. I'm a little skeptical about just the regular Tesla cars that had the full thing where you
could. So you were not the intended audience.
Yeah, I would do it a little bit. I actually drove it one. Shout out to Marty from Nusset. He actually got a Tesla that could drive on his own. And I was in the passenger seat, and he just kind of let it go, and it did it. But I'm like, I don't know if I could just get comfortable.
Yeah, my nerve's not good enough.
Yeah,
like, and this is
I can't even be in the passenger seat with some people. Let alone just letting somebody drive on a thing drive on his own.
And this is comfortable. This is the fair part, right? From the 8 through 2, have them all over Austin, as you mentioned earlier. Figgy said everybody's using them because they think, like, especially now, once you've gotten through to a certain point. They do, kind of operate pretty well within these traffic spaces. I think Houston is a fairly unique space to drive in, and I know that probably everybody wherever they from says that, but I think we all know that Houston actually means this to some degree. But more than that, I think that Brent in the Heights had a fantastic observation, which is if there ain't no driving that car, they better not ask for a tip. Yep.
That's a good point, man.
That's right.
They better not say, do you want to tip your driver?
Yeah.
I'm like, what driver?
Tip these.
Yeah, nah, I'm getting out the car. I wonder, can you run out on the tip? Or do they pay? Do it like take?
Oh, I'm pretty sure it's all digital.
You just dip out on it.
I'm pretty sure it's all digital.
They'll charge your card.
Yeah, you gotta have your card to hop in there.
Yeah.
Now,
go ahead.
What happens if somebody hits you with the swoop and stop on the Waymo? You know what I mean? Because I think we all know that insurance fraud be happening.
Yeah.
And so what happens when you end up in the accident and you in the Waymo? They ain't here looking at you like I'm.
I didn't do it.
What else supposed to do right now?
What I'm gonna do? I'm gonna just get my phone and call an Uber. Like, you know what? I'm not sitting around for this.
No,
I'm out.
They're gonna have you locked in the car, Fig. It's gonna be your worst nightmare, Fig.
Yep, it's the mixtape in the loop. Sports Radio 610. Figgy Fig holding it down on a Thursday. Basketball was on last night, and
kind of.
Yeah, only one team showed up. It was only one team that showed up. The Thunder beat the Timberwolves 124-94. So a few things happened. They showed up to talk a whole bunch of mess about the T-Wolves. And look, man, they wasn't pretty, man. So here's Anthony Edwards. I want to say this was 2022.
Yeah, so if you'll remember, 2022, he was like the Timberwolves were not in the playoffs at this point, but in the second round, the Mavs and the Suns were playing, and that was a series that went back and forth, went all the way to 7 games. And I don't know if you remember, this was the year that Devin Booker and Luka Doncic were really getting into it, and then the Mavs put it on the Suns.
Yeah.
And if I'm having this right, I think this is the audio you're going to play. This is Anthony Edwards actually, having a level of criticism for the Phoenix Suns in a blowout game.
I remember we were playing Phoenix. They were talking so much, telling us we better make the playoffs. We ain't gonna make the playoffs. We out of the playoffs, but y'all, this is a disgrace, bro. Like, y'all got 30 points in the third quarter.
People decided to put that up on the Summer Jam screen last night. Yeah. I'm like, damn.
Update?
Yeah. I'm surprised he put that out there like that in the time being like that.
Oh, Anthony Edwards has never been afraid to say what he wants.
Yeah.
That's one of the things that people have found endearing, and maybe at this point is starting to get to a place where it's like, hey man, we might need you to clean this up. Just no, be you. Don't get me wrong, but let's be a little bit more discerning with this. And speaking of, he said that they had 30 points in the third quarter, which again didn't quite get there. The Timberwolves had all of 32 points at the half.
Right.
So, hey, buddy, it's funny how life comes back full circle
been put out there because you play in the NBA, you know blowouts can happen.
It's gonna come back at you.
Yeah. So you ain't unless you're gonna go your whole career without a blowout.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have put that out there like that. Maybe talk a little trash, but I wouldn't sit there and say, "Man, y'all only scored 30 points."
What did he say? He said this is a disgrace.
Yes. we need to play that same video for him after last night. All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. So, a Rockets legend by the name of Cuttino Mobley.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
He was watching the game last night, too, and he had some things to say about the Timberwolves. And I want to know, did he take it too far with his comments on how the Timberwolves played?
I don't know if it's okay, see, and then I become a hater, right? But I look at the game totally different from average people. Even a lot of NBA players. That's why I was captain of every team I was on. It's a way you play the game. If the ball's on one side and there's a corner field, and for you people who don't know what that means, it's a guy in the corner and it's just the guy that dribbling the ball up at the top. You never leave strong side. That's called strong side. To end the first quarter, DiVincenzo leaves the strong side. Wallace gets a 3. Simple stuff like that. I don't think they're smart. I really don't.
Wait for it.
As much as OKC has great help defense, I just don't think that Minnesota's smart. I truly, and listen, in this world, people get sensitive. I truly think that the short yellow bus kind of thing. I just.
Why did he do that? Why did he do that? Like,
I did not see that coming at all, man.
He said that they were not smart about 4 times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he was like,
it sounded like he was trying not to call them dumb.
Well, he called them worse.
Yeah. That's the only thing.
And first of all, let's backtrack a little bit.
The first part?
I was like this. Tell me a little more about basketball.
Yeah.
You know? That was the most basic stuff that he was saying.
To be fair, I'm pretty sure that this had like a visual element.
Yeah.
Like, I think he was breaking it down. And I think also
I was the captain of every team that I was
You
on.
edited this for time as well, because I'm pretty sure I saw this. Like there was more stuff that he tried to break down that he thought was not very good. But I did laugh when he said,
I was
this is why I was the captain of all the teams I was on.
Every team I was on.
Just letting y'all know, I know what I'm talking about over here.
I know ball.
Some of these former players don't, but me, I'm built different.
Yeah, he said even more than players. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
And then he went yellow bus. Short
Oh, God.
He said, and some people, maybe now I'm a hater now, but they're not smart.
And the thing is, I thought he was going with the whole, man, they wasn't playing smart basketball.
Yeah.
I could understand that. When you say, man, you got to be smarter here. You kind of hear it all the time. But when he said yellow bus, I'm like, short yellow bus?
And he paused and gave it a second thought.
He thought about that one.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm still going to do it.
What do you think the other things were that he was pondering on? He was like, nope, can't say that one. Nope, can't say that one.
Yeah, you should have just called them stupid.
Ooh, I got it. Short yellow bus.
He's stupid at this point. Don't bring up the short yellow bus, man.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, I still love Cuttino. That's still one of my favorite Rockets of all time. It's like, without question, one of my favorite Rockets.
Salute to the Rockets legend, man.
Hey, where can I get that podcast? I kind of want to hear more of it. I'm going to be completely honest. Like, go ahead and start that one, Big K. I want to hear that one. All right, he said that's like when someone says free game the whole time is just common sense. 100%.
Yes.
And I love that person every time. Yeah. Hey, dog, it's free game, but you want to make sure that you check, and pay your taxes before the 15th. Otherwise they'll come get you. That's just free game. I appreciate that, OG. I appreciate it. All right, you are in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's Figgy's mixtape. You catch it at 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. If you see something out there, like if you're watching Uncle Cuttino Mobley, you see some more at the Figgy Fig on social media. If you want to send it in and get it played. But coming up next, we get ready to hand it off to the fellas of The Drive, Clint and Ron. But before we get there, I do want to talk about this. EA College Football, it looks like we got the next one out. Are you ready? Are you excited for it? Here's some things that are popping up in that. We'll talk about it next.
How does Coach D'Amico plan to address the offensive line during OTAs?
When it comes
Sports.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Been a very fun Thursday. That is what today is. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us all day long. Salute to former Texan offensive lineman David Questerberry, who secured a one-year contract with the Los Angeles Rams. So you might see him, if he is indeed dressed out, week one. When the Texans face off against the Rams out there in L.A. at SoFi Stadium. In fact, we know what times the games will happen for the preseason. Week one is a 3 p.m. start and on the road, and then that's the Vikings, right? And then week 2 and week 3 are noon kicks.
Panthers and Lions.
Yeah. Panthers at home on the 16th, and then the week after, Lions, the final the dress rehearsal, as they call it.
Mm-hmm. Although these days
in Detroit,
it's more the second game.
I still want to call it the dress rehearsal, dude.
Second game. You call it the second game dress rehearsal.
Dress rehearsal for the third and fourth stringers.
Yeah,
that's fair.
Who gonna make the team?
That's fair. All right, getting ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive here in a little bit. One of the things we were talking about earlier, actually before we get there, in the mixtape, we were talking about the Waymo coming to Houston, and a few people mentioned, a couple of different people on the text line here mentioned that with the Waymos, they're not approved for freeway use, and one of the people from the 281 said that they actually get stuck on the freeway and lock you in the car, and I'm like, so...
See, that's what I'm worried about, man.
I mean... They could easily not end up on the freeway here. The only question I have is, you mentioned the various places that they were going to be, and it feels like they were all kind of inside the loop, with no pun intended. What happens, though, if I just hop on Westheimer and I want to ride this thing out to Katy? We just going to have a Waymo car all the way out there?
Well, no, I guess they're going to
probably keep it in the inner loop.
Let me tell you about technology.
Boo. Boo. I'm trying to go to Cass's on Westheimer.
That's right.
All right. So there you go. But earlier we were talking about in around the NFL, Roger Goodell was kind of throwing out feelers to the possibility of really in the next CBA pushing for a true hard cap, where some of these, as he called dummy years, the practice that's become common of adding these void years on the back of the contracts that are not intended to be actual contractual obligations for the player, but are also just places to stash more salary. It seems like that is something that he is hinting towards getting rid of. And in talking about that and what the ramifications would be on negotiations, on the salary cap, somebody threw out an idea that I've heard before, but I hadn't obviously was not thinking about in this context, where they're like, hey, you got to get to a salary cap where the quarterback is separate, right? Do you like this as a concept? Because even if I did like it, which I'm not even sure how I feel about it, I'm still kind of probing that. I don't know how you actually execute that.
Now, here's the thing. A separate cap for quarterbacks isn't necessarily going to lower the money.
Oh, no, that's the thing. That's very much so that you can pay the money, and then the rest of the team kind of operates on what I imagine would be
what I'm getting at is
more similar.
Why would they approve that? Because it probably means they're going to spend even more money. Because you have this big giant cap for quarterbacks. Oh, and then you got this other cap for the other 52 or 50 or whatever it might be.
Yeah.
This whole thing just as soon as I saw it, just smacks of, this is going to use this in the next negotiation. Now, maybe
I still don't think it's a strong bartering chip with the PA, because I think that as whatever they would be trying to put forward as some level of gift to the PA is really more about the team owners anyways.
Sure. Well, I mean, the owners always win. I mean, and the NFLPA will never.
It does seem like it often goes that way now, doesn't it?
We'll never tell you that. They get their little victories, but a lot of times those little victories are meaningless in terms of the money the owners are going to make or save. And maybe that's where I'm getting. They can save a little bit money here. They'll throw them an extra bye week. Yeah, you can have that. Yeah, another week of NFL football as far as they're concerned.
Yeah, that's the thing. That feels like the major kind of. And it really does work more from the NFL side if they have a few major things that they want to hit in the CBA where they can get to, as opposed to when players come to the CBA with wants. It's like, hey, what's the one thing? We can go in the store and get one thing.
Yeah.
What is the thing that you want? So maybe they can, because it does feel like the big thing in the next CBA that they want to go and try and get is that they want to try and get this 18 games schedule across. But it seems like the NFL probably would be able to also push for some level of salary cap change I'm just interested, especially as a team that, I don't know, it feels. I mean, they use void years, the Texans do. Like, does that change at all their philosophy? Because I know J.J. Watt was talking about how he likes the way that the Texans are handling their salary cap and things of that nature and paying these players. Like, does that at all change the aggression that the Texans would have with, getting to guys and paying them early and what have you, if you're not able to kind of do some more of these, at least this particular should O'Raj get his wish?
Boy, that's a really good point, because that's how they're manipulating it right now.
It's definitely a large part of it. I don't want to say it's all of it, because I would have to go talk to my guy Texans Cap about it. He has much more of an understanding. Them numbers start flying around my face,
but just
when I look at it too hard.
The back end that doesn't matter, and so that's kind of one of their tools. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, for sure.
No, that's a great question on if that's something that they can now not be able to do.
But I mean, that's something that's clearly down the line. That's not an immediate kind of thing, right? That's not where we are right this moment. But it's just kind of an interesting thing to look at down the line for the NFL, especially as we know Roger Goodell. He'll let you know either explicitly or in these kind of ways where he is looking, where the league is trying to push. I mean, we've talked about the 18-game schedule for years, and he's made it almost without specifically saying, we are going to do an 18-game schedule. He's done pretty much everything else outside of that. So,
and flat out said it.
Did he?
Yeah, he said it at the owners' meeting or somewhere. One of the meetings they've had recently, that they're leaning that way.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, cool.
Whatever.
I was like, but I don't think he said it specific. Like, this is
we're going to have it. No, he can't really.
Exactly. Yeah. Outside of absolutely doing that, you're right. He's done pretty much everything up to that space. So that's going to be something interesting to keep an eye on in the future, not immediately necessary with this particular Texans team. But yeah, there you go. Excited to see what this looks like. Excited for tomorrow, man. Tomorrow is going to be a fun show, because we'll be getting more information, because we'll be hearing specifically from Nick Caley, like not the first time we've heard from obviously there's in the confines of football activities. And so hopefully, I should ask this a question. How much do you think we actually get?
Well, we're gonna get the question, I think, right out of the chute. That Reggie in the back, what's your question? What's your offense?
No. Reggie at the back would say, "What the hell is this offense?
Yeah, what the hell is
Please,
this
that
offense?
Need to be the first question. What the hell is this offense?
What the hell?
Yeah, that's gonna be what it is.
What?
Did he just shoot?
What the hell?
At you?
What is Oh, okay. I forgot. See, I forgot. I'm the type of dude, though, as we've completely ruined what we were just talking about. We were on task rather, and Ron walks in here, and that's fair. Ron walks in and knocks us off. I'll pull back the curtain. Ron, a Kansas fan, University of Kansas fan, it's very well documented. Walked in and flashed the bird specifically to my shirt, which I honestly had forgot what was on my shirt. It is a Kansas State University shirt. It has the old school Wildcat on it, Willie the Wildcat on and everything. So he brought that rivalry right in directly to my chest in a way that I completely forgot was even there. I wasn't even thinking about you over there, to be completely honest.
Well, the good news
Ron the show, Hughley.
He doesn't hate K-State as much.
Willie the Wildcat, isn't he the one that don't have no body, just got a head?
I mean, he's got a body. It's just a human body with the mascot head. Yes. How do y'all feel about those? As we appreciate D&M Auto Leasing, Auto Leasing for giving us the crosstalk. How do y'all feel about the mascots that are like half human, half wildcat?
They're great. We got them running all over Arkansas, baby.
They're great.
Oh, pork chop.
Yeah.
So they just got the man. They just got
Toro's got actual mascot legs
pads.
And then pads. He's got mascot legs.
He's got a got body.
Well, it don't matter, boys. I hate to tell y'all that bull ain't running around on two legs like a Toro.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like them hogs that are running all over the damn place in Arkansas. They don't typically run around on two legs.
No.
Pork chop.
Toro's really more of a centaur when you think about it.
Kind of.
Yeah, but he ain't. But he just had. Yeah, he got on something on his legs.
Like at least they make it look like it's fur.
No, man. Willie's in a tracksuit. Willie's dressed up like
Willie got pads too. Or depending on what the sport is, they dress him up
like
for the
a yell leader. He's dressed up like a yell leader, and then they gave him a head.
First of all, our mascot is Reveille, sir. So.
Well, nobody talking about no Aggies right now,
He just said yell leader, Reg.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, but that was more about the actual dress.
I mean, a yell leader.
Cheerleader.
The yell leader.
You the one saying it wrong. You went
I'm not talking about A&M. I'm talking about the yell, the guys that hold up the yell leaders.
They're also known as cheerleaders.
Yeah, those are cheerleaders.
I think they
I've been shouting
I thought
down
they
for
were
calling
yell
cheerleaders
leaders.
in the
I thought they
past.
were yell leaders.
George W. Bush was a cheerleader.
He was a yell leader.
No, he was a cheerleader, and he was damn proud of it.
Yeah, he was.
Where was he a cheerleader at?
Yale. He was a cheerleader at Yale.
He was a yell leader at Yale.
He was a cheerleader
Yell
at Yale.
leader.
I did not
I wonder
know
if he got his hand and he
did. That's where he met Laura.
I did not know that.
Goodness gracious. All right.
That's not confirmed.
I did not know that.
Fool me once.
That is not.
You know what that was? That was Ron Hughley immediately going at
Fool me
retract
once,
that
shame
one.
on you.
Yeah, exactly. You can't fool me again.
Oh, I would love to sit down and have lunch with him.
Yeah.
I'd love to. Him and his
W.
penis.
Why?
George is interesting. George.
No, I hear you on
George
that, but
cracks me up, man.
I got some stories. I got to know him
I
pretty
bet
well.
you do. He cracks me up.
I hung out with him two or three times.
He cracks me up.
Yeah.
That boy be asking for, never have candy at them funerals. Always need somebody somebody to pass him down.
He's got that ish-eating grin, too.
Yeah.
Michelle Obama passed him down a mint two or three people down.
Yeah.
that is
Oh, George got some yuck mouth?
George, three people down, passing him down.
I don't think I've ever seen W more happy than when the Obamas, so he can hang out with his homegirl, Michelle. They've got a relationship that feels very. I'm just like, why are y'all so happy to see each other? Not that I think there's anything nefarious. It's just like I would not have assumed those two would be the best of friends.
Everybody was at McCain's funeral and just really taking it in, and he couldn't wait. He's trying to get down the road. Anybody got a mint? Fast as hell. Yeah. Well, what's good, fellas?
Hey, not much, man. What about you? I gotta go to our ombudsman, Clint Stoerner. Anything that you need us to that you want to opine about with our show on this Thursday?
Nah, man, I didn't bring anything to the table today, man. I'm dropping the ball.
Oh, it's fine.
I'm just assuming that means that we did a good job today.
Tremendous.
Where did y'all
selling me on steak?
Are they nuggets? Are they nuggets at Arby's?
Steak nuggets. Yeah.
I was in on it, especially with the horsey sauce and all that stuff that they have at Arby's, which I like. But then he started reading reviews, and they were getting trashed.
What's horsey sauce?
It's horseradish.
That's what they call it at Arby's.
It's like glue?
It's like horseradish, but they call it horsey sauce.
I get the bit that you're doing here. He's not. I'm with you.
Yeah.
I think many people have listened to this program and know my issue with Arby's. And
oh no,
too many meats.
I just want them to pick who they are. I don't think they know who they are.
We have moved out of an era where fast food tries to do everything.
Nobody does it like them.
Yeah.
I mean, if you go,
I know they had them curly fries back in the day.
But stick to it. You got curly fries. Their honey mustard is fantastic. Give me a beef and cheddar. That's roll. Now you get up there. You roll up there. They got gyros. They got chicken wings. They got chicken fingers. They got hamburgers. they got onion or egg rolls.
Yeah. Not the.
They are
the Arby's egg roll, huh?
They got Subway in there.
Just because it's on the menu don't mean you got to try it.
But I'm just saying,
dude,
what you need all this?
Yeah.
What you need all this?
Just stick with what you like.
Just stick with. No, they got to be losing inventory.
Yeah.
If they got to have those options all the way back in the fridge, they waste. Ain't nobody ordering no damn euros from
Egg
Arby's. They got a euro. They got a turkey sandwich. They got it all. Like, damn, man, pick.
Yeah.
Give me my beef, my cheddar. Give me my curly fry.
They're winning. Like, ain't no way I remember how to make the euro. The last time somebody ordered this was 4 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So many good meats. I was talking to Figgy earlier. He said, "Watch, they're gonna have Bing rings on there, and guess what? You might want to try it. A half a slab of ribs right here.
Oh,
The special sauce, slow smoked. They're going to be selling ribs up in Arby.
They got steak. They're almost there.
They got steak. I said, come on, man. What in the hell?
All right,
Somebody texted, don't forget about that Wagyu burger. Now, I know, they got burgers.
Oh, I forgot they got the Wagyu burger.
Yeah, they said, yeah, we'll take it. We'll take it. Yeah, they got too much damn stuff on the menu.
All right. Well, I don't think there's too much stuff on the menu on the drive, but one thing I'll tell you is that whatever you get on the drive is going to be prime grade A of what you need. We're done for the day. You're listening to KALT AM, KALT FM, HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
That's right, The Drive is live. Like it'd be like for us if, man, we try to sprinkle in maybe a gymnastics conversation, or we try to sprinkle in a little, well, Mary Lou Redden, yeah.
Mary Lou out there having a good time, ain't she?
Too good of a time.
That mugshot was something.
Damn, Mary. Get your damn Uber, sister.
Giving her
Get
that
your
time.
private driver.
That Tony LaRusse out there in her is what she out there.
I got a couple of my kinfolk thought real highly of Mary Lou Redden. Hell, they'll drive. You need a ride, call them. They'll come from Baytown to scoop.
They probably love her even more now.
She living in Houston or she living somewhere else? Where'd she get that D-dub?
Well,
West
West
Virginia.
Virginia.
What the hell is she doing in West Virginia?
I didn't know they had drinking laws.
Drinking laws. They don't, but they got
No,
driving.
she trained in Houston, but
that's what I meant
she's from West Virginia.
I'll be damned, boy. I
You wanna
thought
know
Mary
anything
Lou
about
Redden was a
gymnastics?
Houston
You
girl.
want to know anything about gymnastics? I'm your
You're the guy.
Okay, there you go. Arby's.
How
right
do you
there.
sit? How do you sit?
I've
through-
always said Lopez
how do you-
Arby's.
how do you
Your
sit through a-
Arby's. Gymnastics, soccer king.
How do you
allegedly,
sit through a 3-year-old gymnastic class and not get
tennis
mad at the
figgy?
instructor?
I mean, it's ridiculous. Arby's.
You want to
Take a
know
good
my
look.
issue?
Your phone?
You want to know my issue with Arby's?
What's your issue
You
with
can't trust a fast food spot that you primarily find attached to an 18-wheeler stop. And shout out to all you semi-drivers. We need you, and that is a tough-ass job. But every Arby's I see
really
is like a part of like a, what are those, Hertz maybe?
Really? I don't know. I don't like just hooked up to one of the.
Yeah,
really?
maybe it's just me.
You don't
but I
see a
feel
lot
like-
of standalone Arby's. I
No.
see some. There was one right by the crib.
I don't know where one is, like, in my general area of Houston.
In fact, I wrecked my mom's. Well, it wasn't me, but I wrecked my mom's Bonneville, coming because of Arby's.
It wasn't her bike.
Nah,
Bonneville, huh?
Her Bonneville, man, it was a nice green one, baby. Had the CD player in there. I was working at Just for Feet, and there was a way that I would go every time. I-70, Just for Feet. That's the way to go.
I had never heard of that place.
But then I had to have a beef and cheddar, and it wasn't just a small one, the biggest one. You know, they got 3 different levels of that beef and cheddar. I'm going for the big one.
It's far to
I
have.
wink and, hey, I'm playing football. I'm playing D-line, so I got to put on weight. Is what I told myself. But I was just hungry. And then I got the large curly fry, but I had to go the other way, so I had to go 40 highway. Had to go the other way. I was sitting there trying to get on, and somebody just, bam, drilled me in the back. Oh, I was so pissed that all that Arby's flew everywhere. I didn't get to eat any of it.
Just meat's flying
Did you
everywhere.
have it out?
I was sitting. Well, listen, I ate some of the fries. I won't lie about
It's
that.
illegal to
But
drive with it out.
It was sitting in the passenger seat, but I was sitting there trying to get on, and dude just drilled me. Missed that bad boy. I'd have never gotten that wreck if I didn't go to Arby's.
You all right?
Be honest, did you pick one up off the floor and eat it, a fry or anything before you get out?
No, I was pissed though. I was thinking about it as soon as everything got taken care of.
That's good.
Like at first, in my mind, I'm 16. I'm like, oh God, she's gonna kill me. But then, like, I realized when I was talking to her, where did they hit you? Did you hit somebody? That's always parents. Always, at least my parents. What did you do? Did you
Are
hit
the other
somebody?
people okay?
No, I was just sitting there waiting to get on, and some dude just came behind me and drilled me. And then she said, "Are you all right?" I said, "My back's kind of hurting a little bit, but I could hear the gleam of money in her eyes, in her voice. I could hear. She said, "They hit you where?" I said, "They came and hit me from behind in the back." So they hit you from behind. I said, "Yeah." She said, "How's the car?" I said, "I don't mean, it's all the way smashed in from the back."
Ass is
She said,
tore
"Do you
up.
think it's total?" Ask the tow truck person. Do you think it's total? I mean, like, I don't know yet.
Get a new one?
A little bit of financial angst.
We got two. We got two cars.
Said,
out
all
there.
right, now you start limping.
we got.
We're going to get that liability insurance, too.
Hey, we got 2 cars out that joint. We got a brand new Ford Escape. This is when they just came out, and then that's when her ass took me to go get my hair cut one day and showed up and said, "Hey, I saw a car and I bought you, and I couldn't pass it up." Walked out there, she had that Ford Escort with that bike racks on the top, that station wagon. I just had to say thanks, Mom. I was in a place like, damn,
Some
man.
neon lights underneath.
I'm looking at Honda Accords, maybe a Civic. She came out there with that damn station wagon.
It was an Escort station wagon?
An Escort station wagon. Hatchback. It wasn't a station wagon.
Back then, you put you some 15s on that thing, man. Put some neons underneath the edges.
I don't know what your relationship was with your parent, but mine was not if I got a car bought for me to have any complaining. And I just sat in that damn seat, and I could see it outside. I was just staring out outside the window the whole time, finishing my haircut. No, I wasn't showing nothing outward.
You gotta hide them emotions.
I was cussing her smooth out inside me, like are you kidding me? You just don't even want me to have any success in high school. You don't want me to get no ass. You don't want me to have no sex. And you got me in a hatchback.
Hold on, so.
You could have pulled the Escort off. The Escort station wagon.
Well, no, could have. I had it for 2 years, baby.
You end up, it got enough room for everybody.
I had
Pick everybody up going to practice.
I had that bad boy for 2 seasons. 713-572-4610. We know Tyler's first car was a Hummer. What was your first one?
Wasn't a lot of space in the Hummer.
It isn't. What was your first car that your parents or you bought yourself?
Small interior, believe it or not. That H3.
I know my friend, my homeboy had one. Not a lot of room in there. Boy, it pissed me smooth off. All right, Clint. Nico Collins spoke yesterday. They did have practice today, closed to the media. It will be open tomorrow, so we'll be able to bring a little bit of what we see from the Texans. But they're fresh in at OTAs right now. But you said something when we talked to Brandon Scott yesterday on Texans Report every single Wednesday at 4:40. When Nico Collins, and I'll just read the commentary because, listen, there is audio, but it doesn't sound great. It's distant, it's far back. But Nico Collins said about this offense, it made something clear that you wondered and we wondered about. He said right now we're in the learning stage, new offense, new words, new terminology, so we got to digest that first. And so he talked about, yes, this is a new thing. This is not going to be a thing in which they're running and having similar terminology as they've had in the past under Bobby Slowick's offense, even though most of the offensive staff is still there, right? Really, it's just Nick Caley and an assistant that he brought over from the Rams that are the new ones, but everybody else is that yesterday you were surprised. You were maybe even shocked that they actually did make a change, and this is now ground zero here of starting and learning a whole new offense.
Yeah, look, I need to hear more from everybody over there, but if you hire Nick Caley, who's never called plays, who's never done anything beyond coaching tight ends, and you hire him as your offensive coordinator to keep everybody on staff, and all of a sudden Nick Caley is dictating all of the terminology, and everybody around Nick Caley is expected to learn a new system, terminology and all. That seems like a big stretch to me. That seems like a losing proposition. To me, I would think that a big plus or a big selling point to DeMeco Ryans in bringing Nick Caley in is, hey, man, we can keep the terminology the same. We can add some things, which would ultimately be Nick Caley taking the New England stuff and kind of tweaking it and putting it in the terminology that your team already knows. It's not like Nick Caley would be having to learn a whole new offense. It's the same terminology from the system he's been in the last 2 years. The thought that this team is talking about learning new terminology and learning a new offense the first time they speak to the media in OTA setting is interesting to me.
Because you seem to be – that's what you – so you thought that was the big thing was, all right, they're going to bring him in and it's going to be more of a kind of learning what it is that they want to do. Because this happens with Alabama. Alabama under Saban, right? Bill O'Brien had to do it. Other guys had to do it. He had an offensive system. They called the plays, but they had to learn the system. I remember Bill O'Brien saying that Bryce Young had to help him kind of learn the system. You thought it was going to be that situation. You didn't think there was a real strong possibility that Nick Caley would bring his in?
I just thought one of the pluses of signing of hiring a guy out of a Sean McVay or a Shanahan or that tree that is Green Bay, that is Miami, that is San Francisco, that is Atlanta, that is the Rams, that whole system, the thought of hiring a young guy from one of those systems, I would think that a huge selling point, for me, it would be a prerequisite. It wouldn't even, if it weren't the case, I wouldn't hire the guy, but you would think in hiring that guy, one of the pluses would be, hey, man, we're not starting from ground zero. We're actually going to start on level 2 or 3 or 4, just because we know we got some 90% of our playbook is the same terminology. Whatever needs to be, like the shift that would need to be made would be Nick Caley taking the old stuff that he had in New England, whatever they called it there, with McDaniels and Bill O'Brien, whoever the hell he was all under, right? And then kind of him putting it in everybody, the Texans language. A huge plus to me of Nick Caley coming was that. Now, you take that off the table, the Nick concerning me than it was in the moment.
I think ultimately, I don't think I would have been surprised by many things here if they'd have gone that way or that route, because you could see one a coordinator coming in and running his offense, right? He's waited this long to do it. You could see like him coming in and saying, all right, this is the offense that I'm used to. I'm not, because he came. There's some similarities with the McVay and the Shanahan thing, but maybe not completely what he does. Or I could see like, hey man, the writing's on the wall, man. We got 8 or 9 guys that are all on this offensive staff last year. They're still here. We all know the system. CJ all knows the system. Yeah. And I could have seen that going anyway. Ultimately, I think this is, and I said it yesterday a bit, ultimately it makes me feel better that, all right, as you said, you want to see Nick Caley be a guy that kind of is running the thing. Well, him coming in and saying, this is my offense. This is what we're learning. We're learning my offense. Now, I do think it may slow kind of the process down and the start to be a bit slower because everyone's learning things. But ultimately, I feel better about Nick Caley as an OC, that he'll come in and run the offense he wants to run and not coming in and run what they want to run.
Yeah, look, here's the difference, right? Is like you said, it's more likely that there'll be a slow start. It's more likely that the playbook will be very limited in the first month of the season. There will be more likely to be some mental mistakes because you got guys that are learning and trying to figure out where to line up. Versus, hey, I've heard that before. I know exactly where to kind of deal. There's, it just changes the game drastically. And when you hire a Nick Caley, it's going to be really hard for me, and I think for most of the fan base, to be patient. When you look at what you're dealing with, because if this thing doesn't work and work right away, we have now watched the Houston Texans play through the most important, the cheapest years of C.J. Stroud on that rookie contract, and we have nothing but a bunch of young coordinators to show for it. So that to me, keeping the staff together and bringing in a new guy that knows the same system, that has familiarity with several guys in the building. The plus is we can pick up where we left off, not start completely over. For me, anyway, that's just where I'm at with it. I can tell you this. It is significantly. I don't care if it were Chip Kelly coming in here, right? Like, just forget about being Nick Caley I don't care if it's Chip Kelly coming in here. When you burn one playbook and you introduce another one, you are going to spend a huge chunk of your training camp installing basic stuff. That's the concerning part of this thing. And look, don't let the fact that boy, C.J. Stroud's rookie year and Bobby Slowick's first year, they were pretty damn good. Don't let that fool you. That was a rare year. That was an unbelievable year by everybody involved. Like, it's a different animal to install an offense, and your training camp looks totally different. Yeah. And you want to talk about problems? Let D'Amico's defense go up against this offense, and they're advanced and they're really, really good and they're advanced, and you're trying to install an offense. Ooh,
as Kick Rock said, why in the world would we want the same system as last year?
It's not. It's because that same system as last year is the same one that Shanahan in San Francisco took to Super Bowls and NFC championships. It's the same one that Sean McVay runs that's gone that's won a Super Bowl and gone to the playoffs and over exceeded last year. I mean, it's the same. It's from this. The context of this conversation is all about terminology. And anybody that comes out of a Shanahan tree, anybody that comes out of the McVay tree, anybody that comes out of the Kubiak tree, those guys, generally speaking, are going to have very similar terminology, right? There may be different wrinkles. I'll give you an example, right? Like when you're talking changing terminology and a wide receiver saying, "I've got to learn new terminology." Bill Parcells' offense was 0 out slot. Right? 0 was an I for. Instead of saying I right or king right or 0 was that formation. So you went from literally a tag, a word, to a number that was formations. Like you literally flip flop it. Some people have, a route tree. And everything's the routes are numbers. Other ones, the routes are indigo is an in is a go route inside and a go and a dig route outside. Like you got, it's just a different. So when I hear we're learning new terminology, this isn't like, hey man, it's just a couple things here or there. To me, it's clearly they're calling formations differently. All the motions are different. The protections are all different. So it's just that is a huge. Over, like to ask quarterbacks in an offense to learn a complete new system is typically not a 1 year, let's get it done and let's take off from where we started by week 1 kind of deal.
All right, coming up as we continue here, the Astros, big series, 2-game sweep, a little homestand. They've started here the first 6, 5-1. But what did we see yesterday? Yesterday may be something that could potentially change the thinking of guys like Dana Brown. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Academy, sports, and outdoors. Again, I've gone by Academy probably 3-4 times recently, to be honest with you. I've had to return and exchange a couple of things. And
Have you covered. Exclusive interviews, inside info, and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Oh, show, Clint. I love the show, man.
Live from the Karam, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we continue here with The Drive. Remember, come hang out with us tomorrow as it is the 9th stop of our 610 Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit. Tomorrow we'll be there at the Crafty Crab, Fondren Road here in Houston. Come hang out with us, supported by our great friends with Academy Sports and Outdoors, Bud Light, Budweiser as well. There'll be giveaways on site each and every hour. You'll have a chance to win. Also, you can get to have them buds, that cold beer. Never know what kind of special spots be having. I'm sure the Crafty Crab will have it for you. And you get to hang out with us, the number one afternoon drive sports talk show in all of Houston, the number one sports talk show in all of Houston.
When you get a chance to party.
At least how y'all do it. But no, come on out, hang out with us tomorrow. We'll be there from 2 to 6. It'll be a good time as always. And you got a chance also to win our grand prize. Our grand prize, which is a $500 gift card to a KLS beer for a year, Budweiser, Bud Light. So that is also in play for you if you come on out with us tomorrow to the Crafty Crab. All right, Clint. Lance McCullers had a hell of a performance. This was him yesterday following the game, and it was by far his best performance since he's been back. This was Lance discussing what happened.
It's hard to say, I think.
I know after my first surgery, I was a different pitcher, and I had success. And I think after this surgery, I'm going to be a different pitcher, and I'm hoping to continue to find success. Obviously, the velo and things of that nature, I don't know if I'll ever be throwing 97, 98 again, but you never know. I think some things just take time. I think, like today, it was a big emphasis on executing early. Stop putting myself in such a big hole in that first inning, pitch count-wise, things of that nature, and I was able to execute that today.
All right, that was Lance McCullers, and hell yeah, he was able to execute it yesterday. Clint, it was, when you look back at it, especially from a strikeout perspective, it was the best performance of the year from an Astros pitcher, right? Oddly enough, you go check it. I don't believe Hunter Brown or Framber have eclipsed 10 strikeouts. I don't think Hunter Brown's probably had 9 4 or 5 times. Ronell had to 11, but 12 strikeouts, 1 walk. That was the best performance we've seen from a pitcher from that perspective. And really, overall, 6 innings, 3 runs, 5 hits is one of the best we've seen, Clint. And I'm telling you right now, I think Lance deserves a new name. I know for a long time on this program, it was Luxury Lance.
Yes, it was.
You dubbed it. We give you your flowers for that. You dubbed it your daisies, your roses, your lilies. You got your flowers for that.
I like Stargazer lilies, but go ahead.
I was going to say, I knew you was going to chime in after you was going to Lowe's or Home Depot every day, Philip.
Stargazer lilies, man. They're great, beautiful.
I was going to say begonias, but I let it go. But I think Lance is the wild card now. I think Lance is the wild card right now. Look, with this rotation, he ain't going nowhere. As we said yesterday, he ain't got to look over his shoulder. But, Clint, if he is anything close to what he showed yesterday, right, like you talked about yesterday, you think that you're ready to accept that he is going to be in a space where he's going to be a dependable starter every 5th, 6th day, whatever they're doing. But if he's anywhere close to this guy, and this guy is like, this is a front of the rotation type pitcher. This is your front 3 may rival any front 3 in baseball. If he's anything like that, Clint, it completely changes to me the approach of Dana Brown and what they're going to have to do coming up for the deadline. Because I think they're going to have to find pitching, if anything, for depth. Lose somebody, they got to really dig deep down. But if he's pitching like this, Clint, it may be more of a depth play than a Kikuchi type play.
Yeah. Look, I
just wanted to say that.
I know, man. I hope they do make it. I mean, I don't know if they can find one that'll even rival the Kikuchi get last year, but that was. But look, I like it. The wild card aspect of Lance to me is, if the Astros get Spencer Arrighetti back, when they get him back, if he is, let's just say who we thought he was, and he's a guy that is a top 3 in a rotation, and you can trust him in a playoff start. And then you've also got Lance, and you've got him pitching well. I mean, maybe not 12 strikeouts a game, but pitching well, locating pitches, not getting behind in early innings in pitch count, not getting the pitch count, ballooning the pitch count through 2 innings kind of deal. If you get that Lance right there, the Astros are sitting beautiful from a starting pitching perspective once you get into late season, once you get into the playoffs. So yeah, I can jive with letting luxury go. He's damn sure not a luxury anymore. He's damn sure something that you need. And I agree with you. He's a wild card where if he pitches well the rest of the way and just stays healthy and pitches well the rest of the way, the wild card aspect of it is, again, he can chew up starts and chew up innings throughout the regular season. The wild card spot is, does he do that well enough to get through the regular season and then not upseat Spencer Arrighetti on what Stewart does when he comes back? Yeah. Or does he go out there and crush it the way that he did yesterday, and he gives you a 4-man rotation that you're super comfortable with?
Because my thing is, I don't think either of you would say, like, right now, if they had a playoff series, I don't think it's a guarantee that Lance gets a start. Like, if everybody's healthy, if everybody's healthy,
guaranteed no.
Like, and I'm like, I don't know if you'd say like, yeah, I'd probably still be more inclined if Spencer Arrighetti was healthy to maybe run him out there right now from what we've seen. But if he pitches like that, Clint, he's like it's clear where it is right now. And I'm just saying if this is a turn the corner and we're starting to see a guy that doesn't struggle to get out of the fourth or the fifth, and a guy who's giving you 6 innings and has the strikeout ability, I think they need pitching, but I think it changes the type of pitching that they potentially have to go after if Lance is going to do this. So I think they may pause a little bit to see what the hell they have. I think they add a starter, but this could depend on what kind. All right. We talked about what we thought is the best group on this team, this Texans team going into the season. We got, or at least Clint did it yesterday, got a chance to see it for the first time. We'll let you know if any of that changed. We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we get there, guys, as America's leading business lender, Bank of America is with over $6 billion in business loans and more than 120 business specialists right here in the great
Please drink responsibly.
Want the truth about shopping for new floors? Big box stores might have flooring departments, but Empire Today has flooring experts. There's a huge difference. At a big box store, you might be getting help. EmpireToday.com. That's $500 off with code RADIO. You know the number.
800-588-2300
Today. Offer may not be applied to sales or combined with other coupons, discounts, or savings. Terms apply.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Somebody texted and said, I'm turning 60. I'll be at the Crafty Crab. We'll be there too.
Happy birthday, friend. It's a big one.
Come through.
I'm going to try real hard. I need to check their menu out. I did all right last week.
You're pretty good with seafood, though, huh?
I did all right. I like seafood. I'm just, I know Monday's going to come quick.
Oh, I misunderstood what you were saying. I got you.
Try to fight it now.
I got you. Pulling for you, bro.
I'm about going to spots like that, trying to fight it.
What do we got to get to? Do we say 12?
12 pounds together. Short week, too, by the way, on that.
Oh, y'all are going to crush it.
I got to get to work.
I've got to find a way to eat chicken wings without ranch.
Oof. That's tough. Can't even imagine what that'd be like.
Hot
I mean,
sauce, Chief. Hot
no,
sauce.
I could do, but from like restaurants, spots that they say blue cheese is better. I hate blue cheese.
I hate blue
cheese. It ain't that much better.
And I don't think,
booty.
I mean, hot sauce, I can see where you switch that up.
Hot sauce.
But I don't know that just the ranch aspect of wings, unless you're just literally going wrist deep in the ranch. I don't know that the ranch is going to keep us from getting to 12.
I don't know.
Ranch is packed pretty good with some calories, isn't it?
Can be.
Well, it can be, but I mean, I just
if it's the worst thing that I do in a day, it's not bad.
Look,
not her heroin.
I mean, you're the way you're working out and burning calories is
not
at a
calories.
rate. I mean, you're just
heroin.
Be hard to not burn that ranch.
Yeah. You're right.
But hey, if
if
you're looking to bodybuild, I don't want to discourage
the hell
you.
with it. Hell with it.
I want to discourage you. But I just don't want you to be just so do such a 180 that you get burnt out. You know?
No, I'm not trying. Yeah, I'm just trying to get. I know it could potentially be a weekly thing, and I'm just trying not to.
We're gonna amp up the intensity as we go. I probably need to start doing it right now. Actually,
I just want you to don't start trying to treat me the way that you treat your wife. No. Like the way you in there where you're.
That'd be awkward.
Where you come in there, well, not the sexual part, but you come in there when they're out there lifting weights and she's getting there and you get yourself in the doghouse and silent treatment for a couple of days. We're gonna amp up the intensity.
Intentions are always good, boys.
Yeah.
Intentions are always good.
We're gonna amp up the intensity as we go. Lauren Mack, eat the ranch, Ron. No, I'm trying. Hey, I can get them naked. Eat them naked. Eat them without.
Eat the ranch and get you an extra 10 minutes of cardio, or find you a sauna. It's good for you.
Little time on the stationary bike.
Ranch light, Ron. Someone texted in. We'll see.
Stay away from that buttermilk.
By the way, I saw old David Culley in the gym today.
Really?
You got to work out in with Culley?
I saw it.
Former Houston Texans head coach David Culley.
Shout out to David Culley. Leg day. Saw him in the old gym.
Did you talk to him?
I didn't. It caught me real quick. I'm sitting there hitting the shoulder press, and I just came up and got finished, and then walked by. I said, "Well, damn, I know that is. I know that face." And he walked through. I said, "Oh, that's David Culley." He went up there and hit them legs. He was banging up all the legs. So shout out to David. He looked good too.
That's H-Town. I didn't know he got down in 11 H-Town, didn't he?
Stay down there. Yeah, stay in the neighborhood. So it's got to be weird, though. He stays in the same neighborhood as guy's got his job. Yeah, same neighborhood.
If we got to go 3 and out and punt it, we're good.
He looked good, though, man. He looked good, man. Yeah, he looked good, man.
Man, he was so good.
He really did. I did. I almost was going to say, hey, Coach, I almost did. You know.
His sound bites were so bad that I couldn't help but laugh. But as a fan over here, I also wanted to cry.
I mean, we could have a Cully segment, man.
Yeah. I mean, that's the first time I've run into him in the little neighborhood, the gym that our neighborhood has.
Well, if it happens again, man, go on, get him on a segment.
I might say something to him. Coach, how you doing? I know you don't maybe not remember me. That was during the COVID years.
Coach, you ever been interested in doing radio, man?
Want to come on in, do a little radio? He looked good, though. He did, man.
The most important thing about football is the football.
Right. I thought he had moved on away. Yeah,
that one's my favorite.
Someone else said they saw him too. Yep.
I thought he wanted to move back and coach at his high school or something.
I thought he was going to Tennessee, wasn't he? Or somewhere, Smyrna, something like that. Yeah, I thought he was going to do it, but man, he's sitting there, man. Said hit that leg day, David.
I used to have one in my
Coach
phone.
Cully?
I used to have one in my phone under Smyrna.
Did you? Okay.
Got the name.
Like I said,
moved through Laverne, then get to Smyrna. There you go.
That is a seasoned man.
I don't have that. I did at that moment. I wish I had a little Tyler Miller in me. Tyler would have said something to him.
He'd have got a pick. He'd have got a pick for sure.
He at least would have said, "Hey, coach." I get into the mindset, man. I don't want to bother him because you know me. I don't want to be bothered either. At least be bothered.
Damn sure don't want to be encouraged.
I don't want to be encouraged in front of a whole group of people in which you would not normally encourage people who are doing those tasks. But I will say, hey, Coach, how you doing? Because he did stare into my eyes a tad bit longer than just walking past you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to play winning football for 4 quarters.
Oh, I think we could do it.
We got stuck at the trash can a little bit too. I was wiped off a machine, and I was going to go throw it in the trash can. He was going over to the leg extension, and we kind of got blocked up there for a second.
I'm not a big wiper downer of machines in the gym.
Oh,
you're the worst then.
Yeah, no.
You aren't.
No,
and you sweat like hell. You
don't wash yourself with the washcloth.
If I'm just like dripping and I'm in a public gym, then yeah. I mean, I'm obviously going to do it. I usually use a towel.
I hit every one. But I know I'm a sweater.
Yeah, no, your sweat ain't gonna bother me. I like to get in there and grind and sweat with folks. That sweat ain't gonna bother me. Man.
That's nasty, man. That's how you get
staff infection. Like I did. I watched a chick that I thought was a little overboard. Like she's going over. Wiping down dumbbells.
Yeah, girl.
She went over and wiped down the dumbbells.
Look, if you've got a lot of times if you're sweating bad, like where you lay your head on a bench or something, maybe maybe it's super sweaty right there. Maybe you got a little product in your hair that's on the deal. Maybe we need to wipe that down a little bit. But just like overly sensitive about sweat on machines, nah, man, that's what we're in there for. We're in there to get a sweat. I appreciate any human being that's putting that extra work in, getting that sweat in. The facility ought to have a place come in there and keep the germs down every night. They'll knock it down.
But you can get that sweat in and wipe that sweat off.
Yeah, nah.
It's the ass sweat that gets me. When you seat it and you see that right in the ass portion of the seating.
Swamp butt.
Yeah. The back sweat doesn't give me as much.
I bet if she had them old tights running up that old crack and she got up off that thing, you wouldn't worry about that old.
Yeah, but then there's also people who sit in them like me. And that's not.
All sweat is equal, man. All crack sweat's equal, man.
They're all bodily fluid.
Clint walking there, Tyler, like, hell yeah, give me some of that.
Yeah, I never check. I wouldn't check up.
No, don't push that off. I got it.
Look at that salted fluid I left for you.
You know what I'd do? I'd prefer you be focused enough where you're getting your ass on the next machine, so you're keeping that heart rate up, so you're getting work in instead of worrying and going around clean everything.
I do feel like I feel like. Yeah, Lauren said, "No, Clint, nope, can't do it."
Hey, get your workout in. If you so happen to lay back in somebody else's sweat, it ain't to look here. Let's be honest, y'all. I mean, we've all been places, we've all done things that are far worse than a little bit of sweat on a workout bench.
Well, those bodily fluids are more fun. Though.
True, but it still doesn't mean that you just. Keep going on.
I'm not saying
You are not lying.
And then acted like those two those 2 cups of water that has hair all the way down it to wipe them off is going to clean them.
I don't know how that didn't start a pandemic.
How did we
all them
not?
shots we take in these bars around here, where you think that guy washing them shot glasses real worried about it at 3 o'clock in the morning when he's shutting the place?
Alcohol kills germs.
I like to believe he is.
You're running into brick walls here. Just be courteous of your fellow gym goers and wipe your nasty sweat off.
I bet you have a lot of people looking at you with some judgment and disdain.
I'm coming in there to get that work in.
If I got to come up and wipe it off.
If you want to walk around like you're too damn good to lay down in a little bit of sweat from time to time,
you're going to sweat. You just wipe it off, bro.
It's people like Clint that make me want to go wipe off every machine prior to getting on it anyway.
I promise you, if we worked out, you'd have zero problem. I'm not saying if I get up off there and I got ass sweat all over the bench, I'm not going to wipe it up. I'm simply saying we're going around and cleaning every bench that you get up off of and making a trip to the damn trash can. All you're doing is stalling. All you're doing is stalling. Get your ass in there and work out. Finish it. Go hard. Right? Clean stuff up later.
I want to go hard without other people's sweat.
Come on, man. That's it, man. That's it.
Just wipe it down.
Now I will say, if it were me and you in a gym, I know
wouldn't worry about
I wouldn't. It wouldn't be. But there's some other folks in here you just don't know, and I think it's just courtesy to the other people.
I can think of someone.
Clint, that's a big ass no. Wipe your machine.
Well, I'm just telling you.
Just lost a lot of.
Dry is more managed.
That's a little deep.
That's fine.
That's a little.
Whenever you get serious about your workout and you want to grind, let me know.
Why are you worried about their workout?
Let's go find a gym, work out with some folks that ain't worried about the sweat or this or that. Let's go get it in.
Out, I hope I sweat.
His rebuttal is, whenever you want to start getting
whenever you want to get serious about this workout,
soft ass, wiping that sweat off.
I'm here for you.
Yeah, get them. You gonna have some. You walk in the gym and the benches are super clean. That means ain't nobody using them.
And you like to say C too, don't you, you soft ass?
You ever forgot to get one?
That's a good point.
You ever forgot to get one and then see her sit down? And, oh, damn.
No, but when I'm wiping someone else's sweat, I stare them down. I let them know. I'm wiping your nasty ass stuff up right now, a-hole.
I bet you Clint Stoerner might be the only one of the 16 crew that is not a wiper down of their sweat off.
I'm not saying I wouldn't wipe it off if it was like, if I got up and was like, damn, I would wipe it off.
But
I don't get up and inspect the bench.
You don't hit it every time.
No, hell no.
I hit it every time.
Hell no. And I'm annoyed by those that do.
Too busy for those manners.
No, you're not. They're annoyed with your ass, too.
I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are.
Coming up, this has been something that has been talked about a lot about C.J. Stroud. Let's take it to our quarterback, our sweaty, cleaning of the bench quarterback.
Yeah.
Clint Stoerner with his thoughts on what's going on around C.J. Stroud. That's next.
All right, I'll tell you what, man. Serta Pro Painters, if you've got a need to freshen up your in terms of hey, do you want the baseboards?
access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We're working with Clint here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Oh boy! Welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. I want to get to this, Clint, because yes, for the most part, you are absolutely getting crushed.
As you should.
Some people saying you got to remember Clint did spend half his life with his hands between another man's sweaty legs.
I did.
So he's used to that.
I did, and there was a good chunk of my career during games. I would lick my right hand, which is the top hand that was coming smooth out of somebody's ass.
Oh my God!
Joe Ferguson. Joe Ferguson broke me of that. So hey man, you got that towel you got hanging on your hip. Once you wet it, and then you don't have to lick your hand. I said okay, that sounds like a good idea.
Then someone else texted in. That's not sweat. It's they want to wipe that off. Then they can go grab a membership, a handful of Tootsie Rolls, and a slice of pizza, and a bagel from Planet Fitness.
Yeah, go back.
My mom has had great success at Planet Fitness.
Go back to your gaming room. You have to worry about any sweat in there, and nobody. You can turn the lights down real low. It doesn't hurt your eyes or anything. Everything will be fine. That's all. I mean, anybody else, you want to get some real work in? Let me know.
Hell with wiping that stuff down. We'll deal with that later. All right.
I need to know where when you do wipe it, like what extent? Like when you get up off that, what do you feel? Is it every bench you use?
Yeah. If I use, I don't do it on like kettlebells or.
Well, yeah, surely not.
That's why I said this lady.
If you're wiping down kettlebells, I'm mad at you.
That's why I said this lady was a little overboard. I watched her sitting up. She hit the dumbbells. She hit the kettlebells. She had used. She went over there, but the spot I go to, they got, you can just take the roll off. I just take the roll off and I just wipe, everywhere.
Do you look at
handles and everything?
Do you look at it? The handles and everything?
Oh yeah.
Hell no.
You know how dirty human hands are, bro?
I'm just saying, while I'm there, you might as well hit it. I've got it out. I'll run it.
Takes 2 seconds.
Now, or like in Red's gym, shout out to Red Zone, they got the spray. Hit the spray, bam.
I'll blame it on COVID.
Wipe it on down.
Or you just get yourself a home gym like me.
I'm certain I wiped down before COVID. I'm certain that didn't.
Oh yeah, me too. What a gentleman does.
Yeah. All right, Clint.
What a shame.
It is.
I'm disappointed.
Not surprised.
I will definitely have you good and pissed off like I do my wife in workouts. Hey, Ron, get over here. We're tired of wiping this down. Get over here and get that next set in, man. We are supersetting stuff. Let's go, man.
Right, I'll get
Come
there.
on, you're on the clock, Chief.
I'll get there in just a second.
That's it.
I'll get there in just a second.
I quit. One workout.
Super
I quit.
time-consuming.
Yeah, it's a quick march, man. Just bam, hit it. There you go. On to the next.
And you're getting steps in?
Okay. All right.
That was a joke. That was a joke.
All right. I've seen this from a lot of Texans fans. I've heard people talk about this and kind of changes potentially to C.J. Stroud from years 1 and 2 to year 3 and things that can help. And one thing that I've heard a lot is, he could use his legs more. C.J. could use his legs. He can run. He could get some hidden yards there and use his legs and stuff. They'll look at other quarterbacks. Mahomes is a popular one to use about how he gets, certain first downs and things like that with his legs.
CJ with the legs.
I'm interested into hearing your thoughts on knowing the type of quarterback CJ is, understanding his skill set and his speed and all of that and his importance. By the way, just some notes. His rookie year, he rushed. He
chemically changed, man.
I like that.
He rushed
down that damn range.
He rushed 39 times for 167 yards, got 3 touchdowns. Last year, 52 rushes for 233 yards, no touchdowns. So that's what he's done the first 2 years. 713-572-4610. You can jump in on that. What's your thoughts about CJ using his legs more? Is that something that you think he should be looking at? Should be something that you're looking at to see if that's a part of his game he adds?
No. There should not be an emphasis on CJ Stroud.
It's talked about a lot.
CJ Stroud needs to protect himself by getting the ball out of his hand, first and foremost. Secondly, now there's things that CJ Stroud needs to do. CJ Stroud had a tendency last year, which with the leaky front, which I'm putting it nicely, the awful pass protection obviously drove him this way. He has a tendency to want to drift one direction, where it's so much so to where the defense can almost play to it, right? And so what CJ has to really work on is if he can get the middle of his protection somewhat shored up where he at least has a chance, is by habit, I want to push hard back up in the pocket, and when I do escape, I escape up the middle, get north and south, get some yardage, and get down. I don't want to float to the sideline. I don't want to extend plays to the sideline. One, there's bad decisions get made out there. Two, the defensive players have free runs at you, long free runs at you where they're full speed. You don't want that much of those battles right there. Not to mention, look, anybody that wants to see, and this is what I challenge, anybody that wants to see CJ use his legs more, we do understand that CJ Stroud, I've not seen one called running play for CJ Stroud since I've been here. So everything that people are referring to is off script, off schedule, right?
Mahomes, I'll see that. Mahomes did. Someone just texted Tom Brady did it effectively.
Tom Brady was as good as there is out there in the sense of pushing up in the pocket, getting across the line of scrimmage, the shortest point A to point B, getting north and getting down, and his old slow ass would still do it effectively. Yes, Mahomes is on a different level. He's much more athletic than I think people realize he is, and he plays with a freestyle fashion. Stylistically a little bit more freestyle than I'd be comfortable CJ Stroud playing. He takes way too much risk. I said this before. I don't care if you're training young quarterbacks or we're talking about analyzing older quarterbacks that are at NFL, college level, NFL level. I think you get into, boy, somebody should do something like Mahomes, you lose me immediately, right? We've seen one Mahomes, man. There's one Mahomes out there. There's one Lamar Jackson out there. Right? If you want to throw Mike Vick back in the day in that category, cool, that's fine. There's two of them, okay. Right? We shouldn't be doing things or expecting guys to do things like those particular players. CJ Stroud's focus needs to be on you play the position the way Joe Montana played the position. You play the position the way Tom Brady played the position. Distribute the football, keep your jersey clean, don't take as little risk as you possibly can, and when it comes time, you take the risk down the field because you have the talent to drive the football down the field. If the game dictates that you drive the football down the field, you drive the football down the field. If the game dictates you throw for 350, you go throw for 350, you get aggressive. If the game is coming to you and you're comfortable, hey, man, you're staying upright, you're taking no hits, you're getting the ball out of your hands, you're staying ahead of the chains, and we're winning ball games. That's C.J. Stroud's focus, no doubt about it. The question here in Houston, the question is this right here. Right now in Houston, what is Gerard Johnson and what is Nick Caley pushing into C.J. Stroud's head? They and this is hindsight, right? This is hindsight. It's always 2020. But you look back last year, I believe coaching failed C.J. Stroud from a messaging perspective, right? Building the roster to be this five-headed monster, talking about being aggressive from jump, coming from C.J. Stroud and Bobby Slowick from jump.
Bobby.
That whole outlook, that whole approach, now it blew up in their face bigger than everything, so it's easy to say right now. That approach was a poor decision. It was poor messaging to the quarterback. It was a poor decision. And they've got to backtrack a little bit and get it toned down a bit and get C.J. Stroud. The key is this: as talented as C.J. Stroud is, because he could do it all. He could go out there and be more aggressive and win some games and put up huge numbers. He could do that if he wanted to. The key is, does C.J. Stroud have the ability to go, I got to go out here and just take this profit. I got to go out here and never go broke taking these profits. And you know what? If in the first half we go down the field and we're up 17-zip because our defense is nails and their offense has turned it over 3 or 4 times, we come out, we Cadillac in the second half. We chew more clock, we go home with a victory, right? You get down 17-0, you get in a shootout versus one of these high-powered offenses, hey, Now we got to get aggressive. You have that luxury with C.J. Stroud, but C.J. Stroud's mentality it needs to be less is more. I know people don't like to hear that, but that is the way that C.J. Stroud is going to be the best version of C.J. Stroud.
I get the idea and the thought of it of, hey, picking up some key first downs with your legs, doing some things to extend the drive, having that threat.
Yeah.
I can understand where people kind of come from that. I think a lot of people see that playoff game against the Chiefs, and he had 6 carries, 42 yards. There was a couple of long runs there.
Yeah.
But Clint, every time I see him, when I watch him, I'm like, he seems to be one that takes hits when he runs. And my whole thing is a health thing. Because I don't
we don't like that.
We want to avoid Davis. He got one across the knee, didn't get out of bounds well enough, and maybe that comes with learning. But it just seems like he takes real hits when he goes. And I'm always thinking, get down.
Ryan, you're hitting the nail on the head. The C.J. Stroud that everybody's referring to with the legs, even the Georgia game where he showed me something that I didn't know. It's all survival mode. Very rarely have we seen C.J. Stroud push up in the pocket. Oh, look, the middle of the field's wide open. Let me go get 10. Boom, get down. Right? And slide 5 yards short of everybody else. I don't care, right? Very rarely have we seen that controlled. Let me push up in the pocket. Let me go get it. It's always the late fade to the sideline one way or another, escaping some crazy-ass pressure and throwing sideways to Nico Collins, who's falling out of bounds. The controlled aspect of it, yes. The problem is what we're talking about here, what the texture's asking is, like, you can't – what we're talking about is not a play call. What we're talking about is simply C.J. Stroud being more comfortable in using his legs. Sure, okay, yeah, could – yeah, that would help. I don't think there's a focus should be put on that.
Yeah. It shouldn't be like, hey, man, this is an answer to some of the I'm gonna have CJ run to run people out of coverages or do
right. CJ Stroud using his legs more often should be a result of playing the position a certain way. Right? Hey, I get cover 2. I get some kind of split safety. I got a light box. I'm going to drop back. I know I may have Nico down the side, but I don't want to really force it in there. The backers are dropping 10 yards deep. Hey, I got good, decent protection up the middle, and this thing parted a little bit. Let me go get 10 yards, right? Instead of dropping back, patting the football, trying to squeeze it in a tight window, that kind of thing. Like that's all young quarterbacks do it. We've seen both from C.J. Stroud, really conservative, taking all the risk out of the position, and we've seen aggressive and adding additional risk to a struggling offensive line. We've seen both sides of C.J. Stroud. Where does he settle in as a quarterback? And that, to me, that's going to dictate whether he's going to have the ability to truly make a run to a Super Bowl, or is he truly going to have the ability to stay healthy and not get banged up and play 17 games? We'll see where CJ lands there.
A couple people from the text line. Lauren Mack will jump with the ladies. I agree. I heard Mixon speaking last year about how he was telling CJ he needs to use his legs and run more, and I thought that was ill-advised. Others talking about, come on, Clint, let's they're talking about working out again. Never mind. Someone else text in, I want my quarterback throwing the ball, not running it. But you don't want that. He needs to get the ball out of his hand promptly. Don't try to be Lamar Jackson or Mahomes. It's kind of you mentioned.
Yeah, look, there is. I just don't think he should focus on it. There is something within your quarterback training to where I remember vividly last year, backed up. He's dropping back in the end zone. He damn near pulled the Dan Orlovsky and ran out of the back of the end zone. Titus Howard got dumped in his front side, like it got dumped right in front of him. I think it ended up being an incomplete pass. But there was, like, in that, your clock needs to speed up in that moment. Again, you push up in the pockets. You don't drift out wide because you're backed up, right? So you push up in the pocket. There were a couple opportunities where he needs to be more conscious of, my clock's going to speed up because I'm backed up in my own. I'm going to tuck thing and go get 5. Just get us out, right? Give us a chance to get out of the end zone kind of thing.
Yeah.
Some of those more conscious decisions.
Yeah, not saying he'd never run, but I think as you're talking, and I believe this, like guys like Lamar and Richardson, I think Mahomes, I think Russell Wilson back in the day, like it was probably talked about, hey, man, don't just sit back here.
Yep.
Go get that easy 8. Go get that easy 7. Like, and I'll take Anthony Richardson out of this part of it, but a lot of those guys, they are able to avoid hits in the way that it, like the few times CJ has run, it doesn't seem like you ever really see like Russ in his heyday take big hits.
No.
You ever see Mahomes take a lot of big hits?
It's a superpower.
Lamar, as much as that, and those guys are running out. Like I said, I take Anthony out of that.
Yeah,
but
avoid the knockout punch.
Like it seems like Kick Rock said it. Yeah, I remember got drilled across the knee trying to head to the sideline in that game against the Chiefs. Justin Reed nailed him right in the knee when like he could have avoided. Like Mahomes would have never gotten hit in that, unless it was a penalty.
Right. Shore up your interior protection. Train your quarterback to drop deep, push up in the pocket, process at a little different level, because he's an elite processor. Processor at a little different level, just say, hey, man, I can run this one, and you're put in a position naturally to go, oh, there it is. Let me go get it, right? The poor protection in the middle, the holding the ball and drifting back and then drifting to one side or the other, that's trouble, that's panic. We don't want to see any of that.
All right. Get some other people are saying CJ needs to look at Matt Stafford. As his favorite guy, Stafford, Aaron Rodgers a bit. All right, coming up, the Minnesota Timberwolves, that was embarrassing last night. But Anthony Edwards, we did stock up, stock down conference finals yesterday. He's probably the answer to the stock down. Wait till you hear what he said post game. Ooh, is he going to pay for this one? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out, man. The big focus around America today is your health, and rightfully so. Look, more and more people are looking beyond pills, steroids, and surgery to get healthy and live their best life. And I'm here, man, Clint Stoerner. I got to tell you all about QC Kinetics, man. This is big time. If you're out there and you're dealing with chronic joint pain, and I don't care how old you are, right? The young athlete that suffered some kind of injury playing ball, and your knee's never been right. Your shoulder's never been right? Or all the way up to the old head. Hell, now.
Stoerner and Hughley is presented by Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. Texans All Access. The countdown to training camp is officially on and have you covered. Exclusive interviews, inside info, and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I wonder how many were disappointed like Tyler Milner yesterday when he went +8 with the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Yeah, I'd never had a shot.
No, yeah. Minnesota, the hell, the Vikings could have gone out there and given them a better effort and game than that. The Twins might have had a chance. Honest to God, I think the WNBA runner-up, Minnesota Lynx, I think they could have given just as good of a run as what the Timberwolves gave. That was ridiculous. That was ridiculous. Like, when you look at, and I was talking to Clint about this before the show, when you look at, 26 points in a quarter is not great. I mean, I would even consider in the NBA a 26-point quarter to be low scoring. There is no way in hell in a game, Clinton Tyler, when your season is on the line, Richard Jefferson, this time for real, there is no way that you give up 26 points. And really it was 23. They hit a shot at the buzzer. 26 points in the first quarter. And as Tyler said, you never had a shot to be within 8. The game's over. The game's over because your ass scored 9. 26-9 to start it. They ain't want no parts of Oklahoma City. I have never seen a 1-2-3 Cancun type of performance in my life like that was. If I'm Stephen A. and the rest, I'm pissed that I had to travel to Oklahoma City. I'm pissed y'all got me up. We got to do this pregame show. It was ridiculous how rough that was. I know you said you tuned in. It was 30 by the time you got in there. I clicked off of them, went and watched other stuff. It was 56 to 20 something. It was pathetic.
My 1-year-old last night had a tough time going to bed, so I was locked in that room for quite a while. But there's when I turned it on, it was 30-something point game, and SGA was on the bench, and literally I didn't see him dribble a ball. I did watch Caruso pass up several open shots that would have put him above that 8.5-point mark, and just
talk about an effing bad B, bro. I'm sorry to interrupt. He had 8 points with 2 minutes left in the first half. I needed one more point.
Yeah, man.
I needed one.
They could get Shea out. You had 33.5.
Yeah.
And Shea had 34. Couldn't get his
bitch.
Hey, I watched Caruso like literally, man. He set a pick, and both defenders doubled the ball handler. He rolled to the bucket, and they dished that thing to him. I was like, "Yep, there's Tyler's points." And he literally, the shot clock was still high, so he just kind of dribbled back out to the 3-point line. He didn't take it over.
Good smart ball.
Oh,
Black mama, my ass.
And then he's dealing it to Lou Dort and Chet Holmgren, and they're
Lou
just
Dort's
jacking up threes.
Yeah, Chet was getting them up.
Yeah, that was a tough game. I tell you, Ron, you would be the one to ask about this. I've watched more NBA playoff basketball this year than I have in a really long time. I mean, because hell, this first time
Rockets were involved. Yeah,
but I don't. This NBA playoffs to me, man, was disappointing overall because of how many games were just blowouts and teams just threw the towel. Now, there were a couple – I will say this. There were a couple of games, the Knicks in the first round, and there was a couple of games where the Pacers have done it where they've come back from like down 20 or something, and that's kind of saved those games. But in reality, man, there's a lot – it seems like there's been a lot of games that have ended midway through the third quarter.
Well,
and have been a tough watch from that point forward. And,
well,
and I
it's just
we've playoff watched, basketball expected more.
Well, we've watched a lot of matchups.
I didn't expect that much.
We've watched a lot of matchups, Clint. Like some of you have bad games. Like I think comfortable in a bad game 3 when they got their asses blown out by Minnesota. But I think other cases, Clint, is we'll watch these games and it's not like, oh man, they just had a bad night, bad shooting. No, that other team is just better than them. And they're not going to come back in a quarter and turn it around like we see sometimes in the league. And the defensive intensity makes it harder to come back in those things. But, Clint, I think the story coming into it was how big of a jump of a star is Ant Edwards going to make? Is this about to be his league? And then to the point of disappointing performance, this is another game where he's under 20 now. He didn't play a lot in the fourth quarter. They threw in the towel, too. But listen to what he had to say after the game. The question to him was, how much does this hurt? You know, how would you describe the hurt and the pain of losing 2 straight years in the Western Conference Finals?
It's exciting. I don't know why people would think it would hurt. I mean, it's exciting for me. I'm 23. I get to do it a whole bunch of times. I'm hurt more so for myself, for Mike. I came up short for Mike. Like I said, we tried last year. We couldn't get it. We tried again this year. We're going to try again next year. But hurting is a terrible word to use. I'm good. Yeah.
Oh, my God, man.
That's not what I want to hear if I'm a T-Wolves fan.
And Mike Conley is sitting next to him, and Mike Conley appears to be a person whose eyes are red, that is thinking how much more do if I'm going to get here again. Hell, I may not be on the team next year. And my man said, he responded. That was the question, the hurt and the pain. He responded with, "It's exciting."
Why would I be hurt?
And then doubled down on it. It's exciting again. Hell, I'm 23.
I don't know why people would think I'd be hurt.
Man, Mike Conley came into college with Greg Oden. That's how long Mike Conley's been doing it. Bruce Pearl was in Tennessee. Like, this is how long he's been doing this. And my man, like, that ain't right. Like, and the thing is how Ant was, like, looked at was, this is a killer. This is... Like, there have been people comparing him to, you know who, Jordan, in terms of hey, man, he will take your soul from you.
Now, what I just heard.
That Jordan said, Clint, hell, man, I don't know why anybody, like, the audacity that anyone would even wonder why, would even use hurt. He said hurt's a terrible word to use.
Loser-ass mentality.
I can't even, like, I can't imagine what it's like in Minnesota right now.
Yeah,
you don't even have to you don't even got to put together a show.
Yeah, you got to. I mean, just look from my perspective. I'm looking at it, man. Like the analysts around the NBA were talking about this guy. You know, is he ready to take over the NBA? Is he ready to be the next guy, as you mentioned? And in reality, these kind of comments here, man, you got to wonder, is he a guy that can take over an organization? I know talent wise he is, but does he have the mentality level to live at that championship level? I don't know. I don't cover the guy. I don't watch him enough to know the answer. But when you hear that, when you watch the video that goes along with it, and you watch kind of the lackluster, inconsistent play, you got to wonder if this is the guy that literally can take a program or organization, put him on their back, and carry him to new heights. Now, the last 2 seasons, he damn sure has.
Yeah, to me, he has gotten a pass to me just in terms of how people have talked about him. He has gotten a pass in a way that I've not seen young stars like that here recently. I think it ends. Yeah. I think his performance just could have ended it. He's had some games. Now he came out there. I don't know if he was sitting there trying to be like, nah, man, I ain't bothered. Like, there's so many other things in life. Like, I just don't believe you. There's no chance you're feeling this way.
I got a question for y'all. What's worse, what we're talking about, what we just heard from Anthony Edwards, just being very nonchalant about being eliminated from the playoffs, or here in Houston, a Jalen Green just not even showing up in the playoffs.
Well, Jalen Green not even showing up in the playoffs is worse. Like I'm hoping at 23 that Ant grows out of it. Like maybe there's some experiences that grow him out of it.
I mean, he's so immature he can't even help himself but drop at least 2 4-letter words anytime a mic's around him.
Yeah.
It almost seems purposeful. It's odd.
Yeah. Jalen got 7, 8, 9.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you.
I can't. No, that is an awful look. An awful look, especially with what it was thought that he was going to be. But I can't believe that rolled out of his mouth. I can't. I just want to know, Mike Conley, what were you thinking sitting next to him when he rolled that out?
Probably biting his damn tongue.
He probably said to Mike, "Man, you want to go and grab some burgers or something afterwards?" No, I don't want to jump on the game with you.
It was
the hell
National
you talking
Hamburger
about,
Day.
man? Shoot, man, I've been playing 15 years. You have rubbed it in my face that you 23. You got plenty more of these to go. What in the hell? All right, coming up, we got to have a talk about Jose Altuve. I know Tyler has been secretly, that you all don't know as an audience, but throwing it in our face every time he goes deep or every time he hits a home run. Here he's back. He's back. I believe he's called us his favorite phrase. What's your favorite phrase that you called? What does he call us? Dingoes. Yeah, he's called us.
Yeah, some dingo
boys.
boys.
He put that in the rundown yesterday. Some dingoes. But we got to talk about Jose Altuve. How do you think this experiment, this left field, moving him all around, moving him away from second base, how do you think this experiment is working out? We'll discuss that next.
Hey, y'all, check this out, man. Settling for less money is the biggest mistake you can make when you're selling your home, right? And guess what?
WebNow 1 for a free digital console.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Just another reminder, tomorrow we are heading out for stop number 9. Stop number 9 on our Sports Radio 610 crawfish circuit. We've had a great time. We expect to see all of you who have time to come out. Shannon and Steve, I'm sure they will continue their streak as they're trying to get to 9 in a row. Crafty Crab tomorrow. Crafty Crab, Fondren Road, in Houston. Come on out. Hang out with us. We'll be there until 6 o'clock, 2 to 6. And get some good bugs. You've heard some good things about the bugs out there. I've heard some good things about.
Heard they're good.
Heard they're good. Get some bugs out there. Got a chance to win prizes each and every hour. Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light always there holding us down and supporting us. And the grand prize, of course, where you can win a $500 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors, as well as beer for a year, Bud Light, Budweiser. That is tomorrow. Crafty Crab, 2 to 6. Come and enjoy yourself and hang out with us as we'll have a good time. Yesterday, one of the things we were talking about, and we saw it, it happened to us and watched it happen, right in our faces a couple of times with Altuve, some struggles there in the outfield, just, really not much that he could actually control, just his
vertical struggle.
His size just kind of hurt him in a couple occasions. And, it's been okay out there in left field, but 55 games in, I just want to do a check-in on the folks. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Jump the hell in on this. But 55 games in, do you believe this Altuve experiment is working out? Do you believe it's working out? He's played most of his games in left field. Then he's played some at second base and had some starts at DH. Even with Jordan there, sometimes they'd put Jordan in left and let him get some days in DH. And just comparison-wise, this year he's hitting .267 on-base percentage, .316 slug, .410, OPS 726. And this is the one here, Tyler. His WAR is negative 0.3.
Mm-hmm.
Negative 0.3 is his wins above replacement. Last year, his slash line, he hit .295, .350 on base, .439 slugging, and then OPS 790, and he was a 3.4 above replacement. WAR at a 3.4. And 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Is this experiment? How's it working out right now for you?
Well, it depends on what the expectations are, what the intentions were. Like, I think it's going to work out just fine for them to chew up 162 games.
Big skill.
I think it's going to work out just fine for them to keep Yordan Alvarez, from having to play too much, to allow him to play second DH and left field, give him another position to kind of keep him active with. Give him another option of getting the best bats in the lineup if they need to do it this way. But in the playoffs, I just don't think it's going to happen. I just as we get down the stretch here, I don't think that games that matter once they get beyond, hey man, long season, let's get through the bulk of these games. Once it comes down to cutting time, I don't think we see Altuve in left field.
You've been saying it. You said there might be. You said you don't know if he'll be there after the All-Star break. I remember you.
Yeah, look, but the here's the thing is like right now there's no reason for them to panic. I mean, this was my deal over a 162 game season. You know, how many times is in a game is with runners in scoring position is a ball going to be hit to Altuve where he misjudges it and an issue does come up and it costs us. I don't think it's going to cost you that much over a 162 game season. Now, you get into a playoff series and it costs you one game, you twice in one game like it did yesterday. I don't think that risk is worth whatever reward they think there is. So I think he ends up back at second base or ends up at DH. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I know y'all don't like Yordan Alvarez in left field, but Yordan Alvarez, in my opinion, is a 10 times better outfielder than Jose Altuve. I mean, even when he got cut in half by that wall back in the day, and everybody thought he was hurt. I mean,
Atlanta, yeah,
that was a really good attempt at a ball, right? I mean, that wasn't. I mean, he ain't never played outfield before. Look, you know,
he definitely got the better arm.
Yeah, better arm. I think he's maybe the range isn't there because Altuve can maybe run better. But boy, you got to think that Yordan takes one stride to Altuve's 2 or 3. But I just like I feel like Yordan Alvarez handles that wall and catches at least one of those balls fairly easily for McCullers in that game a couple days ago.
As I see some people texting in, it's okay. I think it's okay considering and only going to get better. Well, hopefully you would think more reps would get that point. Joseph on YouTube and Twitch, as we're saying, how do you think this experiment is going right now with Altuve kind of playing all over the place, mostly in left field? He said, I'd say he's not a good fielder at all, but he's staying in the lineup and he's hitting very well. See, that's my thing is I think he's gotten hot lately. I don't think he's offensively been great. Not here late.
Yeah.
But like if you're talking across like the entirety of the season thus far, like hell, he's hitting 3 different spots. Like I know it's his call, but his offense has not been to the level that we're accustomed to. As I said, obviously we're just now getting into June, but his numbers across the board have taken a dip, and we'll see what he does the rest of the way. I don't know, fellas. I don't know that this is helping him offensively. Like, you know, this new position, playing all over the place and not, you know, going different places. I'm sure he knows maybe before the ballpark, he gets to the ballpark where he's playing.
Right.
But I don't think all of this defensive upheaval from, hey, you're going to play left and you're going to play second, you're going to play, you know, you're going to DH. I don't think it's helped his offense some. So, I mean, yeah, they are 5 games over 500, a half game out of first place. They could be in first place after today. But I don't think we're seeing the best Jose Altuve at the plate or in the field. And hopefully he's getting hot means that's what we're going to see. I've watched and I thought, man, there's no way that he's not taking that to the plate with him, or he's not putting so much focus on trying to be the best left fielder he can be, and that maybe that is coming at the expense of some of his offenses, which is really what you want. Like, that's why you try to find them other places to play so you can keep that bat in there.
Well, you could potentially be weighing on the dude, playing a whole different position. Maybe not day in, day out, but definitely when a ball goes off the wall that you misjudge, maybe you should have caught, maybe you should have played it off the wall. You know, you got your boy McCullers is on the mound, and now you've given it. So, I mean, I got to think that that's got to weigh on you a bit.
Oh, hell, he's liable to have gone out there and caught a bunch of balls after the game because of that.
Yeah.
Or try to play it.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it. I mean, look, if the method to the madness is we're just going to chew through some games and this gives us a way to get our best lineup or multiple lineups to the plate, cool, that's fine, whatever. I'm really interested in what they do come crunch
when the
time.
games are
and
real
I
big.
just cannot believe that when every single game is so important in the playoffs, I just can't believe they're going to risk putting him out there.
Text line coming through. Clint is right. He's serviceable for the regular season. The margin of error is scary in the playoffs in a short series. It's the offensive numbers are the ones that I look at. Before this hot streak that he is going on, it was like, damn, you maybe moved him around because you thought, all right, we know that bat's going to be there. We're just going to try to make this thing better, but his offensive numbers, that would be the worst of his career. Negative 0.3. I'm guessing a lot of that is coming from the defensive side of things. All right, what you got coming up at the 4?
All right, y'all, the College Football Hall of Fame. College football gets one right. John Daly, our guy that was on the show a while back, he may be on to something, boys. I saw something. Lance McCullers, how does he feel after that big-time outing a couple days back, man? We'll talk about it all next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, we got to talk about these cold Coors Light, y'all. Nothing like telling you about them cold Coors Light at halftime. That's right, it's halftime of the show. And I got to tell you about them silver bullets, them old wolf killers, them Coors Light.
Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We just don't give a
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Yeah, it is. Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hard as hell to say. Easy to dial, baby. 281-222-2222. Make sure you download that Odyssey app, baby. AUDACY. I had a listener, boys, at the last live broadcast tell me the Odyssey app's changed the game for me, man. He said two things. I can take y'all everywhere I go, and the signal's always clear. The Odyssey app is clutch. Again, download it. AUDACY. Keep us on your hip. Take us everywhere that you go. We got a big show rolling today. A lot of action across the sports landscape, not just here in Houston, but nationally. OKC blows the doors off the Timberwolves last night. 30-point game with 8+ minutes to play in the fourth. When I got settled in after putting babies down, I didn't get to see SGA dribble or shoot one damn time last night.
Well, the Timberwolves did.
Woo, yeah, they did. They did a bunch. So did Tyler, to the tune of 34 points.
God, oh.
7 p.m. Pacers are up 3-1 in that series. Can the Knicks keep this thing alive? We'll hit that. Astros Rays tonight, 7:10 first pitch. Gusto, baby. Gusto is on the bump. We'll see if he can work his way through another 5 or 6 inning outing and keep this dream alive and see if the Astros can stay hot. The Texans also announced, and this is nothing new, but it just came across my radar once again, joint practices with the Carolina Panthers, which we knew, and I don't know if we mentioned this, boys, but they've added the Detroit Lions. I heard D'Amico Ryans mention that, and what they're going to do, a couple of details here. One joint practice with each team leading up to that respective preseason game. So the week of the Carolina game, they're going to get one joint practice, and then the week of the Detroit game, they're going to get one joint practice. I like that. Because you can overdo the joint practice thing. I remember going out to Green Bay when the Texans were practicing with the Green Bay Packers, and I know it was 2 days. Hell, it may have been 3.
Yeah, it was multiple days with the Dolphins and the Rams as well.
Yeah, I think D'Amico probably, this is an adjustment he's making. I remember last year, the fact that they went to training camp early, I think a couple of times they had joint practices scheduled. He may have even canceled one of them or shortened one of them.
Yeah, I remember that, yeah.
Either his first year or this year. So he's feeling his way through this thing. I like the one-day joint practice. I think there's a lot of value there with Carolina and Detroit, two coaches that D'Amico Ryans knows well. So I would imagine that this thing, there's just a ton of value for each team, and there's not a whole lot of risk associated with it. No more so than the game of football brings anyway. But boys, they got college football. College football got one right, man. Now this is the College Football Hall of Fame. It's not the NCAA. It's not in college football in general. This is specifically the College Football Hall of Fame. They got it right. Well done, folks. The College Football Hall of Fame has decided that they will lower the winning percentage, the required winning percentage for a coach to get into the College Football Hall of Fame from 60% to 59.5% in the year 2027, which makes Mike Leach eligible to join. And here is kind of the explanation that they put out there.
What is this?
Well, in short, a head coach needs to, here's kind of the basic requirements. A head coach, college football coach, I did not know these were the stipulations, but because I guess most coaches that are going to the Hall of Fame, they blew these numbers out of the water. They typically won national championships and won a boatload of games. But a head coach in college, in order to get into the Hall of Fame, you have to have been active for at least 10 seasons. You had to have been a head coach, coaching in 100 games. And you had to have a 60% winning percentage in order to qualify. If you didn't reach that, doesn't matter how good you were, you're not getting in. Here's the deal. Mike Leach, he didn't have a 60% winning percentage. In fact, this is why they broke it down. You had to have a .600 winning percentage, right? Mike Leach has a .596 winning percentage.
Yeah.
And in large part due, they outline this, in large part due, he took jobs at schools that had historic disadvantages with their respective conferences. And so I just think, Ron, it would have been a crying-ass shame. Look, if he had a 40% winning percentage, okay, I get it. But it would have been a crying-ass shame for Mike Leach to have not been in the College Football Hall of Fame because he was .004% short of the required winning percentage in winning. We're talking about one of the true pioneers in the college football game. I mean, when you revolutionaries, when you talk about changing the game, the air raid offense did that. I mean, changed the high school game at an unbelievable rate.
There's got to be room for stuff like that.
Oh,
that
no question.
That influence.
Well, then you look at what he was able to do as a coach and be competitive, and really ultimately, I think to put it in a phrase is he did more with less. He did things that other people did not do and didn't have the whether it's the confidence to do it, the ability to do it, but trying to snap the ball 80 times in a game, running up pace, running tempo. The air raid offense changed the high school game and the college game as much as anything, man.
Yeah, they used to have there were some tough stipulations. I remember some of the stipulations before was holding a guy like a Bill Snyder out because he hadn't won the championship, I think one of the bowl games or whatever. Okay. Yeah, so they had to kind of adjust because college is just different. Of like some guys are just in different spots or didn't leave those disadvantaged spots, so they didn't leave and just bounce and finally get a job at a bigger spot.
Well, when you talk about Mike Leach, I mean, I can relate having been at Arkansas. I mean, it's just the state, or whether it's a state that you're in, which was our case in Arkansas, that just didn't produce many D1 athletes, so you're competing out of state 99.9% of the time. Or Mississippi State, the same kind. You're right in the middle of Alabama, Auburn, Ole Miss, Tennessee at the time was winning titles. Georgia's right around the corner, so you're at a disadvantage there. Texas Tech, I mean, you're probably viewed at Texas Tech from a football recruiting standpoint. Right now, they got a bunch of oil money, but before NIL became a thing, I mean, I got to believe they were 4th or 5th in the state. Depending on any given year, from a recruiting standpoint. Washington State, hell, I mean, that other than Ryan Leaf, I don't know what.
Yeah, those are all builds.
Yeah. They're all. Go out there, take that air raid offense, do more with less, and everywhere he landed, he did more with less. And so I just think it'd be a crying shame. I don't think any person or scheme had a bigger impact on the game as a whole than Mike Leach, one of the 2 or 3 guys, along with Hal Mumme and a couple of guys that were the air raid originators, I believe. Definitely the guys that made it what it was.
I don't mean to put you on the spot. Who are the guys that are still really pushing that system? Right?
Lincoln Riley is big.
Is it still the same as it was, or has he morphed it? Or
well, what they did, Cliff Kingsbury's a big one. Now he's morphed at the NFL level. Yeah. What Cliff did, and I think the adjustment that we see from what Mike Leach and Hal Mumme and all these guys did, they've added the run wrinkle is different, right? I mean, what you had to do. Maybe it's just more of an emphasis on it, but they've changed the run game where they've added some of the RPO stuff and some of the different the different runs in the system, quarterback runs in the system. Like, right, it used to be all these air raid quarterbacks would put up huge numbers and then none of them would go to the league. Right, because they were high level processors. Get the ball out of my hand. They're not big arm guys. Or typically back then they weren't great athletes. Now all of a sudden you got the Kyler Murrays of the world that jump in there and they're these great athletes. But Kyler Murray, Baker, even when
Mahomes,
when Jalen was there, when Jalen Hurts was there, Mahomes with Kingsbury.
You think about it. It used to be the Graham Harrells.
Graham Harrell, yeah, that's a good one.
That you didn't see a ton of success at the next level.
Yep.
But now people are more open to it. There was a long stretch where those guys they wouldn't even take the chance drafting.
And then they took the RPO system, they took that mobile quarterback, and they made it even better. They made it even more explosive, right? Because now, back then it was, these guys were snapping the ball every 7 seconds. These guys were snapping the ball 80 times in a game instead of 52, right? And so it was just, you had never seen anything like it. Their splits were real wide, so they were forcing defenses to either widen their splits or stay tight. They were putting defenses in a real bind just by alignment, by tempo, and it changed the game. And so Mike Leach belongs in the Hall of Fame. It would have been a crying-ass shame if Mike Leach would not have been in the Hall of Fame, especially given that he was literally what would I say, 0.004% off of the – that would be a crying shame, man. So I tip my cap to them for making that happen. Lance McCullers. We heard from Lance McCullers, boys, after his big time outing, and we talked about it. We talked about it over and over and over again. I believe that he's back. I believe that we got a guy that's going to be in the top 5 in a rotation. I believe we got a guy that's going to help. It's going to help us in the playoffs in the starting rotation in one way, shape, or form.
Bury me in the H.
Yeah, we're going by that. Lance, there was a time when that really made my skin crawl, be honest with you. But right now, I absolutely love hearing it, and I'd imagine everybody else does. But here is Lance McCullers after his big-time outing a couple days ago for the Astros.
It's hard to say, I think. I don't, after my first surgery, I think after this surgery, I'm going to be a different pitcher, and I'm hoping to continue to find success. Obviously, the velo and things of that nature, I don't know if I'll ever be throwing 97, 98 again, but you never know. I think some things just take time. I think, like today, it was a big emphasis on executing early. Stop putting myself in such a big hole in that first inning, pitch count-wise, things of that nature, and I was able to execute that today.
Yeah, that was yesterday, by the way, but it was that early game. That early game got me, man. I feel like it was 3 days ago, but that was yesterday. Lance McCullers, 12 strikeouts, 6 innings, did not get in trouble early in the game, did not run his pitch count up. It was a quality start, gave up 3 runs, right, Ron? Gave up 3 runs, and you can argue at least one of them, if not 2 of them, could have been prevented with just some let's say, some average left field play. And so it was even a better outing than the box score would tell you. And look, I will. The velo thing that he talks about is interesting to me. It is 4 or 5 starts, because what I'm going to go back to is a 4th start, either 3rd or 4th start, where his 91st pitch was 94 miles an hour. I do wonder what he's got in the tank. I do. Now, I know that there's a level of Lance that can get good and amped up and probably touch 97, 98 again, but I do wonder if he's working his way back to a guy that can give you 97, 98 whenever he wants to, and he's not actually overthrowing it.
Now we were looking at a lot of the game while we were doing the show, so we didn't get a chance to look at it as much, and he talked about
he uses it really.
He is.
I hate it.
But it did from just watching him look like he, I guess to say, let it rip. Like it looked like he didn't hold much back. You can understand maybe his first 4 starts or so, maybe first 5 starts, including that one, that there was still some, let me build up, let me not go too crazy. Like, let me work myself into this. Let me make sure I'm still good. It felt like yesterday he was just kind of letting it go. Yeah. And a lot of what we saw body language wise, not just the performance and the production wise, felt different than the other starts, the other 4 starts he had prior to that. And so maybe there was some of the, as we did start to see him, the radar gun show higher. I remember like that 2nd or 3rd start, Clint, it was like 91 that he was pushing up there. And now you saw it was just nasty stuff. Like he wasn't thinking like, bam, here we go. I feel like maybe myself, as you know, as you've been injured, there's been some point where you finally just cut loose or whatever injury it was, whether it's arm or whatever, and you feel like letting go.
Yeah, I just believe on a 3rd or 4th start off of damn near 1,000 day, delay, if you will, to hit 94 on your 91st start. Your 91st pitch. I got to believe that 96, 97 in there. So I'm glad to believe that he can dig down and get, if not there, what he's talking about, damn close. So we'll see. I'm pretty excited about, especially get Spencer Arrighetti ramped up, get him back. I get good and excited about this starting rotation. Fromber, Hunter Brown, and Lance McCullers right now at the top. That's got me good and juiced. Get Arrighetti back in there sooner rather than later. Keep his ass out of long toss in left field and let's ride. Hey boys, John Daly came on with us a couple weeks ago, and John briefly made a statement about Hooters. And I thought it was interesting because John basically just said, hey, don't worry about Hooters, they'll be back. And I'm going to be honest with you, I pass a couple of Hooters every day going home. You motorboating son of a bitch. And there's a couple of them that got new names out front, Ron.
They got new names?
They're the one that in Baytown on I-10, they got a.
Do they have a new look? Do they have a.
Hey, no, that one don't. That one got a new name and new look. That's got a whole new, and hell, I think it's like Asian fusion or something. It ain't even Hooters no more.
Look for speed or for coffee.
But I'm gonna tell you, boys, I was down southeast of town a little bit yesterday, and I'm easy on along, and I look over to my right off 288, and there is a new Hooters, and it ain't no renovated cabin, boss. It is upscale, son.
Brand new puppies.
Ooh. I mean, it is the rebranded Hooters. If Hooters can be high class, first class, this was it, boys. Have you guys been to one of these new Hooters?
I'm trying to look it up right now.
288, I think Broadway was the exit down there that I took. So it's right around that 288 South and Broadway exit down there.
Adding it to the top of my to-do list now.
Chief, I'm telling you, I don't know what it looks like inside. I don't know what the food is like. I'm going to tell you, I was always a huge fan of the Hooters breaded wing. Before the naked wing became a thing for me.
Adam Sandler, wing, too.
I was a big fan. I know people kind of roll their eyes like, yeah, right, I'm sure that's what you're going to know. I'm dead serious, man. That breaded wing at Hooters was the real deal. Now here's
spicy garlic.
Now, I'm going to tell you, man, this rebrand, John may have been onto something, boys.
He's a smart man.
The building itself was sexy enough for me to want to slide by and grab a bite.
Sexy is important when we're talking Hooters.
It was sleek and sexy. It wasn't like the old bulky, in your face, bug-eyed owl.
It's like huge
Hooters.
F cups.
Yeah.
The owl, is this the one you're?
I don't think that's it.
That's not it.
No, it was.
I was going to say those got the Hooters owl.
Yeah, no,
right
I did not see. I did not see the logo. Now I passed the side of it. I could be wrong. That may have been it, but I'm telling you, it looks sleek now. They've changed it. They've rebranded.
Sleek-looking Hooters.
We'll see. I mean,
y'all want to go get some lunch at this one of these new Hooters soon?
It's a good 25 minutes away, boys.
Text line says I'll be at Hooters by 6.
There you go.
And I'll have my face in some by 7.
Whoa.
Let's go, baby! What a Thursday.
Well, he's just gonna give the intensity.
Feeling horny.
He's feeling horny. Well, Tyler's feeling horny, and he's going to get that together. We also have some news from the Astros with a couple of their power guys on the injury front. Some good and some bad. You know, it's the Astros. You get a little bit of this, a little bit of that. We'll tell you that coming up next. But before we do that, speaking of getting yourself horny, the way Tyler is, the worst thing, and I've heard it from men, my man Dan Denny over at the men's clinic has heard it is let's just be honest. We're adults here. Earmuffs. If you're getting, the worst thing is you're getting horny and there's nothing you can do about it. That's terrible. That's terrible. And there are some gentlemen, some men listening right now, you know you are, who are dealing with this. You ain't got to deal with it no more. Go talk to the guys at the men's clinic. And many of you have, and I want to congratulate many of you because I've heard from Dan and said, hey, you guys, they've been able to help guys. They've had some people come in and take advantage of the new special they got running right now. That new special that you can take advantage of too. It generally costs you $1,000, $299 now, folks. In-office visit with Dr. Randolph. I've met with him multiple times. He's legit. Also, in-office test treatment. You'll get to see it working in action immediately right there. And then, also, you can get all supplies needed for future use in 1 month's worth of treatment. Don't sit there and just take that. Don't just accept that. All right? Go to Hooters. Be able to to have fun, do your thing. And you can do your thing at the men's clinic. Make the call today, 713-828-1476. That's 713-828-1476, or visit themensclinic.com.
Boner alert. Payne and Pendergast.
The Astros are
Here.
Drive's busting this day open.
Busted wide the hell open, ain't it?
And we're telling them to bring it back.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, some news coming from the Daikin Park as the Astros getting ready for a 4-game set against the Rays. This is coming from the captain, Joe Espada, and Dana Brown. Yordan Alvarez, according to Chandler Rome of The Athletic, is hitting on the field at Daikin Park with Dana Brown and Joe Espada looking. I just retweeted it.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
It looks like it. He's swinging the bat. He's looking good, as we heard from both of them here in the last couple of days, that the young man, it is going to be up to him. All right? All right, when he's ready, that's when when he'll be able to put him in the lineup. It's all on him and his readiness.
Anybody else's fingers hurt?
Yeah. On with that, Yordan Alvarez actually said he will face live pitching tomorrow. Some minor league guys the Astros are going to bring to Daikin Park. If that goes well, his return could be imminent. So good news on the front with Yordan Alvarez. Good news on the front with him. He was hitting today. I've got video of it. I just showed you video. You could see it. He is swinging the bat, and then he'll face some minor league guys. I would assume from Sugar Land or Corpus or whatever, but some minor league guys at Daikin Park tomorrow, and could be in the lineup.
You think that'd be a little nerve-wracking if you're in Corpus Christi or you're in Sugar Land and they're like, hey, man, get on this, make your way to Daikin Park tomorrow.
Yeah, so Blake Henley.
I mean, and we need you to, I mean, because obviously when something like that, I mean, you ain't going to go up there and lob no batting practice. I mean, this is legit get after it. I mean.
You just better not be coming in too tight.
Boy, could you imagine getting one in on them hands a little bit? Ooh, right now? Golly. Yeah, I mean, that's got to be a tad bit nerve-wracking.
And then Spencer Aggetti he'd be just standing with his back. He'd be standing in the back of the just standing right behind the catcher, all the way back with his back and looking in the stands to talk to people while they're throwing fastballs, and he'll just get hit. That's where Spencer Aggetti will stand. Here, hit me in this hand here. I won't look. Did that just happen?
She just walked it off. Man.
Oh, my God. Oh, you just walked it off. How about it? Somebody said.
Bottom of 7.
Holy Toledo.
Bottom of 7. Down 2 runs on, and their big power hitter who already hit one solo bomb today comes up and hits one out dead center, walks it off.
Holy fun bags.
Wow.
Tennessee have been leading the whole way. Look at the stunned nature. Some of these guys in the crowd didn't know softball could get them stunned like that.
Can you walk? Can you intentionally walk in softball? Fire the coach. If you can,
I mean, you can throw them in. I know you can throw them outside of.
You can damn sure stand up and pitch out. Can't you? Great point. Yeah, I got to walk that one. I got to walk that one.
A 3-1 run bomb. How about that?
The last time she was up there, Ron said, "Yeah, this girl looks like she could put a charge."
Was it her?
That was her.
Yeah,
they got her the last time.
They did this with 2 outs too. I've been checking this out. They started the rally. They got first and third with 2 outs.
Hey man,
I can't go through that handshake line.
Hey man, that unless they had another gal behind her that can do what that one just did, I got to put that one on, Chief.
Ooh,
up 3-1. I got to put that one on, man.
And man, the Women's College World Series is on and popping.
I'm not sure, but I think that same girl did it to my Razorbacks last time we were out somewhere.
Somebody better check on that young lady on the mound. She may have a difficult lead and then she ain't got nowhere to go because she's in Oklahoma City. Coming up, also a little bit more news injury wise. We get that on Yordan. And this is just the news we have by the lineup. And Cheryl and Tyler, if you see anything more that I haven't seen, let me know. But the lineup is out, and Christian Walker's in it. We know Christian Walker took the 96-mile-an-hour fastball off the hand yesterday. He stayed in, ran, scored at that time the game, tying a home run, and then he was pulled from the game as they set him down. X-rays were negative yesterday, but as of now, the lineup is out, and Clint, he is not in it at all.
I saw the Astros reporting that they've got him listed as day-to-day.
Yeah, day-to-day. So today he ain't in. As of right now, the lineup is Pena leading off, Paredes hitting behind him and playing third. Altuve's the DH tonight with Victor Caratini playing first, and Jake Myers behind him. Yainer Diaz hitting sixth and playing catcher tonight with Cam Smith and these nuts. Zach DeZenzo is out there behind him, and then Dubon. There you go. And then Dubon is at second base. So that's the lineup tonight. Pena, Paredes, Altuve, Caratini at first in the absence of Christian Walker, Jake Myers, Diaz, Cam Smith, DeZenzo, these nuts, and Dubon. That's the lineup they're running out there. So again, keeping an eye on what's going to happen with Christian Walker. That's one to look at. It's tough. He was starting to get hot, swing the ball. Wow, swing the bat pretty well, excuse me. And this is tough. Hopefully it's not anything long-term.
I'm telling you, Ron, is Caratini at first base. Let Diaz start swinging the bat a little bit better. Jordan comes back. I mean, look, I don't think anything happens. But
apparently the Jordan thing is imminent. So
yeah. I'm just telling you, man, left-handed bat, one of two in the lineup, counting Jordan.
Yeah.
Swinging it the way Caratini is, hey, man, Christian, you better get your ass back on that field.
Yeah. Well, hopefully you can. By the way, text line, of course, day-to-day. See you in 2 weeks. Someone said, although, see.
A little retroactive.
Money, see you in 2 weeks. OC Money. Also, Will Conkle, the Conk.
Big Will.
No,
I saw him at practice yesterday.
The Big Conk is what they call him, I believe, on the streets. He said Spencer Getty played catch today, and how about this, Luis Garcia, the three technique.
He's back, huh?
He's throwing a bullpen this weekend.
Be damn.
Little cha-cha.
Bullpen
from the elevated mound.
I don't know.
I mean, we full distance.
I can't. The Conk didn't give us that. I'm not sure.
Is he fully committed whenever he did it?
Is it overhand? You never know. It could be. He could be. It could be underhand, could be left hand.
If it's underhand, I hope it ain't like 23 from Tennessee. He just gave up that old. Good God, that girl. I mean, good. Did you see that dead center?
It's just 3-1. It had been 3-1 for like
yes, indeed,
4 or 5 innings, and then this just happened. 2 outs. They was in there celebrating.
Oh,
they was over there.
The catcher for Tennessee transferred from OU. By the way, she's sitting there going 3-1. Yeah,
you. I mean,
to walk that girl.
Should have hit her.
Now, what you know better than that. You don't believe in hitting anybody.
I don't, but it'd been a better opportunity to let one go inside.
I believe I'd have just asked that umpire, hey, man, can we save my arm and just send it on down to first?
Send her down, yeah. Well, that's a tough.
Bases loaded, 2 outs versus first lead. And third, pitching to that one.
They was in there celebrating. They was in there singing Rocky Top, and then, damn, over.
Guess what? You get the wrong one to the plate.
Yep. Should have pitched to her.
Well, that's fun to watch.
All right, coming up, Nico Collins said something that Clint said he was shocked by yesterday. We'll discuss what that was coming up next.
The Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit continues tomorrow. That's right. Join the
available at Walmart and StraightTalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line Gold Unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit StraightTalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Nobody was harmed in the making of this audio.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Come on and hang out with us. Not just right here is Sports Radio 610, YouTube, Twitch. We appreciate you stopping by and hanging out with us. You can also stop by and hang out with us tomorrow. We will be at the Crafty Crab for Stop 9 on our Crawfish Circuit, Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit. Coming up tomorrow, Crafty Crab at Fondren Road here in Houston. Come on out, hang out with us. You'll get a chance to win prizes each and every hour as we hook folks up. You got a chance to win the grand prize, which is a $500 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors, as well as beer for a year with Bud Light, Budweiser. And the Bugs will be there. You can get you some Bugs cold drinks. You can get you a beer, you can get you a mixed drink, whatever the hell you want. You got a chance to have a good time out there with us. And we always have a live crowd. This Crawfish Circuit has been really, really fun at every stop. And really that makes it is the Bugs, but also you all. You all come and hang out, and we have a lot of fun with you. And let's be honest, we also make it pretty damn good and entertaining, right? I mean, come on out and say what's up to us.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Be honest with you, Show.
You're not gonna wear a white shirt this time, are you?
No, hell no. I mean, I'm gonna bang some Bugs, no question. The Crafty Crab. Be honest with you. Sounds like a spot that probably got some frozen pink stuff for you.
Talking about like that.
I'm not talking about Diggs. No, I'm not talking about that pink powder that Steph Diggs had on that boat.
That'd be the pink cocaine.
Don't mess this up with
her.
No.
I'm talking about that pink frozen drinks that you like. Crafty Crab. I'll be honest with you. I'll be a tad bit disappointed if the Crafty Crab doesn't have a nice at least two.
Think a frozen number.
2 to 4.
That's my weakness.
Frozens.
Frozen and
oh, that's right. No, I got to get your mind off that. I'm sorry.
Frozen
I told you I'd be a good
Damn it,
Clint. Influence. I told him I'd be a good influence. I'll be honest with you.
All right, man.
Not wiping your sweat off. Now you're discouraging Ron.
I'm not discouraged. All right, I prepared for it. I'm gonna go and freeze me up some water and put some food coloring in it.
Is that my boy Ron?
Start drinking it. No, man. But come on out with us, hanging out. It'll be a fun time as always. All right, this was something that Nico Collins said, Clint, that you used in this very time period. Yesterday, you said you were surprised and borderline shocked about him kind of unveiling that they are indeed learning a brand new offense. He said, and this is what he said in quote, "Right now we're in the learning stage. New offense, new words, terminology. So we got to digest that first." And he had some glowing things to say. He said he likes Nick Caley and feels like he likes to get the ball to playmakers, but
how does he know? How do we know that?
I'm assuming maybe they've had good conversations, and he said
he said, I got you.
Maybe Rams, I don't know. But
McVay does.
Maybe he's just.
My bad. He's right there. I didn't mean
I'm saying he's right there with him. I guess. Like the guy yesterday told us yesterday, Lincoln Tomlinson, he could tell was already being that veteran leadership guy yesterday, and I'm like, how? What the hell did you see? The hell did you see in that OTA videos? Anyway, but you were surprised that indeed, he kind of let the cat out of the bag. Thing. This is new offense, new terminology, new things. It's not just all of our, almost 90% of our coaching staff returns from the guy who was in the offensive line. He's the O-line coach. He was in the building and in the room coaching from that system. The quarterback coach was coached it for the last 2 years. Tight ends coach for multiple years. A running back coach, he's been here forever. Tight ends coach, all of that. Wide receivers coach. but they're changing it all. Nick Caley is bringing in his offense, and they're learning an entirely new system and new words, all of that, Clint. Why were you so surprised to hear that?
Well, I think it's when I think about hiring a guy like Nick Caley, one, he's coming out of a system that I would assume has very similar terminology as the 49er system that Bobby Slowick installed. Like if you take a guy out of the McVay tree and then you take a guy out of the Shanahan, significant crossover in the terminology, right? Very, very, very similar concepts, very, very similar. Now that the offense is going to look totally different, but the terminology, I would think, would be 75 to 80%, if not more than that, I would think crossover. Very similar systems. So that is just, to me, the elephant in the room. Is like, well, they came from two very similar systems that I think have very similar terminology. I would expect there to be a lot of crossover. You look at Nick Caley and you think about the way that when they went and hired him, I would think one of, you got a list of, I think 3 or 4 things that you really got to cling on to when you want to get excited about Nick Caley. I think the time that he spent in New England with Dante Scarnecchia, the offensive line, one of the best offensive line coaches ever, I think that's a huge plus. I think when you look at Nick Caley, and he was a position coach at the tight end position, he obviously has a good understanding of pass protections as well as the run game. And so that's a plus. You can throw the vibes and the energy that they keep talking about. I'm sure that's a plus. Having a better relationship and better communication with your players on that side of the ball, particularly your quarterback, that's a plus. But none of those, to me, are a bigger plus when you're looking at reasons for hiring Nick Caley than I can hire this guy, I can plug him in, I can get a whole different approach to offensive football, right? I can get a different – my team doesn't have to start completely over because there's so much terminology that is the same. Yeah. To think that this guy came out of a similar tree and he's going to bring the old New England style offense and the New England terminology from 4 years ago in his career, he's going to bring that in here instead of what had a lot of crossover. That would surprise me. It still would surprise me, to be honest with you. I'm still anxious to hear how much crossover there actually is or isn't. But it does surprise me that the first time that players are talking to the media after OTAs, one of the most important players is talking about, hey, man, we're learning a new offense.
Well, because that means CJ is and he's getting more power, I guess. That's not the word I want to use, but control with the offense, and it's a whole new offense. He's learning. I don't have a problem with it because, Clint, that's what was going to happen if Chip Kelly came. That was going to happen with most guys came. So I don't have a problem with that. And I kind of like Nick Caley said, this is what I want to do my offense, or he's at least given the ability to put in a whole new offense.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it. I just think for me, I just kind of shift gears and go, whoa, that concerns me a little bit more about Nick Caley and the inexperience and having never done it before. Because now you're adding the layer of being able to teach the entire offense, not just to the players but to the coaches, right? So there's a different layer there. You're talking about like the approach of, you'll see it this year. If there is as much change as Nico Collins talked about, offensively for this football team will be light years behind the approach defensively for this football team. I'm talking about training camp.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm talking about training camp, right? Like the training camp for the defensive guys, it's almost going to be boring because they're going to have to be so vanilla for the offense to get their grasp on the offense, assuming there's that much change. So I'm preparing myself as a Texans fan to understand there may be a slow start, right? There may be a learning curve. Hey, there may be a bad fit. It may not be a great fit somewhere along the way. There's going to be some, if CJ Stroud has to learn an entire new terminology along with have more control, long game can be a beautiful thing. But the first month of the season, training camp, there may be and probably will be some struggles. I'm just preparing myself for a little different approach to offensive football with the Texans out of the gate. I was thinking, hey man, we're starting in in some graduate level football here because we're not doing terminologies in the books. It's ready. But
your thinking was we'll keep the stuff the same, and then maybe Nick Caley adds some of his wrinkles, some of his things.
I thought. Look, if they are learning a new offense, it's going to be very difficult for Nick Caley to install this offense and figure out how to get the playmakers the ball, figure out how to tweak his offense that he's trying to just teach to these guys. Now I'm trying to make sure I'm allowing Nico Collins to play to his strengths. Now I got to tweak this thing and make sure that I'm using, Christian Kirk the right way. Now I got to tweak this thing and make sure that we're getting the best version of Joe Mixon that we possibly can. Oh, by the way, I got a rookie out here at wide receiver that I got to make sure I'm not moving too fast for. I got to make sure that I'm using him the right way. Oh, by the way, we got a tight end that isn't real keen on pass blocking now. Can't put him in any bad spots. So it just changes the game significantly. My approach offensively is we are teaching and we are installing an offense. We're not in advanced football at this point, figuring out how we're going to handle pressures with this offense. We're just trying to get these guys to get in and out of the huddle. That's a battle. It's a struggle. They're professionals. They should be able to get it done, but it's a different approach to camp.
Yeah, it's probably more closer to CJ's rookie year when Bobby Slowick just arrived, and they're all learning a whole.
It'll be the same thing.
System. Yeah, much more to that. So we'll see. We'll see what it looks like. But he confirmed it there. New terminology, new words, new offense there, and they're more in the learning stage. They've got to get to the point where this thing feels, second nature rather than just learning. Where they get there, and then the thought, as you said, where does the second nature hit? Does it hit in the middle of training camp? Does it hit in preseason game 2? Does it hit in week 3?
Yep.
Where does that second nature feel hit for this offense? All right, coming up a little 5 o'clock. Updated on injury front. Jordan Alvarez and Christian Walker will get you ready for this game tonight as they will take on the Rays. A big one. Does the finals, is it going to be decided tonight? Indiana has a chance to close it out. We'll look at the NBA as well as other NFL notes. All of that coming up as we continue right here live on The Drive.
I'm always good raw dog in The Drive.
The Texans are far from a finished product at the start of OTAs, and that's just how Coach D'Amico likes it.
It takes time, it takes process to get there. We're not just going to line up and be where we want to be the first day. That's not how I want it. You want to see that continued growth. You want to see guys continue to push and get better each day, and that's what we are.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713-CALL-LEE. Your report is sponsored by Kirk Holmes. On the East Loop northbound at Turning Basin, it's a stall that has a right shoulder blocked. Kirk Holmes, Southern Living's 2024 Builder of the Year winner, is building dream homes from the Gulf Coast to the Hill Country. Discover why their superior building process and service is second to none. Visit them at KirkHomes.com. That's K-U-R-K, because at Kirk Homes, it's all about you. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Joe Flacco is right. It isn't his job to babysit, and it isn't his job to hold a young. Just needs to work and go through his process and be the consummate professional and good teammate he's always been. Ultimately, it's up to Kenny Pickett, Shador Sanders, and Dylan Gabriel to listen and learn by watching Joe go through his process. And sure, Joe can answer some questions along the way, but it's not because he has to, but it's just because that's what a professional does. I'm Zach Gelb.
The big focus in America today, y'all, it's on your health, and rightfully so. More and more people are looking beyond pills, steroids, and surgery to live your best life. Clint Stoerner here, and I got to tell you about QC Kinetics, man. Look, over at QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. They've been at it a while, y'all, and they're doing a hell of a job. Using regenerative medicine, they've helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief. This is all about joint pain relief, using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. Look, the truth is regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics, they are the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. They're not masking the pain, y'all. They're going after the very source of it. Yes, you can say goodbye to chronic joint pain and live your best life, and you can do it with QC Kinetics. So learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation right now. 713-913-5285. That's 713-913-5285. They're in Sugar Land, the Woodlands, the Heights, and in Cypress. 713-913-5285.
Losing your family's home movies and photos would be devastating. That's why Legacy Box exists, to preserve your family's recorded moments digitally, ensuring they're safe forever. Think of the time and money your family invested to capture family vacations, birthdays, even your wedding. Recording a lifetime of memories was a commitment. Camcorders cost that film and development. Legacy Box is the final step to preserve your family's past. Thankfully, it doesn't require another big investment. Legacy Box is safe, simple, and affordable. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box to convert their analog media to digital. You owe it to your family to safeguard your memories. Become your family's hero and save them before it's too late. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering an exclusive discount when you go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Welcome to Orange Theory Fitness. Technology come together to deliver the most effective, science-backed workout around. With 29 convenient Houston area locations, your fitness journey starts close to home. First-time guests get their first class absolutely free. And with our Premier membership, your first month is backed by a money-back guarantee. That's right, no risk, all reward. Visit orangetheory.com to book your free class and find the studio nearest you. Terms and conditions apply. See studio for details.
Hey, daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
This is big, like really big. Just off a stretch of Highway 249, Colton is grand opening 14 model homes. Every detail in this community is infused with a blend of Texas that is refined and ready for you to put down roots. Join us for a star-studded celebration on June 7th and visit ColtonTX.com.
Deep in the heart of Colton.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check-in light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show and T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest for you. And the latest is, it is a little 5 o'clock fire, and the Astros are going to try to continue this. Hey, this has been a hell of a homestand, right? 4 against the 4 against the Mariners, 2 quick little 2-shot against the A's, and now they've got 4 against the Rays, and we'll see what they can do. Right now, they are 5-1 in that 6-game stretch. They'll play 4 more against the Rays, and the Rays are a team that's kind of been flirting around 500, but a team they got some get back to get on. They lost the series when they were up or down in Tampa a couple of weeks ago, so they'll want to get those guys back in the final 4 games they play against the Rays. But before we get your ass set up for that, there was no reason for that. Before we get you set up for that, Yordan Alvarez, he was hitting on the field today at the Daikin Park, and Dana Brown and Joe Espada, the captain, were looking on with that. And then following that, Clint, it was word from Yordan Alvarez that he'll face live pitching tomorrow. And the thought is it will be some guys from the minor leagues that will come up to Houston and pitch to Yordan Alvarez. And if that goes well, Clint, quote, his return could be imminent. So it looks like, as they have been saying yesterday, it feels like the ball is in Yordan's court when he starts to feel good. There is evidence. I've retweeted it. You can see him swinging the bat, and he is in the box swinging the bat. So hopefully, Clint, that is something that comes back soon, because obviously they have been going a good stretch without their best guy.
Yeah, look, hopefully it goes well. I'm nervous as hell for that pitcher or pitchers that come out of Sugarland to throw to Yordan Alvarez.
Oh, yeah.
Mess around and let one get loose a little bit inside, a little chin music, may have some problems there. But no, look, I expect after seeing Yordan swinging in the cages, I don't know what could possibly happen with live pitching to get us to a point where he's not back in the lineup sooner rather than later. So, again, though, the lineup, they're swinging the bat really well, as you mentioned. What they do, have a 17-game stretch in 17 days. They went 10-7, is that correct?
Yep.
Now in the last 6 games, they're 5-1. So they're obviously doing something right, and they're doing it without Yordan Alvarez and without a complete starting rotation. And good things are happening. So take your time, and hopefully all is well.
Yeah. Also from Will Conkle with Joe Espada said that he will not need a rehab start. No rehab.
Yordan
won't need a rehab assignment once he's ready. He's very, very close. He also said this is the best I've seen him, and this is the best Yordan has felt, according to.
Hopefully it's a reset, not just a healthy hand, but a reset, because things started a little rough during the season before the hand injury. He wasn't swinging it particularly well. He damn sure wasn't swinging it the way we expected him to see Yordan swinging it this year, and so hopefully it's a little bit of a reset, and he comes out doing Yordan things.
Yes, and him in the middle of that. Now, something I'm going to put in, and maybe we can talk about this in. I'll put a note in, talk about this maybe tomorrow, because I think there's probably a chance Yordan could play tomorrow. The way that they're talking, look like in lineup. That's a little long tease. How does this lineup change? Because, Clint, this lineup has changed in a major way since he last was in it. And not just because, we got to do something different because Yordan's gone. No, the leadoff hitter is different. They have moved Paredes around. Altuve's in a different spot. And I don't think a lot of those moves had a lot to do with Yordan Alvarez. So maybe that is something we could look at, as it looks like he is close, according to the Astros, and seeing him swing the bat. What does that mean for how the lineup will look?
Off the rip, real quick, you boys, both of y'all, where do you want him to be inserted in the lineup?
I think Yordan has to be somewhere in the top 3.
So what does that do to
That
your
means
top
some
four?
moving and shaking. Let's talk about this tomorrow, baby. Let's really
Shake
think
it,
this
baby.
out, baby.
I'm putting him in a 3-hole and moving Altuve to 4.
Altuve behind him.
Yep.
And not Paredes.
Talk about it tomorrow, Ron.
Okay, yeah. No, you don't get to just drop it and then push me out and say we talk about it tomorrow. The hell with that. All right. No, we will talk about it tomorrow, though. By the way, tonight, the lineup, and this is the other part to the injury news, the lineup, Pena will lead off as usual. Paredes behind him. Altuve, and then in the cleanup spot, another new member, Victor Caratini. He is playing first base tonight, and that means Christian Walker is not in the lineup. He took that hit. And the right hand, 96 miles an hour. He left the game yesterday after attempting to stay in. He is out. He is day-to-day. We'll see what this means, but he is not going today. Victor Caratini's playing first. Jake Myers in center behind him. Yainer Diaz behind the plate. Cam Smith, Zach DeZenzo, Mauricio Dubon. That's the rest of the lineup. Dubon's at second. Altuve's in the DH spot with Zach in left field. So that is the lineup. Ryan Gusto gets the ball tonight. See if they can keep it going with him behind the plate. But Christian Walker, lineup-wise, that's the big news that he's not in it right now, especially after he has started to swing the bat pretty well.
Yeah. I mean, look, we'll see. I can't wait to see all this moving and shaking, baby.
You're like the thought that Clint thinks, like, how many, like, you think that Christian Walker needs to heal fast, that there could be some potential problems.
Absolutely.
You really do $20 million a year, Christian?
Yeah. Look, I mean, look, it's not. It's going to be a conversation. I'm not saying the Astros should. I'm not saying the Astros will. What I'm saying is, if Caratini continues to swing the bat well and is extremely clutch, and he needs to play first base. If Diaz starts swinging the bat better, you need to keep him in. The DH spot gets taken up again by Yordan and Altuve. I'm just telling you, man. There's going to be there could potentially be a very difficult conversation had.
Well, Clint, you think John Mechie's got to make a space for himself on this team? Christian Walker's going to have every opportunity to play that first base.
So? You think so? Even after the Abreu deal?
Especially now they're paying Abreu. That money they still got to pay him, and they paying Christian Walker the same thing. They paid Abreu.
Mm-hmm.
They're paying $40 million
Make it work.
first base. I don't know if they're going to force it.
Yeah, look, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. I'm just telling you, Christian Walker, if he don't pick it up, it's going to get awfully noisy in that Christian Walker world.
They're going to try to figure out a way. Well,
they may not figure out nothing, but I know we're going to talk about it. I know this fan base ain't going to deal with it.
We're going to talk about it. Victor Caratini, if he swings the bat well, you'll hear the call, but I bet Yainer Diaz better start watching himself before Christian
That's a good point. If Yainer doesn't start swinging it well, it'll be a non-factor. Yainer will be the one that'll find his ass over there.
Yeah, so there's a lot there. But the good thing is you're starting to get health back. Luis Garcia is going to throw a bullpen coming up this weekend, which is big after his setback coming back from Tommy John. Spencer Arrighetti playing a catch for the second straight day. So some good things looking up for the Astros.
Those Astros, they're kicking ass and taking names.
5 o'clock fire.
Jim. Damn it, Jim. Just seeing Jerome come up there on that phone. I mean, he's dead, right? We this is established.
That was Mattress Mac.
Oh, that was. I'm sorry.
But similar. I can see how you got there, but
he's not dead.
Old nasty ass Jim.
Yeah, Jim's dead.
I think he might be upstairs with our Lord.
I didn't know where he was going with that.
Where?
Because what's Mattress Mac's first name?
Jim.
Oh, it is Jim.
What I thought when he said "damn," I was like, did I miss something?
I'm sorry. Mattress Mac.
Not you, Mattress Mac.
God, not Lord, that sane of
Don't let anything happen.
I didn't know. You started. I was like, damn, where's he going? That's a good pickup, Tyler, because I did not even think about nasty ass Jim.
I think Jerome probably gave it away when I said that.
Yeah, when you said Jerome, I said, that's not Mattress Mac.
Not trying to kill off Mattress Mac. I am.
That's not Jim McInville.
No, man. Wouldn't mind a mattress though. We'll tell you that right now.
He's got plenty over there.
I'm open there. Okay. Maybe the youngster's ready for a new bed. All right.
Free.
The Knicks, are they gonna stave off elimination tonight? I'm sure. I don't know what. I have not seen Tyler's his picks tonight. I don't know if they are basketball.
We're going
heavy.
baseball.
We're going baseball. So it's not dependent on them. But are the Knicks going to?
I like the Knicks. To keep
you like them
alive.
tonight?
Yep,
You think
I like
this goes
the Knicks
game 6?
Yeah, man. At home in your own building, man. You can't go out like that. Now I think the Pacers take care of business and at their place in what would that be? Game 6
back in Indy.
I think they get this thing to 3-2 tonight.
I was looking to see what Tyler might have because I would like what I feel like Brunson's he's gonna at least get up shots. We're not gonna see an 18-point performance from Jalen Brunson the way we saw from Anthony Edwards. I think Brunson will go crazy. At least he's going to put up shots tonight. But I don't know, man. I hope so. I would like – no, I know there are some people who hate New York fans. My guy here, Joel Hernandez on Twitch, just said the hate Knicks fan and want them to have to suffer that loss at home and watch the Pacers celebrate at Madison Square Garden. But I think for me, I want to see it go to 6 because this has been an entertaining series. Mm-hmm. It's 3-1, but it is a lot closer than 3-1. I think the Pacers have shown to be the better team, but it's a lot closer than 3-1. So it's been fun to watch.
And as a fan, you'd love to see the Knicks get one in New York, and then at least to keep the series alive, but to see this Knicks team play one more time and at least get their hopes up.
Yeah, it's just questions. What Karl Anthony Towns you going to get tonight?
Yeah.
What Jalen Brunson you going to get? The extras and the others, and like this texter just said, go Indy. New York is spent. Legs are tired. Yeah, that fourth quarter, that third, fourth quarter, as the pace, this is when a series happens. You're in Game 5, and you can see they're getting tired with the pace that the Pacers are running, and they're not going to stop. They're going to keep doing that and going, and they play plenty of guys, so that will be one. I'm going to go with you. Tomorrow we'll be talking about a Game 6 over the weekend, and that the Pacers are going to have to finish it at home. You think Pat McAfee going to be there?
Tonight, I wonder if he's there tonight.
You're talking about tonight. You want him there tonight.
He needs to be sitting on that front row amongst all the celebrities that he told that let's send them back with their ears ringing. Let's send these SOBs back with their ears ringing. He needs to be right. Yeah, that guy right there. He needs to be right in the middle of it tonight in New York.
Yeah.
Maybe in the
like Ben Stiller, man, he's just really into it. Boy, he's traveling.
Yeah.
I want John to be
Chalamet
there.
is
Timothy, Chalamet, he's there.
He's been at all of them,
Yeah.
I think Pat should.
Yeah. I don't think he will. Pat, that would be great. My dream would be Pat and John Halliburton, Tyrese, his father.
Sitting together?
Him being right there front row, sitting together. And then, do you know if John had the chance to give Spike Lee hell?
I don't know.
You saw what he did. You saw what he did to Giannis.
Pat'll amp up. Halliburton and get his ass in trouble again. He'll have him acting up again. Forgetting that he's on probation.
He might get Rick Carlisle fired up. He might make Rick Carlisle.
He's on seat arrest, man. You can't get on the floor, man.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, in the NFL, speaking of young quarterbacks, Justin Fields, who is getting a fresh start in New York, and he said this, Clint, speaking to the media after their 5th OTA practice already. I think I can be great, Fields said. That's been a goal for me my whole life, my whole career. I think the sky's the limit for this team, for this offense, but we do have a long way to go. What do you the look on your face? I was just trying to see what is there left for Justin Fields? Like, this will be, what is his third team now? Does he have a chance in your eyes to get to like the Baker? Who else have we seen get a second chance here? Like Sam Darnold. Is he going to be the next, or have a chance to be the next guy in that class? And more importantly, is he in a spot like those guys we just named to get to that level?
No, I don't think so. Look, I mean, there was a time when I was really high on Justin Fields, and I like Justin Fields now, and I think New York, the only way it works in New York is they have got to, which I don't know that a rebuilding team, a dysfunctional organization is trying to make this shift. I don't know that they have the time, energy, and effort to really lean into the quarterback the way they need to. It's more spent on the roster building, the roster cleansing, getting that right. But if you could lean into the legs of Justin Fields and the legs ultimately give him good, clean looks and easy throws, and you can have success doing that, then you could potentially build something. But it would have to look more like what the Eagles did with Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
Right? I think he's a looser arm, probably more talented arm than Jalen Hurts, but there's some kind of disconnect there, both from a processing standpoint as well as a timing, just ripping the ball and throwing the ball accurately. Making good decisions has been something he's been very inconsistent with. So I don't know if that ever comes together. He's got to get with a team that will use his legs like damn near overuse his legs. Kind of like we saw the Bears do towards the end when he made that run when he was starting out there and at one point. Like that kind of commitment to his legs, and I just don't know that a team's going to do it.
Yeah, and I think it's been a combination for him, Clint, of commitment to him for the job. Like last year, Russell was always lurking behind his shoulder, and then his shoulders, and then he took it from him, which I think when you play free and not looking, let me not make a mistake, I think that hurts you. He wasn't a mistake player last year for the Steelers. It just wasn't. He just didn't add much because it was really don't turn it over, not gonna no real threat down the field. And then he brought Russell and made Russell look like a huge thing. So I think to me the commitment, and he just hasn't been with great. Like that, the people he's been with, you don't draw it up. That's how you draw it up for young quarterbacks.
When you look at young quarterbacks that need to develop and young quarterbacks that have specific skill sets and need to play to specific strengths if they're going to play and develop, which he needs to, you don't need to be in dysfunctional situations, right? Chicago was a mess. And then, you get to Pittsburgh, and I know it's Tomlin and all, but you got receivers that are refusing to block on run plays, and it's just it's not been, and he's not been anywhere where it's been
Arthur
ideal.
Smith is not like.
Yeah, it's just he's not been anywhere where, hey man, all I got to do is go play quarterback. Everything around me's right. All I got to do is play quarterback. There's been dysfunction. If there's been serious struggle, if not like severe dysfunction around him since he got in the league. Said it's going to be tough.
Yeah, and at least for him, Tyrod Taylor's his backup, so there's not much of. All right, hey, I'm looking over my shoulder, and maybe he can believe that, like,
right.
Yeah, I got to really mess things up not to be the quarterback. All right, Justin Fields' strength, his number one strength when it comes to his effect on the field is something we've heard a lot of Texans fans wonder and say C.J. Stroud should do a little bit more of. We'll discuss if we agree with that coming up next.
The Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit continues tomorrow. Hughley is presented by Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. Texans All Access. The countdown to training camp is officially on. And Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have you covered. Exclusive interviews, inside info, and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we continue here on the Drive. Clint, something that has been brought up, and I've seen it in a lot of conversations with Texans fans, and that is the thought of just, looking at the first 2 years of C.J. Stroud, Clint, and seeing, like, potential improvements, potential things that, he could do that could help him, help the offense, help the team. And one thing that I hear a lot, and I'm really, really curious your thoughts on it, because I don't necessarily feel it when I agree with him or feel that when I watch him play. I understand it, but I don't know that I agree with it. And that is the thought of CJ Stroud using his legs more.
TJ Yates should never use it.
TJ Yates shouldn't have been. He tried. But CJ Stroud.
That Tar Heel?
Yeah, that Tar Heel. Texan, too, won a playoff game. But he should use his legs more. And I don't know, man. I don't see that when I watch him, when I watch his game and watch him play, that I think, man, he should be taking advantage of running more.
Yeah, no. Look. It shouldn't even be on a radar. It shouldn't even be spoken to existence. It shouldn't be a part of what C.J. Stroud is training or the messaging that's being communicated to the quarterback. It shouldn't be any part of it. First of all, this offense and C.J. Stroud, no offense with C.J. Stroud in it should ever include one game or any kind of quarterback run. That's not what we're doing here. It's not the kind of quarterback we've got. And when it comes to the off schedule, off script stuff, usually what we've seen from C.J. Stroud is it's more of a panic mode. It's more of a survival tactic, if you will. So we want far fewer of that. What should be preached into C.J. Stroud's head is avoid those at all costs. Avoid those situations at all costs. Now, if we want to, like, if if we want to address the issue of maybe C.J. Stroud being able to impact the game in scramble situations more often, it's not taught in a scramble lesson. It is we're gonna shore up our interior offensive line, at least to a point to where when we get a body on a body, we're going to stay connected and we're going to push the guy past the quarterback. We're going to teach our quarterback to set the rush point deep, and as we survey the land, as we read the defense, we want to climb back up in the pocket, whether that's aggressively because you're getting pressured or if it's just a steady push back up in the pocket. And when you run, it is more of a great feel, and it's more in control than anything we've seen C.J. Stroud do to this point. The thought here is getting C.J. Stroud. If the end game is to get C.J. Stroud to use his legs more effectively, you don't do it by again shoring up the line, coaching him hard on pushing back up into the pocket, and that will result in him seeing some space underneath, going and getting 5 or 8 yards, and get down, slide, get back up, get in a huddle, and let's go make plays. That's the CJ legs that you want to see used. Nothing less, nothing more, and you want it to be in a controlled situation, not so much of a panic or a survival mode.
And because to me, when you say control, that's what it looks like whenever he takes off and runs, is
panic.
Like, all right, man, or like he does not run nearly as much as some of these other guys that you could think of the Jalen Hurts, the Lamar Jacksons. Mahomes is a big runner. Josh. But especially some of those guys, and some of those guys are doing it, running hard and being physical. But like Mahomes, Russell Wilson back in the day, I would fit into this. I think even Burrow does this a little bit. Even Lamar from this example of Kyler too.
Kyler's really good at it.
They don't take shots. Mm-hmm. Very many shots. I'm sure there's going to be somebody who will send me a bad hit that they've taken. But they don't generally take big shots. They know when they get out of bounds. They know where they are. They get themselves out of bounds. They'll slide. Yeah, Kyler will slide into second base repeatedly. He gets across the knees and he takes hits right over there, and that's something to me. And that's not his game, right? He's more of a move up in the pocket, slide over to get space to get open. It just doesn't seem like good things are happening. I get it. Like a texter just said, y'all are tripping. He does need to pull the ball down and run a little more. He needs to be a threat. I just don't. I don't feel comfortable. And I don't think it goes right. Yeah, no, I don't think it goes well when he does.
I disagree wholeheartedly with the he needs to be a threat. When I hear he needs to be a threat, I think my thought of that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but my thought is like his legs are a threat enough to where a defense takes it into consideration. Like C.J. Stroud is absolutely more in the Brady, Joe Burrow. That's the lane you want to see him use his legs in, is when it's a last-ditch effort to just go get 5 or 8 yards and get your ass on the ground. Go get 2 or 3 yards, get your ass on the ground. Like everything we've seen from C.J. Stroud. Now, the fact that he's got the club in his bag, the fact that he has the ability, the Georgia game before he came out of Ohio State, there's been a couple of games here, more times than we would like to have been. There's been a couple of games here where he's held the football in extended plays and made big plays, right? But you want to – everything they do from a training perspective is to minimize those kinds of situations, limit those kinds of situations, not encourage it in any way, shape, or form. If you shore up the offensive line, the difference between all the guys that you mentioned and what we see from C.J. Stroud is most of the guys you mentioned – they have an offensive line that by the numbers may not be a great offensive line, a great pass-protecting offensive line. Look at like the Chiefs, for instance. The difference between the Texans and the Chiefs last year, and I don't know statistically what it was, but just look at the struggles that they had. The Chiefs, the last time we saw them, they struggled protecting. But for the most part, the Chiefs would get a hat on a hat. An offensive lineman may get turned sideways, but he's going to stay connected to that defense. And Pat has the ability to just sidestep and let that offensive lineman push him by. Guys keep working, where the Texans, it was just a jailbreak, and C.J. would have nowhere to go, right? That's the difference is, C.J. hasn't, even in the bad protections, doesn't have the luxuries of the others. But no, look, the product of teaching your quarterback to stay in the pocket and push up in the pocket, the product is you get some north and south runs that are get what you can, get down type runs. Anything else, anything from a coaching perspective and use your legs more, that's silly with C.J. Stroud. In my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, and some of those guys, they'll look at, the protection and see what's happening. And they've already made the decision they're going to run because they know this whole side of the field. And maybe some of the stuff like that, he gets more of a feel of it to do that. But I have never, when I've seen that, I've never thought, him pulling that club out of his bag is the thing that takes it to the next level. Because when he is running, I'm like, get down, boss. Get down, get down, get out of bounds. Get down, get out of bounds. It just doesn't seem like the strong part at all of his game. And I'm not even saying it's because he ain't fast or something like Lamar Jackson. There are quarterbacks that aren't as fast as him that have more success.
Well, running. The reality of it too, with his ability to throw the football, there's times there's situations, a lot of situations where he's going to come to the line of scrimmage. He's going to snap the football, and he's going to realize, man, they are playing cover 2, and it's cover 2 man, or it's the deepest zone coverage you've ever seen where the linebackers are at 20 yards deep, and he needs to get more comfortable going, all right, I'm going to tuck this thing and go get 10.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There's going to be, like, he can be more aware.
I don't want him to get happy, though.
Yeah, well, you don't ever want that to be, like, you don't ever want, like Randall Cunningham used to tell me, he said, Clint, man, when I saw cover 2 man, I didn't even read the defense. I just saw cover 2 man, I'm going to take a 5-step drop, and I'm going to take off. And like, you don't ever want C.J. Stroud to get to that point. Like, Randall was a freak. Randall had some freedoms that most people didn't have. But, like, you want C.J. Stroud to read things out, see that the coverage is super soft, and then go get 10, right? That is a feel for the game and a feel for the position where I think he can improve, no question about it. But an emphasis on using his legs more? Nah, no thank you. I'm out on that.
Yeah. He's at, 233 last year, 52 rushes. They're probably those I'd like, hey, get on out of bounds. Or do what you do best in that way. So we'll see what happens there. I don't think that is a Nick Caley thing or the game plan of let's run it with your legs more. I don't think that's what they're going to be leaning towards. All right, coming up as we'll get you ready here for a little cash. Can you win a little cash, T-Mill? A little rough night, but still trying to get there, close to getting into the green. He'll make you a little cash tonight. And we're 55 games in. How's this experiment with Altuve going in your mind? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Tyler Miller, you are the greatest producer in the world.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Where are you now with the ad?
where low prices live.
Hey. Live from O'Karam Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I'll tell you what that fuss is. That fuss is The Drive is back, and we'll be live. Not only is it live right now, it will be live tomorrow, and you need to join. You need to join us at the Crafty Crab. This is the ninth stop on our crawfish circuit, the Crafty Crab. They've got many locations. We will be at the Fondren location in Houston. Come on out, hang out with us, and it'll be a fun time, man. They got it all. I didn't look at United and hunt it down that menu. They got seafood boil, they got oysters, they got fried seafood, whatever you want. They got wings, they got it all there, and them bugs are gonna be they're gonna be there and available as well.
Yeah.
Heard some good things about it.
Well, I'm gonna bang a few bugs out and see what they're talking about.
Yeah, why
no
not?
question.
Do your thing. Why not? I will figure something out, but it will be delicious as well. And you can come out for the good food, the good bugs, the cold drinks that you can get there. And as well, remember, when you come and hang out with us at the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, we don't come empty-handed. Prizes each and every hour, and our grand prize, you can enter to win that $500 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors, and beer for a year. Bud Light, Budweiser. Shout out to Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light for supporting us in our crawfish circuit. So come on out. Crafty Crab tomorrow should be an amazing time as always. Coming up behind us, you know the fellas got things rolling there as it is Texans All Access, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. And then following that, Area 45, live and local, the best late-night sports talk show in all of Houston. Coming on after the fellas get done with Texans All Access, Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, and Chris Santiago will have things going for you tonight. So stay tuned for that. And then also coming up here momentarily, T-Mill's Best Bets. He's at 54% right now, trying to get back into the green. He'll make a little cash, and you can make some with him as well. All right, we're 55 games in. The Astros, they've got a 4-game set. They're starting with the Rays tonight. And Jose Altuve, yes, he's in the lineup, batting third as he has here lately, and he is the DH tonight. And I think overall we look at it, we kind of look at this, Clint, as a move to left field, and it has. Predominantly, that's where he has been playing. This has really just been a move around a lot of spots. He has played left field the most. He's played some second base. He's been the DH. He's been playing all around the diamond. And I'm just doing just a little checkup with you and the folks. And Clint, you can kick it off. 55 games in. How you feel like this thing is working out with Altuve all over the place, predominantly in left field, but all over the place, different than his first few years, years of his career.
It depends on what your expectations are, and it depends on what the end game is for this experiment, if you will. Like, if you're just trying to chew through 162 regular season games and have some more flexibility to put your best lineup out there, then cool. I think the experiment's working out great. I think I don't think there's enough bad he can do in left field that's going to impact your season over the span of 162 games. And I think the lineup that you can roll out there, again, with the flexibility that you have, especially this year with Yordan Alvarez being out and you needing that DH spot for other guys, that far outweighs the two balls that were off the wall that he should have either caught or played differently for Lance McCullers. Like that kind of stuff. It's going to happen 2, 3, 4 times a season with him out there. Now, I think the tune changes if we start talking about the long play was for Altuve to be a left fielder when it matters the most. That to me, that's silly. to me, when you get to the playoffs and you got 80, or you got a Yordan Alvarez that I think is a far better outfielder than Altuve, to have him in that deep and to have that liability in the outfield, I think would be plumb ass silly. So chewing through some innings, chewing through some games in a 162-game season, no problem with it. It's working out well. When rubber meets the road in games that matter, I don't want to see Altuve in left field.
Yeah. Where do you want to see him?
DH or second base. No. I don't have a problem with it being DH because I don't have a problem with Yordan Alvarez playing left field.
Yeah.
I know there's a lot of people out there, including you. I think Tyler's in that boat too. That would prefer not to see Yordan in left field. Okay, well, then let's put Altuve back at second. Let's put Dubon in left field or Desenzo in left field.
I certainly don't want to see it every day.
I don't want to see it at all.
You're saying playoffs, maybe. I'm talking about Yordan. I don't want to see it every day.
Okay. Yeah.
You're talking about playoffs. I could see that. That is obviously the games are most important. And I'll be honest with you. I do think that he probably gives them a better chance as an outfielder defensively when you take about things. Maybe he's not getting to all the balls potentially that he does, but his arm is more of a threat, and his height.
If it's dealing with that wall in left field, he'd have got to two of them that Altuve didn't get to.
No, yeah, not a jump. Yeah,
but you're talking speed, obviously. So yeah, look, I again,
we got the bronze gold glover in center field. Maybe that can help him
covering that ground. Yeah, man.
Yeah. Tyler, where are you?
I'm. Go ahead, T.
How do you think this thing is working out with Altuve and all the
way,
switch?
I'm sorry, the way you kind of framed it earlier when we were discussing this a little bit, I couldn't have said it much better. I mean, it's really just been kind of like, like it could have been a lot worse. I mean, y'all know where I was at after that last spring training game where he dropped 2 pop-ups. I was freaking out. It could be a lot worse to this point for this experiment in left field for Altuve, but it hadn't been anything special. He's getting it done with all the height he can do it with.
Yeah, but like the defense does it. The defense hasn't been like,
it hasn't been bad.
Like it hadn't been like Yiner behind the plate and guys stealing bases. Like
right.
that, like watching that's a problem. Like that's a problem that they're gonna have to look in is teams like we'll watch the Rays tonight. They're gonna just walk the hell up out there if they get on base and just test his ass. That's more of a problem. It hasn't really been the defensive part. Clint, to me, it just feels like it's affected his offense. I don't know. It could be like, hey, fool, he's turned 35, there's some things there. Luckily, this hot streak he's had a hot streak at the very start, and then he's kind of started to get hot a little bit here of late. But that's the thing to me is it affecting his offense? Because it is, yes, we have not quite reached June yet, but across the board, it's down. All of his numbers. He was a +3 WAR player last year, and now he's a -0.3 WAR player. And I think a lot of that has to do with this defense. And I just find it hard to believe, Clint. Man, he knew second base, that wasn't no worry. Even he had the yips and he couldn't throw it. He knows what second base is. He knew where he's playing. He knows that. Now he's trying to learn a new position. He gives a damn and cares. So he's putting in a lot of work to make sure he doesn't have problems like, I should have caught a ball that could have helped Lance out. And I think we're seeing that potentially bring down the offense. And the whole reason was to find him other places in the lineup so you can still have that bat, and maybe the defense wouldn't be as big of an issue. And like his on-base percentage is down, his average is down, his OPS is down, his slugging percentage is down. That's to me the part that's kind of interesting to watch.
Well, I don't doubt that the difference of in my DH and in my left field, the struggles in left field, and the struggle, I just mean the difference and the stress that you have to learn a new position. I don't doubt that weighs on him. I would be shocked if this whole thing from a hitting perspective didn't, over 162 games, didn't kind of work itself out, and you get the same, ultimately overall, the same Altuve at the plate. Because I agree, even though the numbers, the average is where it's at, there's still been some some struggles at the plate for Altuve. I think he has the ability, obviously, to overcome some changes. I just don't like him in left field when it's a game that matters. And in the playoffs, every game matters, every out matters, every inning matters. And that scares me. And hell, I'm not even a big defensive guy, obviously.
Clearly, yeah, we know you're tough. All right, Tyler, let's get it back on. You were what? You had 5 yesterday, and 3 of them got you. Where are you at tonight to try to get above 60%, getting this green here?
Well, a couple of just awful bad beats last night on those NBA picks. 2 in particular, I will never forget or forgive. Alex
listen,
Caruso,
I told you yesterday.
8 at the half, bro.
I'm just saying these are dicey ones. Like those guys gotta go either way. There, that's right on it.
Yes, that's why they call it a gamble, right?
I mean, you're lucky that game wasn't close. Or SGA, hell, he'd have 50. But that's even worse.
No doubt.
You'd have rather he'd have done that.
Well, we are given last night's results. We're going to get this thing back in the green with return to baseball picks.
Yeah, I see one I like already.
I got 5 picks for you, and this is very Astro-centric tonight because your boy's going to be at the game. I'm going to be in them Crawford boxes.
That's right.
Looking to catch a homer. Here are your 5.
You going to get on that sexy fans side again?
Oh, probably. Astros Hotties loves me.
Astros Hotties.
I mean, they're identifying the right people.
They're identifying the right people.
Yeah, they got great taste, huh?
I'm telling you. I mean, I didn't pick me. 5 picks. 4 of these are going to be the Astros Rays